Hello guys, my name is Andrew. Welcome to another video, and in this video we're going to be continuing the MERN Stack series, right? So the MERN Stack series is actually a tutorial series that I'm currently teaching the MERN Stack, and then how to build front ends with HTML, React.js, and Next.js all inside of one tutorial series. It's just amazing. So after building the back end, I'll show you guys how to build the front end with HTML. I'll show you guys how to build the front end with React.js. I'll show you guys how to build that same front end with Next.js, making the third instance, right? So I'm going to show you guys how everything progresses from HTML, how it progresses to React, and how it progresses to Next.js. So I'm going to show you guys all of these things. The React.js build, we're going to build it with just prop drilling, using the prop drilling pattern. And then I'm going to show you guys as well how to build it with the context API in React.js. We have had the backend build, we have had the HTML front end build. So this is the third main build, which is the React.js build. So in this video, I'm going to show you guys how to build that same front end with React.js. The link to the complete tutorial series will be in the video description. Go check it out, explore the backend, explore everything. Hopefully, by the time you'll be watching this video, I'll be done with all the builds, the back, the front, HTML. I mean, the front consisting the HTML, the React, and the Next.js build. And the Next.js build, of course, is going to be Next.js theme. We already did the backend, so we have our APIs. We'll build the UI with React.js, and then we'll integrate our APIs, which we built in the backend. Which we created in the backend build, right, guys? So before we proceed, let's check out our demo. This is the HTML UI. This is the HTML build, and then over here, this is the React.js build. So you guys can see how much they look alike. So this is the one we've already built out. We've already built out this one. This was the exact UI we built in the last HTML in the last main build, which was the HTML build, right? So this is the React.js demo I've built. So today we're going to be proceeding with this HTML build, and then we're going to be building this was the demo, right? So we're going to be building a live version of this React build. All right, guys. If you're watching this video, probably you're a beginner, you are absolutely new, probably you have some information about what React.js is all about already, probably, right? But then I want to really give some very good foundation before I proceed with the build. So what is React.js? If you come to the React.js website, this is the new React.js docs website, right? So when you come to the website, this is what you see: the library for web and native user interfaces. So basically, this statement is simply saying React.js is both used for building web interfaces, and then there's a version of React called React Native. It is used for building user interfaces for mobile apps, Android and iOS. So React is just one in all solution for both web and mobile. It doesn't work out of the box though. So when you learn React, you need to learn some more stuff to be able to build for mobile, right? So React is basically for the web, then React Native. After you add some more stuff on top of React, you then begin to build for mobile, Android, and iOS. So that's basically what React is all about, right? Then scrolling a little bit, you get to see it says React. It says create user interfaces from components. So this is the beauty of React.js. The components are built separately, and then you stack them together. So that's basically how React.js work. As we proceed, if you are an absolute beginner, as we proceed, you're going to see how these things play out. Okay, so React.js is just awesome. React.js is cool. So one other thing that I want to talk about before we proceed is how React.js differs from a regular HTML build, right? The fact that you want to learn React.js, I assure you that's a very, very awesome, that's an absolutely correct decision, because at the moment, React.js is the number one UI library all over the world. Well, there's no standard for calling it number one. It all depends on your choice. UI libraries and frameworks boils down to what you choose to use, right? So nobody can really say React is number one, but from the trends, React is absolutely number one. So how does React differ from a regular HTML build? React differs from a regular HTML build through the concept of SPAs, single page applications. So while React.js helps you build user interfaces, it does so in a single page application format, right? So every React application you build is basically a single web page, a single only one web page, and then each page each page you now navigate to is basically a component on its own that is being displayed on that page, right? So in a project, when you have multiple pages, basically React is a single page application, and those multiple pages are more like components. So when you navigate to another page, it's basically a component that is mounted on that single page React app. You navigate to another, that other component is mounted and this is unmounted. So that is basically how React.js work, the concept of single page application. So as we proceed into the build, you're going to understand better, but I just thought to explain this to you guys. All right, so how does this single page stuff play out? It plays out very practically. Let's explore these two demos here, right? So this demo, this is the React.js demo. You can see React.js client is hosted live, and then this demo is the HTML build which we build live. So this is the one we've done live already. This is just the demo. We're now going to build this in this tutorial. All right, guys. So we're going to I want to show you guys how SPAs work practically. So in this build, in this demo, we have three pages, right? The landing page, and then we have the add profile page, and then we have a dynamic page, which is the edit profile page. You can get the data of you see, the data of that profile we wanted to edit was fetched and it came. So it's a dynamic page for every individual profile we wish to update. So this is a dynamic page. I showed you guys how to build dynamic pages in HTML in that build. So in this build, I'm going to show you guys how to build dynamic pages with React.js. So guys, this is just an awesome tutorial series. I'm showing you guys the progression, making you guys to be grounded and solidified front-end engineers all around, full stack in this case, right? This is a MERN stack tutorial. So guys, we have three pages: the update profile page, we have the landing page, of course, and then we have the uh, add profile page. But there's one thing you should notice, right? While I'm navigating through the pages, let me go back to the home page. You can see there's a reload. There's a reload. So let me go back to an edit profile page now. You can see there's a reload. So basically, our browser is navigating into different pages, which indeed we built out. So let's go back to the React. Let's go now to the React demo. You're going to see there won't be that reload, proving to you that this is absolutely one single page. But then as we attempt to navigate to another page, it's basically a component that is mounted, not really another page. So React is basically a single page. React helps you build SPAs, which is basically single page applications. Let's demo it and prove it and see. So now let's go. You're going to see there's going to be absolutely no page reload. Let's do this. See that there was absolutely no page reload. Let's go back. Absolutely no page reload, just data fetching, right? So let's go to dynamic page as well. Absolutely no page reload, just the data fetching. So this is the concept of SPAs at work. So this is how awesome, excuse me, guys. This is how awesome React.js is. All right, then. So now let's get straight into the build. Let's go to VS Code, of course, right? So in this video I give you guys an eye zoom. I'm sorry for the previous videos, the zoom weren't so good, but then in this video the zoom is very big. Right then, so this is the two builds we've done previously. We've done the server, the back end, right? I showed you guys everything in so much detail. And then this is the HTML front end, right? We built everything with HTML and vanilla JavaScript, right? We knocked everything out. I showed you guys how to build with HTML, vanilla JavaScript, guys. We did it. All right, so it's fine if you're just coming along. All right, let's do it henceforth. Let's do the rest together. How do we start? How do you start a React.js project? So I guess we're done with this, are we? Yeah, let's take this off now. So Vassel as well, Vassel can go, right? No need, let's just leave Vassel. Right, so how do you start a React.js project? There are basically two different ways to start a React.js project, probably even more, but the most popular are two. You use what is called a Create React App, CRA. So Create React App, or you use Vite. Vite is super fast, right? It's super fast. It's more recommended than the Create React App. All right, guys, so we're going to be using Vite. And then to install a React app with Vite, you basically have the command here. So if you have npm version 7 and above, you use this command. If you have version 6, right, if you're using version 6, probably below, I don't know, you use this command, but that's not our business. We have npm higher, a version, I have a version higher than 7. So if you're using yarn, you can equally use this. If you're using pnpm, you use this. So pnpm is basically npm, right, but then it's performance. That's where the p comes in. Hopefully I'm going to make a video on pnpm for you guys, but for now, let's just focus on the build. We're using npm, right? So basically, you just copy out this command and then you go and paste. All right. So let's get started. Let's install our React application. Okay, let's bootstrap the app. So you might be wondering, why don't we create a folder first? If we create a folder, we might end up nesting, because when we create the React app, it comes as a folder on its own. So we don't want to create the folder first and then go into that folder to create the React app. That would be needless nesting, right? So let's bring that our terminal control and backtick. Backtick is just below your escape key. So control and backtick, and then we're now going to paste that command, right? I paste the command. Oh, seems I haven't copied it yet. Right, let's clean this out. Let's go back and let's copy the command. So you want to check your npm version, your npx version, right? npx-v. Was that npm? Let's go back to the website. Yeah, it was npm. So you want to check your npm version, and now due to that npm-v, you hit this, and then you're going to see your npm version to be sure if your npm version is higher than 6, right? So our npm version is certainly higher, 9 points. We're going to use the second command. So we copy this and then we paste, right? So npm create with at least, this is just the command. And then over here, this will be the name of the React app. This will be the name you want the folder to be called, right? Your React app. So we're going to call it React.js client. That's what we're going to call it. And then two dashes, dash dash, and then followed by dash dash template. We don't want the view template. We're not using view. View is another JavaScript library. Is it a framework? I can't say in this case. I don't use view. I'm a React developer. So we want a React template, right? So you come over here, you're going to see templates down here. So these are the different available templates. We want a React template. So we just add React here. So npm create with at latest React.js client dash dash, and then we hit enter. So we're going to wait on npm. We're going to wait for our app to get installed, right? So our app is going to get installed. Our app has been bootstrapped. Now it wants us to perform the install. So we already have the folder, right? We have the folder that's been bootstrapped. Now let's install the necessary files. So we go like the command is stating here. We first of all navigate into the React.js folder. We hit the tab key because we have it already, and the name is unique. So we're now inside the folder. We now do npm install to install our React.js application. So once our React.js application gets installed, we now run excuse me guys, we now run npm run dev to see that our React.js app is live. So this is just the first process. Let's wait for the app to get loaded. All right guys, our app is almost done and our app is installed. Now we have our app installed successfully. The next thing we're going to do is, let's first of all explore the project. Let's explore the project. Let's explore how our project looks, right? So this is the project structure. I want to show you guys what I explained earlier. So this is now the React app, right? We call it React.js client, and then this is what has been given us by Vit, which helped us with the installation. So guys, let's kind of go through the structure of this folder. So as you can see here, this is just a single HTML file. Let me close the terminal so you guys can see clearly. This is just the single HTML file, and this is the single page where our whole React application is going to be rendered inside. So every page we create is basically a component on its own that will get mounted when we navigate to that page. So when we're navigating to another page, that component is mounted, and then that other page, which is also a component, will get mounted. So that is basically how React works as a single page application based JavaScript library, right? So this is just basically the project we have. We have Node modules, which contains our dependencies and probably def dependencies. We have the public folder, and then we have a source, which contains some basic stuff that we'll be needing. We have the assets folder, and then we have just this, right? So the main.jsx file looks like this. App.js file, this is it. So this is basically a React app. So now let's run our app. So in React.js, it is different from HTML, right? So when you're working with React.js, you basically run your app. I'm getting some errors over here. Let me see. Using target without. Okay, don't worry. We're going to fix every error that we're currently having. Okay, so this error is coming from, I guess, yes lint, right? I think it's coming from yes, linked. Right, no problem. Let's not bother about that. Let's just run our app. I hope it's not going to stop our app from running. So just like you see in the command, they said we should go into the React app and then we should make our installation and then we run the app. So we've done the first two steps. Now let's hit npm run dev. So when we run npm run dev, our app will now run. So basically, you run a React app. You keep it running, just like live server when you're working with HTML. You keep your live server running. So the same way with React, we're not using live server, right? It's basically different. So it's similar to live server. It keeps your app running while you are building. So React.js is just awesome, and thanks to it, the installation process is fast. All right then. So let's check our browser if our app is there already. Our app seems not to be here yet. All right, let's see. I guess I need to hit the click, right? So hold the control button and then you hit click. You click on this URL here, so it's going to open inside of your browser. All right, this shows us that our React.js app is working, right? Our app was successfully installed, and this is an assurance that our app is working just fine. All right, guys. So the next thing we're going to do is, of course, like I believe you guys know, we are styling all the three front ends, the HTML front end, the React front end, and the Next.js front end. We are styling everything with Tailwind CSS. So the next thing we are going to do is let's go and add Tailwind CSS to our project. So you go to the Tailwind CSS website, and then once you get to the website, you hit the docs. You hit docs, and then you come to this page. So you hit docs. When you hit docs, you come to framework guides, right? You come to framework guides, and then you come to Vite. So they are showing you basically how to install this first step, right? Is showing you basically how to install Vite, which is exactly what we did. We named our project React.js client, right? Basically same thing, and then we navigated into our project, we did our installation, and then we were able to run our project. So right now we are inside of our project directory, right? You check out the terminal, you're going to see. Let's go to currently we have the React app running. Let's open a fresh. Let's split our terminal. Let's not split, let's have a fresh terminal, right? So let's create a new terminal. You can split, you can have a fresh one. So let's have a fresh terminal instance, and then let's proceed into our React.js client folder. We're not in there yet. So here we are. We actually got in there here before we run our app. If we weren't in that folder, our app wouldn't run. So we were basically in there before our app started running, and now we need to be in there again before we make any installation, because we just need to be in this directory before we can make installations for everything to work just fine. Forget about these areas. We're going to fix anything that needs to be fixed, right, guys? So the next thing we're going to do is we basically executed this line, yes. So the next thing, we're now going to add Tailwind CSS to our project. So we're now inside of our project directory. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to copy out all of this command, and then we're going to go over here, we paste it, and then we get we get another installation process for Tailwind CSS. So please be careful, ensure you are inside of your project folder, which is the React.js client, right? So right now we are getting Tailwind CSS installed first. I hope the installation will be faster than the Vite installation process. So coming over here, after we install Tailwind CSS, we initialize Tailwind CSS to get the compiler and sorry, to get the Tailwind CSS config file and I guess some other stuffs. Right, then the installation is complete. Let's go and initialize our Tailwind CSS config file, and then we paste it. Right, good. Let's paste it. Right, so you're going to see the Tailwind CSS config file is going to come now after we initialized. Right. So this is us adding Tailwind CSS to our project. The HTML build, we used the compiler method, right, which was different and it was actually kind of slowing us down. But in this build, we're going to be super fast thanks to the fact that we're not using the compiler method. So we now have our Tailwind CSS config file. All right. So let's go back to we have our Tailwind CSS config file, which is this you can see it's basically similar, right? So the first thing we want to do is we want to tell Tailwind CSS which files we want it to format, right? So basically we just copy this. You can see add paths to all your template files in your blah blah blah. So we basically just copy this out and we go and replace the current content array there. So we come over here, we copy this out, and then we paste that instead. So basically, what is happening here is we are saying from the root of our project, we want to look for the index.html file, right? Tailwind CSS recognizes that we are working with Vite, right? So they know exactly where the index.html, where the index.html file will be. So we're basically just the first navigation. No, we're not going to any directory. So we are looking for HTML file, which is we are inside React.js, right? So inside of React.js, we're looking for this HTML file, right? So just a single dot does that and slash. So we get this file. And then we are also saying we want to go into the source folder and we are looking for every single file that ends with .js or .ts or .jsx or .tsx. So that's basically what we implemented in this command. Just in case your project directory is different, maybe maybe inside your source folder you have another folder, so you ensure to customize things the way it is in your project. But in this case, this is exactly what we have, right? So with I guess we are done with this compiler setup. We're not done yet. We're gonna add our media queries, right? So the next thing to do is to add this to our CSS file, right? So now we're going to scramble our app, right? Our app is going to have to break so we can be able to do all of this necessary installations and have the CSS working. So you don't have anything doing, you don't have much doing outside. If you go into the package.json file, of course, you're going to see our dependencies. Includes terminal, you're going to see our dependencies, our dev dependencies here, and of course, you're going to see our dependencies. Vite comes with ESLint. If you are a beginner working with ESLint, you might have some issues, but I'm going to show you guys how to short ESLint up and have a free space. ESLint is important. It helps you lint your code and helps you write better code. But then sometimes it just makes some needless kind of noise. So I'm going to show you guys how to shut it down and have it do only the necessary stuff. So this is basically how our project looks now. We've added Tailwind CSS to the mix, right? We've added Tailwind CSS to the mix. The next thing we're going to do now, we're going to set up our project folder, right? So this is the assets folder. This came with Vite, and then it contained this, right? One very important thing I want you guys to know as a best practice when you're building project, or don't delete files, right? Especially when you're working with a team, don't delete files. So the best thing to do is to create a trash folder. This is now the trash folder. Anything I'm not going to be needing, I push it in here because you might go and delete something in the project that is absolutely needed, and by that time it's already gone. You did shift delete, right? Okay, so you'll be in trouble. So just push them into the trash folder. So we don't need this reactjs.svg file. It goes into the trash folder. Then our assets folder is now empty. So we're going to go into the HTML client folder and we're going to copy the assets as well, right? So inside the assets folder, we have the images folder. So we just copy that folder as well. And then we close this and then we come into this assets folder and we paste. So we now have the images folder, and inside the images folder, we have two images, the delete icon, the icon for our delete, but that serves as our delete button. And then we have our file icon, right? We have our fab icon. So these are the two images we have inside of the assets folder. All right then. So now we want to get our CSS running. So the next thing we're going to do is, let me use my terminal in this case. Let me show you guys the different ways to do things. Let's clean up our terminal. Let's use clear to make it clean. And then I want to create a folder inside of still inside the React.js folder. I want to create a new folder. I want to call it styles, right? I want to call it styles. So I want to create this styles folder. So we now have the styles folder, right? Because I created a file. Sorry, to touch creates a file. Touch creates a file. So let me delete that file. I want to delete styles, right? Styles. So you're going to see I'm going to delete styles just using shell commands over here. So I wanted to create the folder, not the file. So mkdir styles, right? So you're going to see now it's going to come in as a folder. So now I've created the styles folder. Inside of the styles folder, I'm going to create, let's use VS Code this time. I'm going to create, let's call it global.css, or let's just call it main, let's call it globals.css, right? So it's a CSS file, styles files, a style file. So basically we don't need all of this, right? We don't need all of this, we don't need this as well. So as well, we select them and then get them into the trash folder, right? So we get them into the trash folder, and then this is how our project is looking at the moment, right? We have our assets folder, we have our styles folder. Oh gosh, we are missing something. Sorry, styles should be inside SRC, right? Everything should be inside SRC. Okay, trash can be outside, of course, but styles should be inside of SRC, right? It should be inside of our source folder. So this should be how our project should look. So assets and styles And then what else do we need? Okay, let's stop here for now. Let's get our CSS to work first. So this is the CSS file we're going to be using. Let's go over here and then let's copy all of this. This is our Tailwind CSS file, and then this is we need this inside of our Tailwind CSS file, right? So we copy this, and then we go into our Tailwind CSS file. We just paste them here, just paste them, and then that's all. We are barely going to be writing any CSS. That's what happens when you master Tailwind CSS very well. All right, guys. So the next thing we're going to do is, let's see what else do we have. We already have our app running. Then the next thing is to test our app if the WCS is already working, right? So we're done with setting up with the WCS installation. We're done from the website. So now we just need to ensure the WCS is already working inside of our app. All right, guys. So to do that, we have already pasted this. The next thing we're going to do is right, we have this setup, right? Good. So let's go in here as well. Uh let's copy our media queries, right? Let me close the terminal so you guys can get the space. Let's copy our media queries, right? So we copy this whole object, right? It's inside of theme. So we copy this whole object. Sorry, we're still here. Close this up, and then we come to config, right? We come to the config, and then inside of theme, just below extends, we paste the screens object, which is basically a media queries object. So here you can now customize your endpoints if they need be, and Tailwind CSS is going to respond magically, right? So whatever endpoint you add here, Tailwind CSS just responds, right? So we're not customizing, we're sticking with this, right? Right, we're sticking with this. We're not doing any customization. So I guess we're done from the config file. Did we save it? Yeah, it's saved. So we're done for now with this as well. So the next thing we're going to do is I'm coming app.js, main.js. Okay, we don't need to bother about this. We have installed our Tailwind CSS. We have brought the directives into our Tailwind CSS file. Now we want to go to the main.js file, and then we want to go to the main.js file and then link our styles we want to link it. So basically we are linking our style all in one place. So this is our index.css. We moved it to the trash folder. So now we want to import our own CSS which we created. So we're going to styles, right? We're going to styles, and then we pick our globals.css. What's the name? This is globals, right? So we pick our globals.css. So we have now linked our CSS file to our project, right? Then, so check this out. This is our main.js file, right? So this is where this is where the component stuff I talked about in React.js, right? Going back to the React.js website, I guess we closed it already. Going back to the React.js website, you're going to see the part of that, the parts, yeah, this part that talks about components, right? Check out the explanation. It says React lets you build user interfaces out of individual pieces. So like Lego blocks, you build the components and then you come and stack them together and then you keep building your website. That system is so amazing because it gives you some amazing superpowers, and one of which is the fact that you don't have to repeat yourself. So when you have a component built out, except if necessary, you don't need to repeat that component by copying and pasting. You just use only one single component and then you import, and then your interface comes alive. So I'm going to show you guys. No need for much talking. Let's go make it real. So this is the app. This is the app.js file. This app.jsx file, right? This app.jsx file is what we are catching inside of this place. So assuming there's another component, we can then bring in that component as well. We can say new component, right? Component. Okay. So same thing happens. Let's right, so basically this is how you keep stacking your components. You build them separately and then you keep stacking them and everything keeps going fine. All right, guys, so these are our main.js file and it has the app.js, the jsx component. See it here, you import the app, which is this function. You basically this is a default import, right? This is a default. You are importing a default exported component, right? So you can call it whatever you want. So whenever you have whether in JavaScript or in Node.js, whenever you export using the default keyword, you can call it whatever you wish. But if you export it as a named component, you have to kind of extract in form of an object, right? So you can call it whatever you call it, as long as you are importing this component, you can call it whatever you wish. So in this case, it is called app, right? Which makes a lot of sense so that it will resonate with the app.js file that it's coming from. All right, so it's called app.js, and then this is how you now call it as a component. So this is how it works. You just import and then you keep building. So guys, let's not talk much. I believe you guys will get to understand super better as we code along. Okay, so this is the main.js, the JSX file, and then it has the app coming into it. So the main.jsx file is the parent file, right? And then this app is basically going to contain every other thing. So the main.js is basically the mother of all. Okay, so this React dot strict mode, it's not necessary. It basically helps with with our development. It's basically redundant. It doesn't do anything in the production. Once you deploy your app to production, it basically doesn't have any function. But while in development mode, it helps with checking, and it helps you with some. I mean, basically helps you while you are still developing. But then when you deploy to production, it doesn't have an effect. So you can choose to delete it, or you can choose to leave it. It's don't worry, you're going to see the effect while we are coding. It's going to make, don't worry, when we get there, I'm going to explain. Right then, so this is basically me explaining the fact that our app.js is contained inside of our main.js, sorry, the JSX, right? And then every other component, every other part of our project is going to come inside of the app.js. So I guess we're done from this main.js, the JSX file. We're done indeed. Yeah, basically we're done. So what we're trying to do is we are trying to uh, ensure that our Tailwind CSS is working right now. Okay, so let me see if we can fix this ESLint error before we proceed. Right? What's the error? It says React. Okay, no target blank. So I guess what it wants us to do is easy using target blank without no referrer implies a security risk, right? So it's saying we have a potential security risk. So to fix it, we basically add this, right? So that's an easy fix. So let's proceed and let's get it fixed. We paste it, and then ESLint will stop crying out like a baby. All right then. So errors are gone. Okay, if there is need for us to shut down any error, I'm going to show you guys how to do that inside of the ESLint rc whatever file. So now our app is looking good, but then we're going to remove everything about this, right? We're going to remove everything about this, and then we're basically just going to call, let's just call a div here, and then inside of our div, I want to call a hello, or let's just call some lorem text, right? Let's call lorem. I'm going to explain just in case you guys don't understand. Let's call some lorem text. Okay, so we don't need this anymore, and delete this. We don't need this because yeah, we don't need this as well. We basically don't need this as well, right? So this is our app. This is what we want currently. So we are basically trying to test is Tailwind CSS working already. So to prove that, we're going to add some classes, right? So React is a class name. Don't worry, I'm going to explain that. React.js is not class, it's class name. So let's say text blue 500, and then on the line, right? So this basically is an extension I have. You know, Tailwind CSS. Tailwind CSS is basically a utility framework. Is basically a utility CSS framework, utility classes based CSS framework. So your HTML project or JSX can just get so bulky with utility classes. So this helps you kind of make them very limited, right? It's basically an extension. If you want to check out the extension, let's go to extensions. Is I'm coming. What's the name? What's that extension? Don't worry, you're gonna see it in just a bit. Yeah, inline fold. So this is the extension. You can install it if you want this effect, right? So probably I have to turn it off for this development build. Then probably before you deploy to production, maybe when we're done with building our interface, we are focused on logic. We can then enable it. So I've disabled it. It's saying we need a reload, but I think we should ignore that. Okay, let's go ahead and hit and get the page reload. Okay, so we are inside of our app.js or our app.jsx file now, and then you can see text blue 500, and then on the line. I don't know. It seems that the WinCSS is not working already. Let's go and prove it. Let's go back to our app, our project here. I think it's not working yet. Right, our Tailwind CSS is not working already. If you hover on any Tailwind CSS class, you get to see this effect, right? You get to see the what you get to see what that class does. You get to see what it consists of, right? So text below 500, this effect, right? This effect, I guess, is coming from the extension which is called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, right? So go again to extensions, you install Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Let's search for IntelliSense, right? So you search for the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Here it is. This is the extension Tailwind CSS. In this one, you install it, and then I guess that is what brings this effect, right? So when you hover on a Tailwind class, it helps you understand what that class does. So our Tailwind CSS classes have been added. Let's just hope everything works fine. Let's go back to our app over here. Our classes seem not to be responding already. We had our React.js app running before we installed Tailwind CSS. So now that we've installed Tailwind CSS, it seems not to be showing it seems not to be kind of accepting the installation. It seems not to be acknowledging the installation yet. So basically, we stop the app, Control C, it stops the terminal, stops whatever process, and then I cleaned up. Now let's run our app again, npm run dev, and this time our Tailwind CSS classes should be working inside of our app. All right then. So basically, if our class successfully, if our Tailwind CSS classes successfully gets to work, we now know that we have successfully made the Tailwind CSS installation. So let's go back and then let's wait. Our app is currently reloading. Excuse me, guys. So you can see the Tailwind CSS class has been affected, right? It has been affected. Even the font got to change, right? And then we had this padding and margin by the side. I guess it's padding. Is it padding or margin? The defaults that come with HTML, right? We got it gone. All right. So and then we have our classes which we added. So this confirms to us that our Tailwind CSS file is certainly working. So this is how you add Tailwind CSS to a React.js project. Next.js is very similar, right? Next.js is very similar. So guys, our Tailwind CSS is now perfectly added to our project. Okay. So this is our app.js file. And then, like I said earlier, every other thing stays inside of our app.js file, app.jsx file. All right, then. So now we are dealing with JSX. Where does JSX come from? JSX simply stands for JavaScript XML, right? JavaScript XML is basically the syntax, the way React does its own HTML, the way the format it uses to present HTML. That is what is called JSX. So as you can see here, React.js is basically HTML, right? So that is the beauty of this tutorial. I'm showing you guys the progression. I'm showing you guys how it progresses beautifully. So React.js is basically HTML, right? But then there are some differences, okay? And that is where JSX is JSX, right? That is where it's unique. So coming to the class, this is the first difference you'll notice. In HTML, it's just class, right? But in React.js, it is not class, it is class name. Can you see that? So in React.js, it is class name, not class. So that's the first thing you should note, the first difference that you should note between React.js and HTML, right? So this is us. We have successfully implemented our app setup, and then we've added Tailwind CSS to our app setup. Good. So now we're going to add one more folder. We're going to add the pages folder, which we hold our pages, right? Add the pages folder, and we're also going to have the components folder, which we hold our components, right? So we have the assets folder, the components folder, the pages folder, and then we have the styles folder. So no, we're not creating it inside the pages folder. We're creating it inside of our search folder. So we have components, right? So this is where we're going to have our components, and you guys are going to see how beautiful React.js is. Okay. Sorry, guys. So we're going to the pages folder. We have a folder here. We don't need this. Yeah, we don't need this. Oh gosh, it's gone completely. All right, it's fine. Let's just create another one. Pages, right? Good. All right, guys. Inside of pages, going back to our project, right? Going back to the demos. Let's use the React version, which is faster because it's a single page application, right? So I think we can close this now. Okay, let's just leave it. So we have three pages. We have the add profile page. We have the add profile page, right? We have the edit profile page, which is the dynamic page, right? Let me go back. Our data is kind of taking time. All right, then we saw it earlier. I demonstrated it to you guys, right? We have three pages: the add profile page, we have the edit profile page, which is a dynamic page. I'm going to show you guys how to do that in React, and then we have the landing page, of course. So we have three pages. We're now going to create our pages inside of here, right? Inside of the pages folder, we're going to create our pages. So we're going to say is a file. So remember, we're using JSX in React. If you bootstrapped your React app with Create React app, you can use JS alternatively. I don't know if that has changed, but with Vite, it has to be JSX, right? So you just have to use JSX. So let's create our pages. All our pages, all our components, we create them with uppercase. The first letter is uppercase and everything else stays more like camel case. And this is not camel case though, but it looks like camel case. So we need the home page, right? So we call it home.jsx. And then we also need the add profile page. We call it add profile.jsx, right? We also need the update profile. So we call it update profile, update profile.jsx. Right, so this we have our pages all set. All right, then we have our pages, and then we're not talking about components for now. Let's just keep components aside. So coming into let's start from the home page. From the home page, how do you get your React app started? Your React app is basically a function, right? A React component rather. The React component is basically a function, and then the content of the function which you return becomes the content of the component, right? So you don't need to always write that from scratch. There is an amazing extension that helps us do that. So when you just type out some shortcuts, it gives you some kind of, you can see the boilerplate is showing here. So we hit and then we get this boilerplate. So when we save, we have this. But basically, we don't need to install React, right? We don't need to import this line, right? So we can remove this. So like this, like so, we are okay. So this is our home component and it's showing us home, right? So like I said, whatever you return becomes the content. So this is just GSX for you, right? So let's as well go to the add profile page. Let me show you guys the extension. I think is ES6, ES7, whatever. Right, let's type out to find the extension. Let's just type out the RFCE first. Okay, ES6, ES7 plus React Redux. Right, so this is how to find it. So you kind of invoking what the extension does, indicated what the name of the extension is, right? So yes, ES7 plus React Redux, whatever. So let's copy out the name and then let's paste it here, right? So you can see I have it installed, right? So this is the extension EX7 plus whatever, and then it is this extension that helps you with those shortcuts that we get. So just install the extension and you'll be good to go. So when you type RFCA, it gives you this boilerplate, and then you hit enter, then you get this, and as usual, you take this off. So you save. It it basically resembles how you named your component, right? And then finally we do the same thing here. So we go with RFCE once again, and then we hit a tab key or enter, and then we save. We don't need this either, so we save. So guys, we have successfully created our pages. Our pages are also components, right? I've explained this to you guys, right? React deals with components. You build them in bits, and then you now import them and then stack them together. So we've successfully created our pages. Now we want to talk about routing, right? So let's talk about routing in a React.js application, right? In a React.js application, how do you perform routing, right? So like I said, it's a single page application. So basically, you just click on a page, and then that page, which is a component, gets mounted, the other gets unmounted. You want to go to this get mounted, the current one gets unmounted. So that's basically how it works. But then what mechanism handles that under the hood, right? When you go to Next.js has routing automatically. But I mean, by default, Next.js has automatic file-based routing, so we don't need to do any of these installations when it comes to Next.js. When it comes to React.js, we need to do our file-based routing. We need to set up, not necessarily. I don't know if I'm correct by calling it file-based, but in React.js, we basically need to set up our routing ourselves, right? So to set up that routing, React does not give you a React is basically not a framework, right? That's why it's called a library. If you go to the website, it's a library. So it gives you the main stuff for building user interfaces, and then anything else that you need, you go bring into the mix yourself. So there, the package we are going to use for our routing is called React Router. So this is the React Router website. But we are basically not, we basically don't have anything to do on the React Router website. We just need just a simple command to help us install React Router. So we're going to go out of the website. We're going to go to the npm, to the React Router page on npm, and then we get the simple command, and then we install React Router. So this is just the command we need. We copy it as well, and then we go to VS Code, and then we install React Router. So let's go back to our terminal. Let's clean up our terminal once again, and then we paste the command, right? Just paste it, and then it installs React Router for you. Remember, you have to be inside of a React.js folder. Okay, so now let's get React Router installed. All right, guys. So that is it. React Router DOM. We have successfully installed the package for our routing. So now let's go to our app.jsx file. It is inside of our app.jsx file that we are going to perform our routing. We are basically going to import all our pages into this file, and then we're now going to tell this file whenever we try a navigation to that page, this is what it should do for us. So basically, it is inside of this file that we set up routing, and then it is inside of this file that the brain. I mean, this is basically the brain of our app. So it is this file that handles routing. React Router is what handles routing, but it is inside of this file that we're going to implement that. So when we attempt navigating to this page, React Router takes us there, to that page takes us there, and that is how it's going to be. So inside of the pages file as well, we're now going to import components. So you guys are going to see how beautifully React works. Right, so now we're going to set up our routing. So we have successfully installed the routing package. We've installed React Router DOM is inside of our package.json, right? It's inside of our package.json. So let's go back to our app.js, JSX rather. Remember, our app.jsx is inside of main, which is the main file, right? Which contains everything we're going to be using, right? All right, guys. Coming to the index.html file, you can see this is the main.jsx file, right? The main.jsx file, that is the file coming in. So this is basically the center of our app, right? This is basically the center of our app. And just like I told you guys, everything is happening right inside of the single HTML file. And then to further break it down, everything is happening inside of this single div with ID of root. So React is just fascinating as a single page application. So you can see this is the entry point of our app, right? This is the basically, how do I put it? This is the main center of our app. Just like in our HTML project, we imported the JS files into the HTML pages, and then whenever we go to that page, that JS file gets invoked. The same way here, it happens whenever we come to this HTML page, which is basically the only page, right? This JSX file gets invoked, and then this JSX file basically contains our app, right? So this is how React.js works. So now we want to set up our routing. We're going to import some tools from React Router. Sorry, from React Router DOM. So we go with browser. So we need browser router, and then as well we need routes, right? And then we need route as well, right? So these are the three stuffs we need from React Router. Okay. So from React Router DOM, right? So now we're going to import our components so we can perform routing on them. Okay. We use that default export, right? We exported using the default keyword, so we call it whatever we want. But if you exported using named export, then you need to go like this, and then you call the exact name, not anything you want in that case. In this case, it is whatever we want it to be, right? So let's import the home page. We call it home, and then we are importing it from pages, right? Okay, good. It's here. Then we have imported our home component. Let's import our add profile component as well, right? So yeah, good. Then let's import our update profile as well, right? So let's import update profile. Okay, good. So we have all our three pages imported successfully. So now everything happens inside of the return, right? Of the return instance. So we're going to delete this. We already know our Tailwind CSS is working. Then the first thing we bring in is the browser router, right? So we bring in the browser router, and then inside of our browser router, bring in the browser router. Inside of our browser router, we bring in the routes, bring in the routes component, right? So inside of routes, we can now declare individual route as a page, right? So you remember we imported three stuffs from React Router DOM, browser router, routes, and route, right? So this is it. I have Code Whisperer installed, so it's helping us with code suggestions, which is making our work easier. So by this that just happened is the first implementation of our navigation of our routing, right? So this is how you perform a route. You install your browser router, you import your browser router, you call it your route, and then singular route, right? So now let's go. Route path. This single slash here simply means this should be our home component. So the moment you land on, the moment our project loads, this is the home page. That's just it, right? This is the home page. So this single slash is simply saying this should be the home page. So this component should be the home page component, like I explained, right? The SPA concept. So this single slash is simply saying this should be the home page. So the next thing, we're going to import another route. We're going to import another route, and then good, add profile page. But then we want it to be different. We don't need the slash actually. Uh, we don't need the slash. Let's go with add profile, right? So good. This is exactly what we want, add profile, and then we can just duplicate this, right? And then we call it update profile. Update profile. Then the next thing, this should be our update profile component, right? So we have successfully implemented our routing. Okay, so now we have the tree components coming inside of our app.jsx file, and then we have implemented routing successfully. So now we can do navigation inside of our app. So going back to the main.js, the JSX file, it has the whole of app inside of here. So basically our build is going fine. Let's go back to our browser and check out what we have there. This is it, and then just exactly like I explained to you guys, the home component is now the landing page. I guess I stressed it enough, right? So coming back here, you can see the one with the forward slash serves as the landing page, which is a home component. And then what is the content of the home component? You can see just home. So this is how beautiful routing is inside of React. Okay, so now we want to go to the add profile page, right? So when I click forward slash, when I hit add profile, right, add profile, you guys are going to see what is going to happen. It's going to take us to the add profile page, right? Let's go back to the add profile component, add profile. You're going to see add profile, right? And then equally, when we go to the update profile page, you guys are going to see it's going to take us to the update profile component. So this is how you perform routing inside of React. And then, okay, so this is how you perform routing inside of React, and you have a single page application rendering different pages in the form of components. So React is cool, guys. React is cool. So let's go back to our code. Of course, we have successfully implemented routing. We have our pages. We have successfully implemented routing. So the next thing we're supposed to do uh, is to begin building our UI, right? Begin writing your JSX. You just write HTML, and from now going forward, all you just need to do is to write HTML, right? But then you take note of the differences and some other of the class name difference and some other differences that I'll be showing you guys, right? So basically, JSX is HTML, but then with those differences, right? So it is simply stupid of us to go building the user interface all afresh while we have already built our HTML inside of our previous HTML build, right? So you guys can see how the tutorial series is building together, showing you guys the advancement and progression of things in a beautiful way. So now we absolutely don't need to build our UI again. We simply go and copy out our HTML pages from the HTML build, and then we come and implement the changes that are necessary to make it React friendly, right? So let's go first of all. Let's be careful. Let's start from the landing page, right? So you can see in React.js, we don't need this. We don't need all of these, right? We don't need all of these, and then also we don't need some of this. We basically are going to use some of them. We don't need this too. We don't need this too, right? But the other ones we're going to need, I'm going to show you guys how we're going to bring them in, right? So right about now, we just want to pack our HTML file, right? We just want to get only this. We don't even need the body element. We just need this, right? So this is how beautiful JSX is. So we close this out, and then we go to the home page. So it's basically the same thing as us starting to write our HTML, just like we did in the previous build. But in this case, we basically just copy since we already built it, and then we come and paste, right? So you guys can see this is awesome. This is how beautiful React.js works. So guys, let's try out the comment. You basically hold your control and your forward slash key, right? And then it comments this out for you. So this is how you make comments in JSX. So I'm basically showing you guys the differences already, right? So our classes are throwing errors here. There are a lot of classes. So how on earth do we handle this? So you basically select this, right? And then you hold your control key. I'm on Windows here. I think that should be the command key on Mac, right? So for comments, you hold control key and your forward slash, right? That's basically how it works. And then for classes, how to do this, how to change everything easily, you just select a single of the word you want to target, and then once you've selected that single, you can then select every other occurrence of that word, right? You just select class, 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 class. You select every occurrence of class. Okay, select every occurrence of class. This might cause us some issues. Probably there's a class somewhere that does something, and then we get to select that one as well. Okay, so when we do this, if we get to see a bug, then we fix it. But I don't think we're gonna have an issue here. So now we want to convert it, we want to add a name, right? So this is basically how it works. So you select every instance of that name, you just select a single one of it, right? And then you now keep hitting Control D until you get every single one of them selected. Once you get them selected, you can then delete them, and then you type out class names in full, or you just hit the direction key, go to the end, and then you add name at the end. So this is how I've successfully implemented the first change, which is to change our class names, right? So we have successfully changed our class names. Okay, guys, so this is what we have currently, right? We have successfully brought in the landing page, and then we have silenced out every error. So let's go back to our HTML build. Let's bring in the about page as well, and then let's bring in the add profile page, and then the update profile page as well. So the add profile page, same thing. We don't need the body component, we don't need the body tag, rather we just copy out this is basically all we need. And then we go back. Yeah, we're still here. We go back to our React.js build, right? So we go to the add profile page. That was the add profile component, right? Yeah. So as well, we remove this, and then we get to paste what we got, right? So now I've pasted it, and then we have some comments here, same way, control forward slash, and then control and forward slash. Do we have some other comments? We don't have some other comments. Okay, so let's handle our class names. Okay, we're getting some GSX, some extra noise here. Don't worry, we're going to fix all of this, right? So I guess those were errors we had in our HTML build, but a we never had a checker, we never had a linter or something to help us with that, right? So now we're going to ensure everything works just fine. First of all, let's fix our class difference, right? Let's select, just hold control, and then you D everything, just keep pressing Ctrl D until all your instance of class is selected, and now use the direction key, and then I've successfully changed all instance of class to class name, right? So then this is saying we don't have a corresponding closing tag. It's simple, we just add the forward slash here, and then the next as well we add the forward slash. I guess that was a typo error we had inside of our HTML build, but then we never had a cry out because HTML probably is just what it is. So we're missing a tag somewhere. Right, good. I can see this is where we have the bug, right? So that's where we have the bug. Good. So we have successfully implemented all of those typos. Can you see we had all of those typos inside of our HTML build, and our HTML build still worked just fine. So you can see how much React.js is insisting that we do things the perfect way. We never noticed those typos, right? We never had any linter or something to help us check for those typos, but yet our app worked just fine, right? So if you have time, you can go ahead and fix those issues inside of your HTML build, just like you saw me do, right? So we have fixed the class name difference. Now the next thing, like you guys can see, this is basically us choosing to build our UI all from scratch, right? But in this case, we're not going to use class, we're going to use class name. That's all, right? So it doesn't make sense for us to go building it from scratch. So now this is also where JSX is different. So for is crying out, is saying this is not what it's supposed to be. This is what it's supposed to be. So you use HTML4 instead of 4. So every instance of 4, you replace it with HTML4, right? So HTML and then 4, right? The error stops crying out, right? That is how it should be in JSX. So HTML4 that gets silenced as well, and then HTML4 again. This gets silenced as well, right? So one final one, I guess, HTML4. Yeah, I guess that is much of it, guys. So we've successfully handled all errors. Okay, we still have one error here. That error, I guess, is coming from ESLint. So it's basically telling us that we shouldn't use quotes inside of our text, right? It's saying we should use this escape characters, this whatever, I guess escape entities, or what are they called inside of HTML. So this is what it's saying we should use, right? We can go and fix it. This is I think this should be a right side code, right? I'm coming, we can just copy it out here. I think it's a right side code. So let's copy this. It's basically those entities in HTML. It wants us to use the entities, right? So I guess it has stopped crying, but that is outrageous to me, right? That is outrageous to me. So we're going to silence that error. We're going to leave it like this. We're going to silence that error. So how do you silence an error in ESLint? When ESLint is crying unnecessary, when you see that this demand is making is outrageous, it doesn't make sense. The next thing to do is for you to silence the error. So you copy out this you copy this out, right? You copy the error type out. Okay, you copy the error type out, and then you go to your ESLint, whether rc.json or rc. Whatever, and then inside of rules, right? You come over here, and then it's an object. Sorry, it's not in object format ideally, right? It looks like an object, but basically it's not an object. So you paste the error here, and then over here you give your colon, and then you add off inside of quotes as well. So you're basically saying, I want you to shut this error up for me. So going back to app.js JSX file, you're going to see the error has been silenced, right? So that's how to silence outrageous, needless rules inside of ESLint. We have successfully implemented that. Now we're going to go and copy our our update profile .jsx file. We're going to go copy it out and then come and implement all of these changes as well. So once we have copied out all our pages, we can now proceed with the build, and that will be super faster compared to the HTML build, right? So guys, I hope you guys are enjoying it. I hope you guys are loving it. Okay, let's proceed. Now let's go and let's get the update profile page set up. So we go into the HTML client, and then we copy the content of the update profile page. Remember, when using React.js, we don't need the body content. We don't need all of this other stuff. Of course, we're going to come back and pick some necessary stuffs. But then don't worry, I'm going to show you guys everything. So we've copied the content. You can close this up now. Let's go to the profile. Let's go to the update profile page, and then this way. Then we'll paste the content. Okay, we'll start by commenting this. Comment this as well, and then we target all our classes, right? Uh, target all our classes. Hold your Control and D, so all your classes get targeted. Then you move your arrow to, yep, then say name, right? So we've successfully implemented that. So over here we missed the closing tags, closing slashes, right? I wonder how we managed to miss that in the HTML file. Okay, so and displays as well. Let's use some other shortcuts. You hold your Alt key, and then you click, you get multi cursors, right? So you can now move and HTML4, right? So I get them all done at once. And then this, what was our error over here? Okay, we had a closing slash here, right? We had some typos in the HTML file and we never noticed them, right? So that's one beautiful aspect of modern programming. Hopefully next time we're going to use linter even in our HTML file. I guess we'll do that next time, so we can be able to catch those kind of bugs. So like I said earlier, you can go ahead and correct those typos just like you've seen me correct them, right? So now we've successfully implemented these 3 pages, and then we have their contents coming. So let's go back to our app and let's explore all the pages and see what we have. You can see this is just awesome, right? So everything is intact. It's just HTML, right? It's just HTML, just some differences. So this is the add profile page, this is the update profile page, right? the update profile page is here to show up, right? It's here. So this is the add profile page, and then we can go to the landing page, I suppose. Let me remove this, right? We should be at the landing page in just a moment. Uh, right, the landing page seems not to be showing. Let's go here. Right, so I've saved. I don't know why isn't it showing. Let me refresh. Okay, our landing page seems not to be showing. Let me go fix that bug. All right, guys. I found our bug. Our bug was coming from the style, this inline styling we had over here, right? So this was where our bug was coming from. That was why the landing page was not displaying. All right. So this leads us to this part where I want to explain how inline styling should work inside of React.js, right? So inline styling is different. So if we leave our style like that, I'm coming, let me go back and save. If I save, you're going to see our page is going to go, and then we're going to have this error, right? And then you can see this second error over here is complaining about the style. So in React.js, styling, inline styling is done differently, right? So if you want to handle inline styling in React, it's basically an object, right? Inline styling in React is basically an object. So for you to do it, you first of all need to, okay, so when working with React, right, you know you're working inside of a JSX, which is basically HTML. So you might need to perform some JavaScript functions inside of JSX. So how do you do that? First of all, you need to go into what I call JavaScript land. You need to go into JavaScript land before you can now be able to implement that JavaScript functionality that you wish to implement, right? So how do we implement styling? To go into JavaScript land, you simply add curlies, right? Simply add curlies, and then now we have entered JavaScript land. So we have entered JavaScript land now, right? We now bring in an object. Okay, so we now bring in an object, right? So first of all, to enter JavaScript land, you needed the first set of calls, and then to provide an inline style, you need to make it an object. So to make it an object, now we have made it an object. So we won't use a string again, right? We just go ahead and then we call uh background color, right? Styling, inline styling in Tailwind CSS is camel cased, right? So it's now going to be like this background color, then like just like normal object. We're now going to, just like a Kobe's price already showing us, this is going to be the object and this is going to be the value, right? So we now remove all of we simply add this into a string, right? So we simply add this into a string. So we take this off and then we come over here and that does it, right? So that does it. You see the error is gone. So this is how you use inline styling inside of React.js. So the property you want to set becomes camel case if it is multi-worded, and then the value is added inside of a string. So this is how you do inline styling in React.js. Let me recap. First of all, I explained the fact that when working with React.js, you might want to perform some JavaScript functions. So to perform any JavaScript function, you guys are going to see more of that. To perform any JavaScript function, you first of all go into JavaScript land, right? First set of callings, and then that should be enough, right? That should be enough. But we are trying to bring in inline styling, and inline styling is basically an object. So then you bring your extra callings, meaning this is an object, right? And then the property, if it's multi-worded, is camel case, and then the value stays inside of a string, just like this. So I've showed you guys one more difference. So guys, we're making progress. Our HTML page is looking good. So let me reload. I think these errors should be gone, right? I think these errors should be gone. So now the errors are gone. The next thing we are going to do is we're going to try to, okay, let's leave the console open. So just in case of our errors, we're now going to bring in Google Fonts, right? Remember in the HTML project, we use Google Fonts. In this project as well, we're going to bring in Google Fonts. So to bring in Google Fonts, this is the beauty of React. In the HTML build, we needed to add the Google Fonts link to each and every page, right? So in this page, we added the Google fonts. In the update profile page, we added, so basically in every page we added it. But in this case of React, using with the setting that Vite gave us, we just copy Google fonts link and then we paste it only inside of one place, which is the index.html file. Right? I told you guys this is the entry point, this is where everything about our app is happening. So come over here We're not going to need the title in this case, right? Because each page, each component will now have their own title. I'm going to show you guys how to add the title for each page. So first of all, let's get done with Google Fonts. So I've added Google Fonts into the mix here. Then let's go as well into our CSS and add the custom classes we give. Excuse me, guys. Let's go and add the custom classes we give our fonts in the HTML build. So in case you are lost with anything, just check out the previous videos. Check out the HTML build. I made two videos on that, the main build, and then we had another video where I fixed the bug. So check out those two videos. You get to learn about. I mean, you get to understand everything we're doing here. All right then. So uh as usual, the link to the complete series, right? The link to the complete series as it is at the moment is going to be in the description of this video. So check out the description, get the link, explore the series, check out the HTML build, and learn everything that we're currently doing here. Right, so we have added Google Fonts here. We now want to go back to the HTML build, right? We want to go back to the HTML build, and then inside of our CSS, we don't know, not the dist, the source. We're going to copy. Yeah, we don't need this. Tailwind CSS did it for us basically, right? Automatically came with Tailwind CSS, but we can still add it, right? Just to be safe. So basically, I want this class we customize for the fonts. So we copy it. As you can see how awesome Tailwind CSS is. In the HTML build, we didn't write a single piece of CSS, just probably inline styles. I guess only one spot, I can't remember, but we didn't write any single custom CSS class apart from these guys here, right? Sorry, guys. So guys, this is how awesome doing CSS is, and this is how beautiful it is when you get to become good at it. You barely write CSS. Right guys, so let's copy this out, and then I guess okay, let's copy this out. Let's go back to the HTML page of sorry, to our CSS file, of course, and then we're going to paste it as well so that those classes can have effect inside of our React.js build. So we have done two things. We have added Google Fonts to our build. We've also copied our CSS classes, right, so that our fonts can show up. And then the next thing we're going to do, we're going to go back to the HTML build again. We're going to get our fav icon. If you check out the current fav icon, sorry, let's go back to the build. You check out the fav icon. It's just a fav icon that is coming from Vite, right? But we don't want the fav icon that Vite is giving us. We want our own fav icon, right? So let's go back to any of the HTML pages, right? Of course, and then let's get the fav icon. So the repetition is already being removed. It's even going to be more beautiful when we begin to build components, right, guys? So let's copy the fav icon. We don't need styles, right? We don't need styles because we already added our styles the way we did it. Then we don't need the title as well. So I guess we are almost done from here. So you guys can see how beautiful, I mean, you guys can see how beautiful everything progresses. The progression is what I want you guys to really see, how it advances from HTML and how things are different in React. We're even going to see how more different things will be inside of Next.js. So let's go to the index.html file, and then over here we're going to paste this is Google Fonts, right? So the next thing is our fav icon. Anywhere can work, but let's have it above Google Fonts. So I guess it's the same routing. Let me see if the routing is correct. We want to go into assets. Yeah, it's correct because our index file is equally outside. So we go into assets, right? I'm coming. Let me check this out. I'm coming. Okay, yeah, it's the same. Should we have our trash inside of source? No, it's okay. Let our trash be outside of source, right? So our index file is different, right? Our routing is different. So our index file has to go into source first. So from here, we say we first of all do src, right? And then we get the assets folder. After entering src, we get assets, and then inside of assets we now locate the image, and then we get our fav icon. So that is it. Our fav icon should be different now. Let's go to the browser. I guess it should be different now. You guys can see that's awesome. Our fav icon is different. So let's move our build to this part, and let's leave the demo pages by this side so we can really be sure of the difference. So these are build. So we've added the fav icon, and as you guys can see, our Google Fonts is already active, right? This is awesome. We're making good progress. So we've added Google Fonts to the mix. We've added our fav icon. I guess we are now ready to build, right? So this is our pages. Let's go back to our pages. We have done some necessary housekeeping. Let me close this up a little so we can get more space. All right, so this is our pages file, right? So we have the add profile component. Like I told you guys, your page, your components are basically functions, right? So even the pages are components, right? Even the pages are components. That's basically what React does: mounting, unmounting, and then all of just basically mounting and unmounting, right? So even your pages are components. So a component in React is basically a function. This is normal regular function syntax in JavaScript, and then the content of your return, the content you are returning becomes the content of the page. All right, guys, we are making good progress. So let's go back to our demo and let's try out our navigation. Don't worry, I'm going to show you guys how to add links. So add profile. Let's go to the add profile page. It's right there. Let's go to the update profile page as well. Let's be sure all our pages are working. All right, it's right here. You can see Google Fonts is also working. Let's check out the add profile page. Google Fonts works just fine. So our project we're moving just fine, right? So this is basically the content of the card wrapper for now, right? Just this loading state this loading state element, right? So let's go back, and now this is where we really start enjoying React.js. So if you remember inside of our HTML build, a very practical example is the modal, right? The pop-up modal. The pop-up modal is repeated inside of the update profile page, right? That modal that pops up whenever you try to create let's go to the demo build. Let me show you guys. All right, so let's try to edit the profile, right? That'll be faster. All right, guys. So our data has loaded. Let's just add a little piece of text here. Let's say updated, and then I hit. You can see this modal. So this modal was repeated in the HTML version. We repeated it for the about page. We also repeated it for the we also repeated it for the we repeated it for the add profile page. We also repeated it for the update profile page. So that was a repetition. But in React.js, we don't need to make that repetition. We simply create that as a component in one place, then we call into the various build as we wish, right? So that is basically how components work in React.js. Don't worry, you guys are going to see how we're going to break things down. So the next line of action is that we're going to create our components now, right? We're going to create our components now. All right. In this build, I don't really want us to go so much I don't really want us to take much time trying to do everything in detail. You guys can go ahead and play around and do that extra breakdown, right? From what I'll be showing you guys, go ahead, take it as an assignment and do the extra breakdown. Break things down into components. The more split your project, create more components and play around, right? That would be a great way for you guys to really master what we'll be doing in this live build. So we are not going to create components with the we're not going to create components with the modal pop-ups, right? But I'm going to show you guys how component creation works. So you guys can, like I said, can break things down and then create more components and practice and get to master what we did inside of this live build. So let's go back here now. We're going to create components. We're going to create components, and I'm now going to show you guys how component works inside of React. I already explained it. You basically write it in one place and then you call whenever you wish, right? So let's go back to our code base and then let's create some components. So first of all, we're going to create a navbar component, right? The navbar only shows up in the landing page, okay? But it doesn't make a difference. We basically want our app to be split into components. So assuming the navbar, assuming the navbar repeats inside each of the pages, I'm going to show you guys how you guys can call it inside each of the pages, and it's going to work just perfectly. So now let's go and create some components. So just like your pages, you name your components the same way. Every word in the naming starts with an uppercase. So let's create, we're going to create 4 components. Number one, we're going to have the navbar component, right? The navbar component, JSX, of course. Next, we're going to have the profile card component, right? This is where we're going to bring our card. Don't worry, we're going to bring our card. Sorry, guys. We're going to bring our card from the JavaScript page, right? From the main.js file. We're going to go and copy our card out from that place. And I'm going to show you guys how dynamic duplication of content works in React. It works differently from the way it works in vanilla JavaScript. All right, guys. So this is how we did it in vanilla JavaScript, right? But it's basically different. You do it differently inside of React. So I'm going to show you guys how to do it differently inside of React.js. So let's close this folder once again. Let's go. This is our navbar component, and then our profile card component is where we're going to bring our card component and put, right? You guys are going to see how awesome React.js is. So the next thing we're going to do is profile card. Then we're going to also create a profile card wrapper component. We're going to call it profile card wrapper, right? Profile card wrapper component. You guys are going to see how everything is going to play out. JSX profile card wrapper. We need an S here. Profile card wrapper.jsx. So that is our fourth component. Then we're going to have one more component, and we're going to call this component update profile parent, right? Update profile page parent. Update profile page. Let's call it wrapper. Update profile page wrapper. So this is us already setting the ground for our dynamic page, right? The update profile page is a dynamic page, so we need a wrapper around it so that we can have the initial route, and then we can now have the dynamic page routes. Don't worry, you guys are going to see how everything is going to play out, right? So these are the four components we're going to be having. Like I said, you guys can go ahead, split things down. You guys are going to learn prop drilling. So in this build, we're basically going to build with prop drilling. I'm going to make another video, and in that video, we're going to build with not with prop drilling. We're going to build with context API. I'm going to show you guys awesome stuff, right? So update profile wrapper. This is our update profile wrapper component. It's for the dynamism of the update profile page. So we've done that. Let's go back to our landing page now. Let's copy out the whole of the navbar. So this is our modal overlay. I close this. All right, guys. So I close the modal overlay. Now we're going to copy the navbar component, right? We're going to copy it out and we'll make it into a component. So I cut this out, right? Now I've saved it. Let's go back to our page, and you guys are going to see the navbar is gone. Wow. All right, then it should be gone indeed. So let's go to this component, and as usual, we use our IFCE. We get the boilerplate, the component kind. Should I call it the boilerplate? So we get this basic layout of a component, and then we paste our navbar here. So we save. I've saved our navbar now. So let's now go back to I've saved the navbar. Let's go back to the landing page, and now let's import a navbar. This is where React, the beauty of React, gets started, right? So let's import the navbar. So I want to import navbar as a component, right? I call it navbar, right? Our we have a VS Code has some intelligence, so it's already suggesting, is this what you want? Yeah, that's what we want. So I've imported navbar, and then over here where we copied the navbar from, right? I'm now going to bring in the navbar component. Okay, so I'm going to bring the navbar component. So this is how you call components inside of React. So I've basically brought in this navbar component into my homepage, right? Let's go back to our build. You can see just like that, the navbar is back. So the beauty of components is now, unlike in HTML, if I want to add this navbar to all the pages, I have to write all the navbar code on each of the page, right? But in React.js, it's different. I can just go ahead, and inside each of the pages, I'm going to remove it, but don't worry, let's just play around. Inside each of the pages, I'm going to now add the navbar component, right? So let's import as well, right? I want navbar from, right, from, okay, we have, navbar, yeah, good, correct, right? So, I'm just trying to mock it. Let me add the navbar here, right? Sorry. So this is the navbar component. I added it to the add profile page. Let me go ahead and add it to the update profile page so you guys can see how awesome React.js is. I'm going to delete it, but I'm just introducing you guys to components, right? So import the navbar again, right? So we want navbar, and then let's add navbar here, right? So this is just awesome. Once I save and I go and navigate to those pages, you guys will see it's going to be right there. So add profile, you're going to see the navbar is going to be on the add profile page. You see, it's there. It's because of where we placed it, right? It's because of where we placed it. The content is kind of slim. Let's go and do some. Let's go and update it. Let me show you guys something. So basically in React.js, when you are building in React.js, everything should stay inside one div, right? Sorry, not necessarily a div, inside one element. So everything must be wrapped inside of an element. So that basically means you can't come down here and then add a div, right? React is going to throw an error. You just can't do that, right? React is going to throw an error. You can see it's going to throw an error. JSX expression must have one parent element. So everything must be wrapped inside of one element. So if you now want to wrap, if probably you don't want to duplicate elements, or the use case just demands you don't use an element, you can simply use this empty tags here, right? Just empty tags, no tag name, just the basis and as if you want to call it tag. And okay, sorry, I missed this. I missed a closing tag here. So this is it, and it is going to work just fine. All right, this is the permit me to say the easiest way to implement this. Right. So now we can remove this div. We can remove this div and come over here, and we can move our navbar so that our navbar will be in the same line with the main wrapper, which is the parent of the page, right? So let me show you guys another shortcut. Hold your control key, your shift key, and then you can move your code lines up and down, right? So hold your control and shift key, and then you can move up and down. So we've moved our navbar up. You guys are going to see how our navbar is going to show on this page now. So this is the add profile page. I guess that was the update profile, so it's not going to show yet. Let's go back and implement the same thing inside of update profile. So come over here, we'll bring in uh, our empty element, right? So we move this inside of it, and then we open this up and we take our navbar out as well, right? So guys, this is just awesome. Now let's go back. You guys are going to see how it shows, right? This is just awesome. Go back to the update profile page. The landing page is there, so the ad profile page is there. Okay, I'm coming, let me check the ad profile page. Haven't we implemented it? We have implemented it. I'm coming, let me refresh. All right, it's there already, right? So the ad profile page is there. You go to the landing page, the nav bar is there. You go to the ad the gosh, I'm coming. Let me try to locate the update profile manually. Right, so you go to the update profile page. The about page is also there. Don't mind our browser that is kind of reloading. It's basically our app that is running, right? It's basically more like running afresh to update our changes. Okay, but once you upload, there won't be that reload. Once you deploy to production, there won't be that reload. React is a single page application JavaScript library. So now we're done, guys. We're done with I'm done with introducing you guys to components. So henceforth we can move faster. We don't need this. I just put them in to demonstrate that to you guys. We don't need this as well, right? It was just to demonstrate to teach you guys something, right? So a component is okay like this. I take this out as well, right? I take this out as well. Take this out as well. All right, guys, so we're done removing all of the stuff. So we want a navbar inside of only the landing page. So we're done with the navbar component. Probably we need to go back to it, but for now we're done. So the next component we're going to handle is the profile. Let's go and get our profile card from the main.js JavaScript file, right? So basically that is our profile card. Let's go there and get it. Main scripts, main.js, right? So we want to now copy this card out, right? We want to copy this card out. Yeah, let's copy everything with the return statement, right? Is the return statement basically contains our card, right? So let's copy everything I've copied. Now let's go back to a profile card component. Let's close this so we can have space. So profile card, and then of course RFCE, good. And then over here, I'm going to copyright and paste. Remember, we need to add braces, not a backticks in this case. In vanilla JavaScript, we needed backticks, but in this case, we need curlies, right? So we need curlies in this case. We're having an error. Uh, where's the error coming from? All right, let's be careful, right? Let's be careful. Let's go and do it carefully. So you guys need to be careful when building projects like this where you have to copy, right? So let's copy carefully. Let me copy this out. Okay, let's still copy with the return statement, right? Let's copy with the return statement. Let's go back to a navbar. No, not navbar, sorry, profile card, IFC, of course. And then we get that. And then over here, let's paste everything. And then after we paste everything, we get to remove this. And then as well, we get to remove this, right? So let's see if we still have that error, then we know we have to fix it. Right, then we still have the error. So let's begin to implement our React.js changes, right? So we select all our classes, hold your control and you press D, it gets all the class names selected. You need to be careful when doing this, right? So when you do something like this, you have to check in case there's a bug, there's an error somewhere. So we switch this to class names. So we've done that. We still have an error, right? This is one error over here. It's telling us there's no closing, so we close this, a forward slash. That error is gone. Okay, so basically our error is gone, but ESLint is still crying. Let's ignore ESLint for now, right? So I save this. Let's go back. Okay, good. So we now have our profile card component. Let's replace this guys for now. Let's just add alphabets. Let's say letter A, and then full name. Let's just add a dummy name. Let's say dummy developer dummy developer about, let's go get some learning text, right? Let's go get some learning text from one of these demos. Copy this, okay, and then we come over here, we paste. It should be our about, and then finally our email. Okay, email and website. Let's just say hello email hello email at email.com, right guys? Then website, let's just say hello.com, right? So this is our HTML, sorry, this is our profile card component for now, right? So I'm going to show you guys how everything works. So let's go back to the landing page, right? So scrape this all off. We go back to the landing page. So now I'm going to import the profile card component into our landing page, right? So that we can see how our card will look. Meanwhile, I'm going to hide this, right? I'm going to comment this out, and then I'm going to import our profile card into the landing page so that you guys can see how things are going, so that you guys can see how things will look, how different things will look, right? So let's go. I'm coming. How do I do this? Okay, simple, right? Simple. Uh, let's start typing over here. I think, what do I want? I want profile card wrapper. Yeah, profile card, right? The import will happen automatically. So once I start typing, the import automatically comes in for me. All I need to do is just to complete this, and then it's fine. So I've imported my profile card. Let's go check out what we have in our build. You guys can see this is what we have. We don't have our delete profile icon, so let's go bring it into the mix, right? Profile card. I'm coming. Where is it? Delete profile icon is here. All right. So let's look for the image. Right. Let's look for the image. It is right now. It says very good. Let me explain how adding images work inside of React. Right. So using images inside of React work differently. You need to import your images as well. So you use the import keyword and then you call your image. You give it a name. So let's call it delete profile icon, right? So from, you now import the image, right? From I'm going out of components, and then I want to enter assets, and then inside assets I want to enter images, and then inside of images I want to pick delete icon.png, right? So you add everything with the extension delete icon.png. Very good. So delete profile icon, I've imported it. So now this part that has an image, I can then go ahead and just call it like this, right? I'm going back to JavaScript land, remember, with the callies, and then I'll add delete profile icon, right? So our image is going to be there. Let's go back to our card component and we'll check it out. So you guys can see our image is there. So that's how you add images inside of React. So you guys can see how beautifully we are progressing. Let's go now and duplicate our card component. You guys will see that our grid system works just fine. Let's go back to our home page, right? Let's duplicate this. To duplicate, you hold your control and shift, and then you use your D. It duplicates for you. Let's get 5, right? So let me save, and let's go back. You guys will see our grid system works just as perfectly as it worked inside of the other build. So we are making awesome progress, and I'm loving this, right? So guys, we're making awesome progress, and I'm loving it. So we're now sure that our grid system is working, right? So our grid system is working. Now we want to further split our homepage. So what are we going to do? We don't need this ID, do we? We don't need the ID. We can remove this, right? We don't need the ID. I'm going to show you guys how things work inside of React. So this is our card wrapper, and we created a component for our card wrapper, right? So we can basically copy this out as well. We cut it out. We go into our card wrapper, and then of course IFCE, It didn't work this time, right? Okay, good. It's here. Then inside of here, we paste the whole component, right? It doesn't recognize profile card because we haven't imported profile card yet. So let's import profile card, right? Yeah, profile card from here. So we have imported profile card, right? So I've imported profile card and it should work just fine. So let's go back to the home page now, and then inside of the home page, let's import inside of the home page, let's import a profile card wrapper now, right? So we don't need this now. We need profile card wrapper instead because I've already added it to the profile card wrapper component. So we go with profile card wrapper over here, paste, and then below our nav bar, we'll have our profile card wrapper, right? Profile card wrapper is this, all right? So I save and then we have it. So going back, you're going to see it's still going to work just fine. I'm coming, let me reload. It's not working. Let's go on debug. All right, guys, our profile card wrapper component is not showing. So when you have issues like this, you check for errors. Let's see, we have error, of course. Let's check our error. It says profile card wrapper is using incorrect casing. Use cast case for React components or lowercase for HTML elements. Let's go back and check it out. Uh-oh, our bad, right? Good. It needs to be that was our bad, right? So whenever you have an issue, you just go check out your console, check out your console, and then so I guess now if we refresh, the errors should be gone. Right, good. So our profile card wrapper component is working just fine. We can go inside the profile cards wrapper component and then we can equally duplicate our profile cards and it's going to work absolutely just fine. Right. So everything is going well for us, guys. Everything is going well. Thanks to you guys for sticking around. Okay, so we have basically gotten our profile card wrapper, right? We've gotten our profile card wrapper. All right, guys, we've gotten our profile card wrapper component and it's working just fine. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go into back to the pages and we're going to do some further housekeeping. Let's go back into our pages. Let's start from the home page. Let's do some more housekeeping, right? So let's go back to the home page. So inside of our home page, I want us to set the title of our page, right? So let's set the title of our page. How do you set the title of a page in React.js? Okay, so let's go. No. To set the title of a page, there are different ways you can do it, right? But I want us to use the use effect hook in this case. Hopefully, in another tutorial, we might use a different method. So in this case, I'm going to show you guys how to. I'm going to show you guys how to set the title of your page using use effect. Right, guys. So let's go back to we're already in the home page. So I talked about hooks. I called the use effect hook. So React has a concept called hooks, right? And hooks are one of the foundations of React. You just need to understand how to use these hooks, right? And one very important hook is use effect. So what do you use effect for? You use effect for different things, like what we're about to do now. We can set the title of our page with use effect. We can fetch data inside of use effect, right? So those are some uses of use effect. To use it to do some basic stuff. Use effect. One of the very popular use of use effect is for fetching data, right? So fetching data and for implementing changes on your page, on load, on reload, right? So now we want to import the use effect hook. It is default. We don't need to create it. It comes built into React. So this is how you import use effect. We want the use effect hook, right? We want the use effect hook. We import use effect from React. Okay. So you use your hooks before your return statement. You use your hooks before your return statement. I can't emphasize that enough. So this is the use effect hook syntax, right? You call use effect and then it has a calling. Okay, so inside of its calling, use effect takes two. It takes two inputs. Number one, use effect. Number one takes a callback function, right? And then after the callback function, it takes a dependency array. So now let's go and have our callback function, right? So inside of our callback function, we're now going to declare the title of our page. We're going to say document the title is equals to, we're now going to copy that. Let's just add home for now, right? Before I save, let's go back to our home page. You guys are going to see this is the title is just showing uh, localhost 5173. But now let's go back and save. You guys will see the title is going to change, right? So let's now go back to our file. You guys can see the title has changed. Remember, just like we did inside of the HTML files, right? So now let's go back to the index.html and copy the title. No need to type it out from scratch. The index.html, where's the title? Yeah, this is the title. We copy it out, right? And then we close this. We come to our home component and then we paste it instead of this, replace with this, right, guys? So we're making very good progress. So equally, let's go and do the same thing for the add profile page and the update profile page. So I copy like so, and then I come to the update profile page. Remember, your hooks stay before your return statement, right? Before your return keyword. So now it goes down, and then we need to import use effect. Of course, we are using the hook here, so use effect, right? So I'm importing use effect from React, right, guys? So I've imported use effect. So in the update profile page, this should be showing as well, but no need to go look it out first. Let's go to the update profile page and copy its own title, right? Are we on the update profile page? Yeah, we are. So let's go and copy the title like so. Control C, and then we go back to the profile page, and then we replace this, right? So guys, we're making good progress. We're making good progress. Replace this. So now let's go back to the add profile page and do the same thing. First of all, let's go here and we copy this whole use effect statement, right? So let's go back to the add profile page and do the same thing. So yeah, before our return statement, we paste this, and then let's import use effect first, right? So import use effect, right? So I've imported use effect. Now let's go and add the correct title for our ad profile page, right? So I copy this and I close this. Uh, Profile cards. We're looking for the ad profile page, right? So I copy like this. I paste. Okay, guys. So we're making good progress. So now let's go check out our pages. You guys should see. You can see the title is already here. Let's switch to another page. Update profile. You guys are going to see the title is going to be there as well. The title should be there. Okay, good. The title is there. Let's also go to the ad profile page, right? The title as well should be there. Good. The title is there. So all our pages now have titles. Okay. So guys, this is how we keep making progress. I'm showing you guys the progressive difference between the React.js project and the regular HTML project. So now let's focus on our landing page and let's get some stuff knocked out, right? So let's go to our home page. Now I've successfully implemented the title of the page and it's looking good, right? The next thing we want to do is we want to fetch data. Let's fetch data, and when we fetch data, we are now going to duplicate our card component, right? We're going to fetch data. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to introduce you guys to props, and then with props, we're now going to duplicate our card component, right? So let's do this, guys. Let's fetch data. So to fetch data, we are going to use Axios. We used Axios in the HTML build, right? So no need to go to Axios website. We're going to use Axios. So to install Axios, we basically need to bring out our terminal, and then we're going to install Axios. I guess we don't have a choice but to go to the Axios website, right? Axios. So we'll go to the Axios website, and then we'll get the installation command, right? We'll get the installation command for installing Axios. Example docs. Okay, good. So see here, npm install Axios. Let's go back now. We have our command. Let's go back to okay, let's clean this up. Let's clean up our terminal, right? So now we want to install Axios. We need to be inside of the React.js folder, right, guys? We need to be here. So I just paste the command I copied, and then I'm going to install Axios. So when I install Axios, we can now be able to use Axios to fetch data, right? So if you want to learn more about Axios, it's simple. Check out the Axios website, get to read about Axios. But basically, you're going to see us use Axios inside of the build, and it's going to be cool. So guys, I've installed Axios. You go back to your package.js file, check your let's close the terminal so we get some space. So you can now see Axios has been installed, right, guys? So let's go back to our home page. And like I said, I said earlier, right, we fetch data inside the use effect hook. So basically, there are different ways you can fetch data. You can use Axios, you can use the fetch API, right? In the HTML build, we use the fetch API, but in this build, I guess we'll be using Axios Ultra. So you can use Axios, you can use the fetch API, and then you can use React query, you can use SWR. I don't know if XWR will work for React. I guess it should, but SWR is basically built by the Next.js team. So it's, I guess it's built primarily for Next.js. So you can use Axios, React query, React query. You might see in some places it might be called tan stack, right? So you can use Axios, React query, fetch API, I guess SWR as well. So, but in this case, we're basically using Axios, right? So now I've installed Axios. For Axios to work, we need to bring in Axios. So I'm going to import Axios from Axios. Import Axios from Axios. Good. So now that we have Axios inside of our file, let's fetch our data. Let's fetch our data. All right, guys, we're making good progress. Let's fetch data. To fetch data, we need our API, right? So we need to go to Postman. But I want to show you guys a surprise. Surprise! Postman has a VS Code extension. So this is it. So I can use Postman right inside of VS Code. So basically, when you install the extension, you need to have a Postman account. I don't know if you can use it without the account. I'm going to try that out. But then you basically install the extension, you log in, and then everything inside of your Postman software, inside of your Postman app, gets downloaded into this place for you. So these are my saved collections inside of Postman. And the moment I logged in, it came over to this place. So Postman has a VS Code extension, and this is super cool. This is amazing. You don't need to get out of VS Code, switching tabs just to use Postman and all of those stuffs, right? So this is super cool. Postman has a VS Code extension. You guys can see, right? I'm giving you guys a whole stuff of value, showing you guys my workflow, basically helping you guys to become awesome developers, right, guys? So now we're going to use Postman inside of VS Code. So this is our back end. I'm coming, let me stretch this. This is the back end we built. Like I said, we built it. The video is in the series. It's live on YouTube already. Check the description of this video. You're going to see the link to the complete build. Go ahead. You're going to see the link to the tutorial, right? I'm not done. I'm still working on the tutorial right about this moment. So I'm not done with the recording. But sorry guys. But all the other videos are recorded already. The back end, the HTML build. Check out the description of this video. You're going to see the link to the tutorial series. Go and explore the series. Learn how we build the backend. Whether you're a front-end developer or you're a back-end developer, I recommend you watch how we build the API. So yeah, how we build the API, how we build the backend. I recommend you watch it and get to see how back-end developers work. If you're a front-end developer, you don't have to learn it for knowledge, but just get to see how APIs are built. I mean, it means it's going to mean a lot. It's going to make a huge difference. I'm a full stack software engineer, so I understand what I'm talking about. I was at a point front end only. So now that I'm full stack, I now know the importance of understanding these things. So go check out that build, check out the backend build, and just watch it right at your leisure. At your leisure, just watch it. See how backend engineers build APIs. See how they play around in Postman with those APIs, right? You're gonna learn a lot. Okay, so let's. These are APIs, and these are API. We saved it as a Postman collection. Okay, guys. So these are the different endpoints. So this is the get profile endpoint, right? So good. The moment I hit is a get request, right? It's a get request. So the moment I hit this, it's going to give us our profiles, right? So it's basically sending the request. Let's wait for it. Right, guys, there is a Thunder client as well. Thunder client is also a viable, a very impressive replacement for Postman. Thunder client also have the VS Code extension. I have Thunder client installed as well, but I might just have to shut down Thunder client because I now have Postman. So Thunder client is a very impressive alternative to Postman. The extension is right here. I'm coming. Let me see. Okay, good. We have our result already. Let's not. Okay, let me show you guys Thunder client. Say it here. This is Thunder client, right? It works just like Postman. So let me copy out this URL. Let me copy this out, right? And let me go and make a new request inside of Thunder client. Okay, so Control A, Control V. Let me send. Is a get request, of course. You guys are going to see it's going to give me that response. You see, just like inside of Postman, it's giving me 4 profiles, right? Just like inside of Postman. Okay. Let me make the display look similar. So it's giving me 4 profiles. It's giving me the same result. So Thunder Client is basically a very, very viable and impressive replacement to Postman. With Thunder Client, you don't need to log in. So I'm going to make videos on these things. I'm going to show you guys the differences, and you get to make a choice between the two, which you prefer to use inside of VS Code. But for me, I guess I'll just stick with Postman, right? Because Postman is Thunder client is lightweight, lighter than Postman. So you might get some more or some features with Postman. So I'm going to stick with Postman, but then I'm still going to keep Thunder client around, right? So let's get out of Thunder client. Let's go back to Postman. So inside of Postman, this is our response. You see, we have four profiles, right? We have four profiles. I'm coming. Let me close this. You guys are going to see we have four profiles. And let's go back to our demo. You're going to see it is the four profiles. Sorry, let's go back to one of these demos here. So we have Sandra Kimball, Samuel Naruto, Manu Gray, and Victor Odirinde, right? So let's go back here as well. Let's check this out. You see Sandra Kimball, right? So this is the API we built. We're fetching it in the demo, Samuel Naruto, and it's just so awesome what we've done in this series. Okay, guys, so we have our profiles coming back. We now have our API. So I copy this out. uh let's go back here, right? Let's go back to the home page. Okay, so you can see how awesome it is. You just don't need to be switching tabs, going to Postman and all of the stuff. You just stick here. All you basically need to do is just switch tabs inside. You don't need to be switching windows, rather going to Postman, coming to VS Code. Just switch tabs inside of VS Code. So I'm coming. Let me close up some of this file so we can have a neater space. So we can have a neater space. I don't need all of these guys for now, right? So Mongo.js, CSS. Right, good. I don't need all of these guys for now. Let's have a neater space. Right, so let's bring back Postman. Right, get all profiles, right? Let's have it. Let's have the view like this. Let's resend. I don't know, from the user experience so far, I think Postman is heavier than Thunder Client. So you might want that lightness, that speed and flexibility. So probably I've not really used. I discovered this Postman extension just very recently. So I've been using Thunder Client. Okay, but from the experience so far, I think Postman is kind of heavier and slower. But then I'm going to test and I'm going to be sure which I'm going to be sticking with. All right, guys, for now, let's use Postman for this tutorial, right? So this is us getting all our profiles. We are now sure our API link is working. So let's go back and then let's go back to our code base. Good. I'm kind of used to switching windows, right? So let's go back to our code base here. We just switch tabs. Isn't that awesome, guys? It's awesome. So like I said earlier, we fetch data inside of use effect, right? So the same syntax, we already imported it, no need to import it again. The same syntax, very good. I said use effect takes two parameters, right? Use effect takes two parameters. One is the callback function, and then the second parameter it takes is the dependency array, right? It's an array, not an object, just an empty array. That is what we call the dependency array. So basically, what the dependency array does is that it tells the use effect that it is inside of. It tells that use effect when to run. So if the dependency array is empty, this use effect will run after every page reload, right? Basically, every use effect will run after every page reload. So we keep the dependency array empty. So anytime we reload the page, this use effect will run. All right, guys. So even without the page reload, we can make a use effect to run. So let's say we have a boolean and then the boolean changes true or false. Probably we have a functionality inside of our app that changes the boolean, makes it true at some point, makes it false at some point. So we can basically call that boolean here. Let's just say the boolean is let's just say is called, right? Let's say this is the name of the boolean. So we can add the boolean inside of the use effect hook. We don't have anything like that, so it basically doesn't make sense. It basically doesn't make sense, but I'm just trying to explain the concept, right? So we can add the boolean inside of our use effect hook, and when now as we have added the boolean inside of our use effect hook, anytime that boolean changes, our use effect, this use effect is going to run. So this is what the dependency array does. It basically tells use effect what to depend on. So if you leave your dependency array empty, use effect will run on every page reload. But in addition to running on every page reload, any dependency you add inside of your dependency array, anytime that dependency changes, right? So probably the value changes from true to false, it will make use effect to run. If it changes again, it will make use effect to run. So that's how awesome the use effect hook is, right? So guys, I'm giving you guys so much value in this series, and I'm very happy about that. So we're working with use effect once again. So in this case, we're trying to fetch data, right? We're trying to fetch data. Let's add our dependency array. Let's keep it empty for now. So whenever you call use effect, you ensure to whenever you call use effect, you ensure to keep your dependency array empty. So I think it's because we don't have anything in the function yet. So now let's fetch our data, right? Remember Hooks use effect, use whatever stays before the return statement. So let's do some cleanups here. Let's make this look a little bit tidy. All right, guys. So we're making good progress. Now we want to fetch our data. We want to fetch our data. So we've done this in the HTML build. You guys already know this. Let's fetch our data. Let's call this fetched data, right? Fetch data is equals to Axios. We already have Axios imported. Axios.get, we are getting is a get request, right? And then two things come inside of Axios. First of all, we add the URL that we want to get. It's a get request, so we are not sending any content. So it's basically a URL that we need. I think we copied it right. So good. We paste. So this works, right? Const fetched data. Sorry, we need to make this we need to make I'm coming const fetch the data. Sorry guys, okay, good. We cannot just call it directly. We need to use a function, right? We write our function outside and then we call our function inside of the use effect. Either way we choose. Either we write our function outside and we call it inside of the use effect, or we write everything inside of our use effect statement. So let's put everything inside of our use effect statement. Let's call this URL, right? And then we paste this. Okay. So now before our use effect, I'm coming, let me clean this up, right? I guess we are good like this. Are we? Let's remove this. Sorry. Let's just clean up this whole use effect and come again. So we avoid bugs, right? You don't want your heart to be broken. You don't want bugs. You don't want bugs to frustrate your day and make you miserable just because you were strong-headed and you weren't careful. So that's what bugs can do to you. So we add the callback function, and then inside of our callback function, we can then before our callback function, we are going to write our function inside of our use effect. First of all, I think we should close this, right? How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? Okay, we're going to write everything inside of our use effect. We're going to write everything inside of our use effect. Okay, so use effect takes a callback function, right? So let's write our function. I think it would have been better if we wrote our function outside. Probably I'll try that out in another page. But for this page, let's write everything inside of our use effect. So first of all, we say URL. We call the URL variable. Sorry, I didn't add quotes. Right. Control Z. Let's go back to get profiles. Let's copy this out. Right. We paste. So we now have our URL, right? So we can now fetch our data. So let's say handle fetch data. Let's call it handle fetch data. Handle fetch data is a function, right? Let's use our function, a regular function keyword in this case. So we say it's going to be an asynchronous function, right? It's going to be an asynchronous function. Let's ignore our code whisperer here. Let's ignore code whisperer. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Then inside of our asynchronous function, we're not going to perform our Axios, our fetch with Axios. Is an asynchronous function. For every Axios request, you need to await, right? Because it returns a promise. So we call our data, we call it our fetched data, right? So is equals to await, okay, Axios dot get, and then we bring in our URL here. So fetch data is equals to await Axios dot get. So let's just log this into our console. Remember how we built inside of the HTML. Let's be careful, progressively, step by step, right? So we didn't add our const keyword here. So we declared our URL as a variable. Then we said undo fetch data, right? We're fetching data is a function, and then we call the fetch data variable. And then over here, we are logging a fetched data variable. Okay. So Code Whisperer is giving us a good helping hand. So now we have written our function. Okay. We want to now invoke our function. So let's invoke the handle fetch data function. Let's be sure our data is coming. Let's be sure we are getting our data inside of our home page, just like we build the HTML page progressively. So let's bring out our console. We should have our data inside of our console. Right, let's close this. We don't need this. Let's go to our console. Let me reload the page. All right, it's not showing yet. Let's go back to our home page and let's see what the problem is. So use effect, right? Use effect. We have our callback function. We have our URL. So we have our URL, fetch data, Axios.get, console. Okay, we didn't add a log, right? This is a typo. Console.log fetched data. So let's go back to our demo now. Sorry, our build. Right, we have our data coming in twice. But then, why is our data coming in twice? Our data is coming in twice because I guess I've explained it because of this strict mode. Okay, I explained earlier that it helps us in development mode. Okay, so it helps us with some stuffs inside of our development mode. No need to check the React docs. You can read about that later on your own. So it is that strict mode that is making this data is that strict mode that is making our data to come twice. Anything you log into your console is certainly going to come twice, right? So let's just ignore the second instances. We can equally remove the strict mode, right? But then you lose those advantages that it gives you. Okay, guys. So our data is being fetched successfully. We have our data and then we have our profiles for them, right? So let's go back here. Let's go back to we can close this. Right, let's go back to our home. So we are getting our data successfully. So we now know our use effect function is working just fine. Good. So this is where we are going deeper and deeper into React. Things are getting beautiful. So guys, when you're working with React, you need to learn to think in React. React is basically more like is a system on its own. Just that's basically how libraries and frameworks work, right? They give you a new paradigm, a new system of thought, a new pattern of thought, a new way to do things. Okay, so when working with React, you need to learn to think in React. So how do you implement data fetching in React? So we have successfully implemented our data fetching. Our data is being fetched successfully, but the problem is how are we now going to pass it so that we can send it down into our UI, into our JSX? How are we going to do that? We do that by using another hook called the use state hook. In HTML, right? In HTML, when you fetch data, just like we did, we fetch the data and then we used string literals, we returned the card component, and then we just added our data directly, right? That was how we did it in the HTML build. Let me just go there. I want you guys to really understand things. Sorry, the script main.jsx, right? So that was basically how we did it inside of the script, right? We just fetched our data. Where's the return statement? Is up there. Is it down here? Yeah, it's down here. This is it. So we basically just fetched our data and then we used it directly. This is how it works inside of HTML. But in React.js, it is different. There's a new paradigm, a new pattern of thought. So what are we going to do? Like I said, we use another hook called the use state hook, right? So the use state hook is one of the most important hooks in React. It basically helps with managing state. So React works with something called the virtual DOM. React does not work with the regular DOM of your HTML, of your regular browser layout, right? The browser layout. React does not work with the browser DOM. React works with the virtual DOM, and then it sends the content it has worked out on the virtual DOM onto the main DOM of the browser. Those are some stuff you guys might not really understand. If you're beginners, it's just fine. Let's go ahead with time. As you get to read more on these things, learn more on them, you're going to become a pro. All right, guys. So we need the use state hook, and that is where we're going. That's how we're going to pass our data. Like I said, you just need to learn to think in React. All right. So first thing first, we call our use state hooks and other relevant global variables at the top of our component. So everything stays outside of the component, right? So let's call it that. This is how you use the use state hook. Let's call it profiles data. So this is how you use the use state hook. It's basically the same concept. Profiles data, right? And then we say set profiles data, right? Profiles data. This is just the general pattern of doing it. This and then set this, set this. So our profiles data for now, we're going to set it to null, right? We're going to set it to null, no content initially, right? So we're going to set it to null. So we've declared the profiles data. It's more like a variable, right? And then this is going to be the one we use to update it. So this is the variable, and whenever we want to update this variable, we use this other variable. So that is how use state works. So let's demonstrate it practically. So after implementing our fetch, we're now going to say set profiles data. We want to make this, like I said, this is the one used to update this, right? We want to now initially the initial value is this. It's whatever you put here is the initial value, and then whatever you now use this to update it becomes its new value. So before our console log, let's go ahead and set our profiles data. We can now bring in the set profiles data, right? We bring set profiles data, and then we make its content to now become fetched data, right? So we make its content to become fetched data. So set profiles data, fetched data. We are now going to log profiles data. We now have global access inside of this component to the profiles data variable. So we're not logging fetch data again. Here we updated the value of profiles data. Now we want to log profiles data so we can see what its new value now is. Right. So this is how you code progressively so you avoid bugs, guys. We're making progress and I'm loving it. So let's refresh and see. All right, guys, our data is being fetched already, right? But the problem is with React.js, you need to ensure React.js, the way your component renders, right? The way components render in React, when you fetch data, you need to make sure that data is available before you can be able to render the data. Okay, before the data can be added to the state. Okay, so if you don't ensure your data is available, React is going to throw an error. Okay, because it doesn't work with the DOM, so it doesn't have that direct connection to the DOM. It doesn't have that direct connection to the DOM, so it works on its own DOM, and then it now updates the content. It updates whatever it does on the virtual DOM to the real DOM. So you just need to understand how React works. So the first reload, we're not going to get our data because we have not checked if our data is available yet. So we first of all need to check that our data is available before we can now render it into a component, right, guys? So our data is already coming in. Let's save. All right, guys, React is crying out. It's saying we have a dependency array, right? So we have profiles data inside of our use effect, and this profiles data can cause our use effect to change, right? So probably the value of profiles data can change. Our use effect needs to run again. So it's saying please add profiles data, which is a dependency, so that each time profiles data changes, it can cause use effect to change. But then we don't need this. We're going to remove this, right? So that noise is going to get silent. So let's go over here, and I guess we have our data. So we want to this whole object, the whole response from the API is what from Axios is the fetched data. But what we basically need is dot data, right? The data object inside of the fetched data object, right? So this is where we get our main API. This is where we get the response from the API. This is just Axios kind of stuff, wrapping things around. Then this is what we get from the API, right, guys? So let's proceed. Let's log dot data instead, right? The data, and then you guys are going to see we're going to get something very much different. I'm coming. Let me see. We didn't log it. I didn't log it into the console. Let's go back and let me log it into the console. Let's log a fetch data dot data, right? Fetch data dot data, and let's see what it gives us. So we're basically going to get our direct API response. In this case, it's giving us undefined now. Let's see what's the problem. Sorry, I missed an A. So it should give us what we want now. So this is it. We'll get that this is the exact API response that we want. So this is what we are now going to set as our profiles data, guys. This is what we are going to set as the value of our profiles data. So we can remove this console log. Our dev process is going just fine, right? Our dev process is going just fine. So now we've successfully fetched our data. We have our data waiting for us up here as a global variable called profiles data. Okay, so this is how you use effect. This is how you fetch data with use effect. So good. Now we're going to go into the concept of prop drilling. So what is prop drilling? Prop drilling is basically passing values from a parent component to a child component. Take note, please. Prop drilling is basically passing value from a parent component to a child component. One thing you must note very, very importantly is that you only pass props from a parent component to a child component. I don't know if it works the other way around. I don't think it's possible, right? So you pass props from the parent component to a child component. You always pass props downward. So now this home page is the parent component, right? And it has two children components. So we can pass values into the children component. Okay, guys. So we have our profiles data, and we don't want to fetch our profiles. We don't want to use our profiles data here. We want to use our profiles data inside of profiles cards wrapper, and then inside of cards wrapper. So you guys will see we're going to drill. We're going to drill. It's prop drilling, right? You drill props. Props, I guess, basically means properties. So you drill properties, you pass them down. Okay. So we're now going to pass our profiles data into profile card wrapper. Then we can now go to the profiles card wrapper component. Let's close this. Then we can now go to the profile card wrapper component and receive the props we passed into it from the landing page, and then we use the props like we wish and like we want. So we're making progress. We now want to pass profiles data as a prop. We want to pass profiles data as a prop to profiles cards wrapper because that's inside. That's the component we need it inside of. So how do you pass props? You basically do it this way, right? So this is how you pass props. This there's basically a method, a popular method for passing props. So you basically call the name. Excuse me, guys. You call the name of that prop, and then you add the value inside of curlies using the same name. Okay, you call the name of that prop and then you add the value inside of curlies using the same name. This is just a very popular method, and it's popular. I don't know, but I believe it's popular because it makes your work easy. You don't need to be struggling naming, giving the variable a different name, and then the giving the property a different name, and the content of the property a different name. So if you name them separately, you're going to struggle. If you name them separately, it works, right? So let's assume I call this one data. I said data, right, is equals to profiles. If I say data is equals to profiles data, it's going to work absolutely just fine. All I need to do now is to go to the profiles card wrapper, and then inside of this place I can then destructure my data, so I can have data inside of this place and use data like I want. Okay, so by destructuring here, I'm getting data that I passed into this component from the home page, right, guys? So that is basically how you pass props. But then you see, now you're going to struggle. You now have different names, but the best way to do it is just to use the same name, and it makes your work easier. It makes life much easier for you. So you just know the name of the prop is the same content of the prop, right? It makes life easier. So now we've passed our first prop. We have successfully passed our first prop. So let's go over to the profile card wrapper and let's get our prop and let's do some stuff with it inside of that component. So like I showed you guys, this is how you get props, right? So we change the name, so it's no longer data is profiles data, right? Is profiles data. So we have received the prop we passed inside of the profile card wrapper component. So now we have access to it. We can basically log it as well, right? React is cool. So we log profiles data. So we log it, and once we've logged profiles data, we have access to it. So let's go back to our landing page. You're going to see our profiles data is going to be there, right? So you can see profile card wrapper. This is coming from the landing page, right? The login to, sorry, the home component. The login we're doing inside of the home component, this is it. But then this is the login we are doing inside of the profile card wrapper. All right, guys. So we see we can get the content of our console log inside of the profile card wrapper component. So let me go there, and you guys are going to see just like we logged it, right? So we are successfully passing profiles data from the home component into the profile card wrapper component, right? So we're making progress. All right, guys. So another way to do it is to just call the you just give it a keyword, right? You give the props content a keyword. So let's call it my props, right? So I call it my props. So now every prop you pass into this component is going to fall under the my props object. So let's assume inside of the landing page we passed another prop, right? Let's assume we passed another prop. Let's say another prop, right, is equals to same method I taught you guys, is equals to another prop. We can now destructure profiles data and then another prop, right? Another prop from my props, right? So this is basically another way of doing it. So every content of the every prop you pass into this component from the home page, in this case, falls under the my props object. So you can now destructure them like this, or you can basically do my props, right? You can say const, right? You can do it this way. I'm just showing you guys stuff, giving you guys as much value. You can say data is equals to my props, right? My props dot profiles data, right? There's an S, profiles data. So this is basically us getting the profiles data in another method, right? So either I use it like this, or the best way, which makes so much sense, is just to destructure. It's way easier, right? Is equals to my props. Okay, guys, so this is another way to do it. I'm going to use the direct destructuring method in another component, but in this case, let's just use this method so that you guys can get to understand different ways of doing it. So now we have been able to successfully get our profiles data inside of our profile cards component. So let's log it. Console.log. Let's call it profiles data, right? So we are now able to, sorry, we need an S here. So we are now able to successfully get our profiles data inside of our profile cards component. Let's save again. Let's go back to our browser and check out what we have. Let's go to our console. Let's reload. It's coming, right? You guys are going to see exactly what we got is what is coming. So let's click the profile cards wrapper. You guys are going to see exactly what we did, and then we're getting a value. So we're making good progress, guys. So we're successfully getting this content inside of our console. We can now be able to map into our array, which is the profiles, property of the object, right? So our profiles data dot profiles gives us this array of developer profiles which we can now map into. But before we do that, let's go and add the profiles count to an navbar component, right? So let's go back to our home page. Let's do the same thing. Let's pass our profiles data prop again into an navbar component, right, guys? Yeah, so let's pass profiles data. Let me delete this. Remember, I used it to explain props for you to you guys, right? So now let's pass our profiles data. Prop is equals to profiles data, right? Is equals to profiles data. So we have successfully passed the same prop into these two components. So we can now receive this same prop inside of both components. So this issue of passing prop here and there is what I'm going to address inside of the next build. I guess I've said it earlier. This React.js build is more like two different builds. I'm going to build with prop drilling, and I'm going to build as well with context API, so I can really ground you guys and make you guys as good as possible. So I've passed with context API. We don't really need to do all this prop drilling. We might need to pass prop, but very few, because we will have a global roof kind of covering the whole components where they can tap props from. But then don't worry, when we get there, I'll explain better. So now we've passed the profiles data into book components. Let's go to our navbar now. We can equally get the profiles data from our navbar, right? So we're going to use that other method, direct destructuring. We call it profiles data, right? So we are able to get our profiles data. Let's log it again, and you guys are going to see it's going to come profiles data. Let's log our profiles data, right? So we need an S here. So profiles data, what is happening? What are we doing wrong? Is missing in props validation ESLint. I guess this is one ESLint error we need to silence. So profiles data console.log profiles data. All right, guys. So we are basically okay. This is how to use ESLint. This is how to enjoy VS Code. So now we have an error. We don't know what to do, right? So you can just quickly come into this prompt here, and you click quick fix. It's going to give you suggestions of what to do, right? It's going to give you suggestions of what to do. What we are going to do, we are going to silence. We're going to silence this ESLint, just ESLint error, this ESLint rule. We are going to silence it just like we silenced the other one. So you don't just go about silencing ESLint rules, but rules that are outrageous, rules that you see, gosh, this isn't really important. These are the kind of stuff that you silence. So let's copy out this rule, right? Let's copy it out, and then we go to our ESLint file once again, and then basically we do the same thing. Let's just duplicate this line, and then over here we just paste the ESLint rule, right? So it's now going to be silenced. So you can see our navbar is no longer having the error. So whenever you see an outrageous rule that isn't really necessary, you just go ahead and silence it. So I've silenced those two rules. Now we should have our profiles data inside of our console, right? All of these things we are logging is going to show in the homepage, because we are actually sending all the components into the homepage, right? So the profiles card wrapper contains the this is the profile card wrapper. We logged profiles data inside the profile card wrapper, and that same homepage also contains the navbar component. So these two console logs that we made inside of navbar and inside of profile card wrapper, all of them, they are both going to show inside of the home page, right? So when we go to the home page now, we should see the log coming in from the profile card wrapper, and we see the log coming in from the navbar component, right? So this is coming from the profile card wrapper. You can see it repeating itself, and then this is coming from the navbar. Let's hit it. You guys are going to see it's coming from the navbar. See it? So this is beautiful. React is awesome, right, guys? So let's go back to our build. Now we are getting profiles data, and you guys know that profiles data dot let's go back to our console. Profiles data, let's go to what we're getting from our navbar. Profiles data, let's open profiles data dot profile count to give us the number of profiles, right? So let's go back and call it. So we have profiles data coming in instead of X here, right? Instead of this X, we can now get the value of profiles data, right? So over here, we can go into JavaScript land because we are bringing JavaScript into JSX, right? So we go into JavaScript land and we say profiles data dot profiles count, right? So that we can get that number, we can get that value. So when we save it, it's no longer going to be X, it's now going to give us a profiles count, which is 4, right guys? This is awesome, this is cool. Okay, in React.js, you need to implement checks to ensure your data is available before your component is rendered. If you don't ensure your data is available before your component is rendered, React might throw an error. All right, guys. So we are having a value which is 4, right? We're having a value which is 4. But then, like I said, we need to go and implement checks inside of React. Okay. So let me go back and explain why we need to implement checks. If you take a look at this, the first time you see profile capture part navbar, the first time the app loads, the value goes with the initial value, right? The initial value of what we set profiles data to be. Let's go back to the home component, right? So the initial value of profiles data is null. Okay, so basically when the page first load, what React says is null, right? And then because it seals null, and then we now get this other responses from the components, right? Profile catch wrapper and then navbar. Good. So it works. But if we rendered if we rendered if we render this value directly, the same thing will happen when the page loads. It's showing us null because we are basically having it inside of our console, but the moment we introduce the value into our UI, it's going to cause our app to break. So let me prove it. Let me just reload the page and you're going to see what happens now, right? I've reloaded the page and then you see our app is broken. Our React app is broken. Why? Because we pass the value directly without checking if the value is already available, right? So that was why I said we need to implement checks in React. We need to implement an error boundary, right? We need to implement an error boundary so that you can see the suggestion here. Consider adding an error boundary to your tree to customize error handling behavior. So now we're going to go to our React app. We are going to now implement an error boundary. So how do we do that? Let's go back to, let's start with navbar. So how do we do that? It's easy. You just you use the ternary operator, right? Use the ternary operator. You go this way, profiles data, right? Profiles data, and then you bring in your question mark, and then basically what you are saying here is if profiles data is available, I want you to render profiles data dot count. If profiles data is not available, then we bring in our colon and then say render x, right? We say render x. So this is basically us implementing our check. It is the same thing as using an if statement, right? An if check. So we are saying if preferred data is available, render this. If it is not yet available, render x. So this is us implementing an error boundary to ensure our app does not break. So now let me go back to the build. So you can see our app is not going to break. Even when we refresh, it's going to show the null values. It's going to show the null values, but our app is not going to break because we have a boundary. We have X showing once it loads, and then we now have 4. This is awesome, guys. We're making progress, and I'm loving the build. Right? It's hard actually, but I mean, I'm having fun. I'm loving it. So, guys, profiles data dot profiles count. Good. We're done with this. I think we can finish up. We can clean up this component now. Oh, sorry, we can clean up this component now, right? Let's get every HTML stuff out of it. I think that's all we need. Okay, we're certainly going to come back to it. Oh, we don't need to come back to it, right? So href. Okay, good, good, good. So now let me introduce you guys to how to use links inside of React. So to use a link inside of React, you import a component from React Router DOM. You import a component from React Router DOM. Remember, React Router is what we used to implement our routing. So we're going to implement the link component from React Router DOM, right? So import the link component from React Router DOM, right? From React Router DOM. We have imported the link component. Now, how do you use the link component? It's easy. You just call link instead of your anchor tag. You call your link. So let's replace this with link. Sorry, it's not supposed to be uppercase, it's supposed to be lowercase. Okay, good. So we have replaced it with our link, and then okay, let me correct this. link. So we have added our link. Now instead of a href, we say to just to to right? So this is how you implement routing inside of React. So we are done, but it's different. In this case, we are not going to pages, right? We're not going to pages. We're just going to slash add profile, right? Slash add profile. So we're done with routing. We can now go to the add profile page. Why did we use slash add profile? Let's go back to our app.jsx file so we can check out our routing. So add profile simply goes to the add profile page. We can leave it like this. Let's go and test it. We can leave it like this. I'm coming. Let's refresh. We're getting an error, an export name default at navbar. Let's see where the error is coming from. Okay, good. I think we have a bug there. Oh, good. We needed its. I guess the way the link component was exported from React Router DOM was using the named export, not the default export. That is why it's trying to us here. I've said this to you guys earlier, right? When you use default export, you call it whatever you want, right? But when you use when the component is exported as a named export, whether a component or a function or whatever, when you export something as a named export, you have to use the structure pattern, right? So let's go back to our navbar. We need to use the structure pattern because the link component is exported from React Router DOM as a named export, not as a default export. So we have to use this the structure pattern to get that component out. So now our error is gone. So we have successfully handled that, right? We have successfully handled that. We can now link to our add profile page. Let's go back. Let's go and try it out. You can see now we're going to the add profile page directly. We don't need to be routing manually any longer. Okay, so let's equally go back. Let's go back to our app.js file and let me show you guys that you can equally add the forward slash and it's going to work just well. So adding the forward slash wouldn't make a difference. It's going to work just well, right? So let's go back. Have we saved? We have saved. Let's go back and then let's hit. You're going to see it works just the same. So I think I prefer we use the forward slash. So you can see anytime we come back, we get this null and then our component is rendered. It gives us, initially it gives us X, right? Let's go there. Initially it gives us X and then when the value is gotten, it gives us 4. So guys, this is just awesome and I love the progress we're making. So we're done with our navbar.jsx now. I don't think we'll have anything to come back to do with our navbar.jsx. So let's go back inside of our profile card wrapper. So we're now back inside of our profile card wrapper, right? So this is our card component. So let's go into our profile card wrapper and then let's get everything fixed. All right, guys. Excuse me, guys. So in this navbar component, we use the ternary operator to implement our check. But in this case, we are implementing the check inside of our, we're trying to implement it inside of our cards, sorry, inside of our card wrapper component, right? So we're basically going to say if our previous data is not yet available, if it's still null, if the value is still null, then we are going to just implement that loading state, right? That loading state that we commented. So once the value is now loaded, we are now going to implement profile card and then we're now going to duplicate our content, right, and get our values. Okay, guys, so let's now go ahead and implement our if blocks. So the first if block, we're going to say if profiles data is not, if the value is still null, meaning if it's not yet the defined value we want. So we say if not profiles data, if not profiles data, we're now going to return, right? So this is how to do this. We are going to return this component here that we commented. So it's going to give us this loading state first, right? So we save and then let me uncomment this, right? Let me uncomment this, right? Control Z. Let me just delete this. Let me delete this. Let me bring our braces. I love completing everything. Let's bring our braces and then this. Then we can now uncomment this, right? Oh gosh, let's just go manually. Let's delete manually. So we can now uncomment manually, right, guys? So we're basically saying if the profile data value is still null, ensuring that our app does not break, just render this. Don't do anything with the profiles data component just yet. This is the first check, right? We're going to perform another check. We are going to say, we did it inside of the HTML build. Did we do it? I think we did it, right? Let's go check the HTML build so you guys can see how things look very similar. Let's go to the main.js file. Right, I think we did it. You see it. We said the first check was if it is not yet defined, right? I'm coming. If fetch data and this is equals to this, return fetch data, else return this, right? So this was the first check. We said if it is not defined, the else, right? If it is not defined, you return this, right? So if it is less than one, meaning if no profile has been added, okay, so you return this. But then if a profile has been added, right, then you now return a card component. So that was what we did inside of the HTML build. We're going to do something similar, but surely in the React fashion inside of here, right? So same way we say if profiles data is defined, right? If profiles data is defined, and right, we use and profiles data, right? Profiles data the profiles, right? So let's go back and see our data. So I'm coming. So this is our profiles data dot profiles, right? Profiles data dot profiles gives us this array. So let's go back there and we say profiles data dot profiles, right? We can equally use the profiles data dot profiles count, but I think I prefer this way. I prefer this way, profiles data dot this dot length, right? If it is less than one, we're now going to tell the user that no profiles has been created yet. So please add one or more profiles to see the profiles. So how are we going to do that? We're going to copy this p tag, this p element once again, right? We're going to copy this p element once again, and then we basically duplicate it here, and then we now update the content. What are we going to say? We say no profiles added yet, right? And then we're going to bring in our break. We're going to break, and then we're going to say please. I think something is missing. Yeah, we didn't return. We need to return, right? So we return, and then we pick this, right? We push it up there. So we're going to break again. Sorry, we're going to break. I already introduced the break. We now say please add one or more profiles to see them here, right? To see them here. Good. So we've done that. So this is our second check. It seems we're getting errors. So let's check where's the error coming from. JSX expected current corresponding JSX whatever. I think it's supposed to be after the break, right? Not before the break. Yeah, it was. That's my bad, guys. It's supposed to be after the break, not before the break. So that was why. So now, if our another typo here, length, right, guys, another typo, right? So thank God for that extension. That extension helps me check for typos. What's the name of that extension? I'm coming. Let me show you guys the extension. I think let me spell this wrongly. HT, right? So let's over on this. Let's see the quick fix. I'm coming. C spell, is this the extension name? I think so. Let's check out the extension. So let's check for C spell. No, let's check. I think the name of the extension is spelling checker. Right, see it here. So code spelling checker. So once you install this extension, when you make typographic spelling errors like this, it helps you. It's basically not for it's basically a spelling checker. But come on, you can see how it saved me now, helping me with debugging, right? So if it's th, not ht, right? So we say if our profiles dot length, if we don't have any profile yet, if it's less than one, then we return this, and then we're now finally going to say if I guess we can just return directly, but no, I like being so careful. So we're now going to say if profiles data, we're now going to say if profiles data uh code pilot is making a whole lot of noise. Let's ignore sorry code whisperer. Let's ignore code whisperer and profiles data. We need an S here. So I'm profiles data dot length. Sorry, the profiles first dot length is greater if it's greater than one, meaning we have at least one developer profile added already, then we're now going to return this, right, guys? This is React at work. So we're now going to return this. So if profiles data is defined and profiles data the profiles dot length, if everything is met, then we're now going to return this, right, guys? So let's go and reload, and you guys are going to see what's going to happen. I'm coming. Let me refresh. See that loading state first. We're having an error. It says undefined reading length. But let's check where the error is coming from. LENG. Let me see. Let's go back and let's debug that inside of profile card wrapper. So the profiles dot length is less than one. I'm coming. Let's go back. Let's go to our console. Let's check if we are correct. The profiles, right? Dot length. Profiles data dot profiles dot length. Let's see. Probably we missed the S somewhere. Yeah, this is what we missed. We missed the S. So the profiles dot length. So if you can see the moment it's greater than one, meaning we have more than one, then we render the profile card component. Okay, so I'm coming. Let me go back and refresh. So we have a clean console. Good. So the moment we have our data loaded and it's more than one, we get this response. If it's less than one, we're going to get this other response which says no profiles added yet. Please add one or more profiles to see them here. All right, guys, we're making progress. So now we already have our profiles data, and just like in the HTML build, I showed you guys how these things work progressively, step by step. We have 4 profiles, so we can successfully duplicate this profile cards wrapper. We can successfully duplicate this profile cards component 4 different times. Then, so let's go and get it duplicated. So we already have our profiles data coming in. We already have the profiles, which is our array, which we want. Good. So now we're going to map. We're going to map through our array. All right, guys. So we're now going to inside of our return statement. We're going to go into JavaScript land. I've been mentioning this. Please, you guys should take note. We're going to go into JavaScript land, and then it is now inside of here that we are going to map into our data. So, like I said, you guys will need to learn to think in React, right? The map, and then as usual, this is normal JavaScript, right? So the map, you call it whatever you wish. First of all, you bring in your callback function, right? Let's ignore code whisperer. Let's not get into errors with its help, right? Code whisperer, I'm not saying it gives errors, but then it can easily lead you into error. So I think we can close this now. Let's go back to our files. So profiles data dot profiles dot map. So whatever you call this works. So let's just call it profile, right? Each, what we can call it anything you wish. We can call it each, right? But then we call it profile. So any mention of profile is basically referring to each of the content inside of the profiles array. So we now have our profile, and then we're going to bring in our card component here. So you guys are going to see our card component is going to get duplicated 4 different times because we have an issue. Let's see where the issue is coming from. We miss the S again, right? We miss the S for our profiles, right? We miss the S. We just keep getting that typo. So it's profiles data dot profiles. There's an S, right? There's an S. So we kept missing the S. We're getting another error, right? All right, guys, we missed the return statement, right? Whenever you have a function where we are returning JSX, so we need to use the return. We need to have a return statement, right? So we basically move our profile card component into the return statement. Is still on a single line, so it's basically going to just remove the braces for us. All right, before we come and address this key error, let's go and see that our card component has been duplicated 4 times automatically, just like the way it worked inside of HTML, right? So I believe you guys are enjoying the way things are going progressively. So we now have our card component duplicated 4 times. So we can now use the profile keyword, right? The profile keyword, and then we can now get the value for each of those profiles, and then we impute, and then we are able to get correct duplications of our profiles, right? So we have the profile card component being duplicated, but then React is crying. React is saying anytime you have a profile, anytime you have a duplication, anytime you have a map, each of those individual each of those individual contents that you reproduce as a result of the map should have a unique key. That's basically what React is calling here. So this is easy. We can fix this easily because we basically already have an ID for each of those profiles. So we can now use the ID, and then as we can now use the ID as the key of each of these developer profiles, right? So we can now use it as the key. First of all, before our return statement, let's destructure. Let's just we can so profile. Let's log profile into the console first. So you guys, we don't need to do this, right? I guess you guys have learned enough, right? So we have our profile, and inside of our profile is each of those developer profiles, right? So let me show you guys. So this is profiles, the array we map through, and then we have all of these properties inside of each of that profile. So from each profile, we can destructure all of those values. We can destructure full name, right? Because we have access to it. We can destructure full name, we can destructure email and all of those other stuff, but we don't need those values inside of the component. The only value we need here is the ID value. So we're going to pass. I'm going to use a shortcut here. We can destructure. Okay, no need for any shortcut. Let's just destructure the underscore ID, right? We need the const keyword first of all. Destructure underscore ID from profile, right? So good. So we now have the ID, and then we're now going to pass the ID as the key of each of this profile that we have created as a result of the map. So React have stopped crying. So now we have profile, and like I said, we can get those data, full name, email from the, we can structure them right here, but we don't need them inside of this component. We need them inside of the profile card component. So we're now going to pass them as prop, right? I guess you guys are following along. We're going to pass them as prop. Remember what I taught you guys? The naming should be the same as the content. The name should be the same as the content as the value to make things easy for you. So we have successfully passed another prop to our profile card component, right? From home, we pass to profile card, and then now we are passing from profile. Sorry, we passed to profile card wrapper, and now we are passing from profile card wrapper to profile card. So React is fun. React is awesome. So over here as well, we can do direct structuring, and then we can get the profile the profile data, the profile prop, right? The profile prop that we passed. So we can get it here. So now we get profile, and then inside of this place, we can now destructure all of those things that we want, right? So we can now destructure email, code whisperer is helping us, but I think it wants to get us into trouble. So we can destructure email, we can destructure full name, we can destructure website, we can destructure about, right? We can get all of those things. I showed you guys the other way using a prop keyword, right? Give the props a name, then destructure from them. I showed you guys earlier. I'm just giving you guys as much value as possible. So you destructure all of these things, and then we get them from profile, right? So now we've gotten them from profile. We've gotten them from profile. The next thing we're going to do is we've gotten them from profile, then we can now pass them, right? This is cool. Remember, we are working inside of JSX, so you go back inside of JavaScript land. First things first, we need we need to destructure our name, right? We need to destructure our name. So in this case, I told you guys in the HTML build that I was going to show you guys another way. Instead of using slice, we can just use character at, right? So this is just a string method. It's a string method. We have string properties and string method. The character at is a string method. So let's use the character at string method dot character at, right? Character at, we want to pick the first character, the first index, which is 0, the first character which is at the 0 index, and then we want to make it uppercase. So we use the to uppercase method as well. These are string methods to uppercase. Yeah, so this is a typo that caused us trouble during the HTML build. It's not causing us any trouble this time, right? So character at 0, then we add it to, we make it uppercase. So we have successfully gotten our full name, right? We have gotten our full name inside of our avatar. Then where do we need full name? Okay, good. Here we can pass the full name into this place. React is cool. React is cool, guys. I love React. So over here as well, we can pass about. Remember to always go into JavaScript land first, right? We can pass about, and then finally over here we can pass email, right? We can pass email, and then down here as well we can pass website, right? So React.js is cool. We can pass website. So we have successfully done this. Let's go back to our demo, and you see our data is now automatic, getting the real pieces of data from the various profiles. This is cool, guys. We're making good progress. So I think we can move faster now. Let's resolve the email and the let's resolve the email and then the website. So these guys are going outside. They are going external. They are external links. So we are not going to use the link component from React Router DOM. We're going to use the anchor elements, the A elements in HTML, because they're external. They are going out of our React app. So if it's inside of our React app, we use the link component from React Router DOM. But since they are going out, we don't use the link component. So we have the email as the content of the link component, and then as well we want to pass dynamically want to pass email to. In this case, we use string literals, right? We use string literals. Href, we go back. String literals is a JavaScript stuff, right? So you need to go into JavaScript land first, right? So you need to go into JavaScript land first, and then you can now use string literals, and then use mail to, and then you go to this, and then let's go to the website as well. So over here, we go into JavaScript land first, right? our href is now going to be string literals first of all. Then we can delete these strings. Let's not delete everything. Let's just delete the strings. Control Z. Let's get the strings out so we can save. So now we should have our external links working just fine, right? So let's hover. You can see it's showing us the links here. We hover mail to. When I click, it's going to start my email app, right? It's going to start my email app, and it brings the email here, so it works just fine. So when we click on this as well, it's going to go to another website. Let's add this. This seems to be a real profile. Yeah, this is a real profile of one of my mentees, right? Let's click on it. It should take us to the external link, right? It should take us to, okay, it's not working fine. We are missing something. It's not working fine. We're missing something. Let's refresh. Uh, he didn't add the. I think it's because he didn't add the HTTP. I'm coming. I'm coming. Let's go on. It seems we're missing something. Href is equals to website. Uh, I'm coming. Let's see. sandrake.com. Esna.com. Let me use my profile. Let me create my real profile. Right. Oh gosh, I can't create the profile already. Let me do that inside of Postman. Right, guys. This is cool. Let me do that inside of Postman. Create profile. I'm showing you guys all of these things, giving you guys so much value. So we have our body, and inside of our body, we can now add the content we wish to, the profile we wish to create, right? So let me add my real profile so we can have my real website to see, to discover where our blog is coming from, right? So it's my email, right? My email, and then my website, right? So we can leave this like this, and then is a post request, of course, we send. So we should get the profile created. So when we go back, you're going to see my profile is certainly going to be here. We need to edit this. I don't want it this way. If we click, it's going to give us an error. We need to add the HTTP. So we go to edit. Let me copy the ID first of all. Right, guys, this is awesome. I mean, I don't know, but I love this coincidence. So let's go to update profile. I love the coincidence. So let's update my profile. Let's paste it here, right? We get the ID, we paste it. So if you want to see how we built this from scratch, we build the back end, check the description of this video. You get to see the link to the series, right? To the tutorial series, to the playlist. Go check it out. You see the back end video. Go through it, even if you're a front end developer, right? I can't emphasize this enough. So we want to update our profile. We need to add the content we want to update. So let's go back to the create profile, right? We copy everything out, and then we just add the content we want to update, right? Replace with this, and then https colon slash slash, right? And then we send. We're now going to be able to update my profile, right? So it gets updated successfully. Let's come over here. The moment we reload, we're going to see the https, right? So we have successfully reloaded. Right, good. So let me see. It works fine now. It works fine. It's the format of his link. Is the way he formatted his link. So that was why it's we're having an issue. So in your own version of the build, you can implement some checks to ensure that the link is always correct in this format, so it can successfully be sent out. I don't know if there's something I'm missing, but basically using the HTTP version, it works just fine, right? So probably you get the link, you slice it, and then you add HTTP to it, right? So it's working fine in this case, but in that case, it didn't work just fine. So we are sure now that our link is working fine, right? We are sure that our link is working fine, and we know that it's not our fault that we are having that bug, right? So we've basically implemented the link, we've implemented the mail too. Everything works just fine, guys. Everything works just fine. So the next thing we are going to do, right? So like I said, you can in your own build, you can find a way to fix this so that the users don't get errors with their links. Just think it out and get to fix it, right? I'm waiting for you with regards to that. So we have called our ID, but we haven't used it yet. We haven't used it yet. So we're now going to use our ID to implement the dynamic routing for our profile card, right? When we want to edit, okay, when we want to edit. So how do we implement a dynamic route to a dynamic React.js page? Just like in HTML, this is how it looked in the HTML build. Now in React.js is going to be different. So I'm going to show you guys now how to implement a dynamic route to a dynamic route to a dynamic React.js page. I'm going to show you guys how to implement that. The update profiles page has to be a dynamic page because we want it to work uniquely for each profile that we wish to update. So similarly, we're going to import the link component where this is routing inside of our app. So we use the link component from React Router DOM. Then we go over here, delete profile icon. Where is it? Update profile good. So it's no longer going to be an anchor tag. It's going to be the link component from React Router DOM, right? So we have the link, and then this one changes to TO, right? It changes to TO, and then we'll go into JavaScript land, right? We'll go into JavaScript land, and then we bring in our string literals. And after bringing our string literals, we can now pass update profile. We add a forward slash, right? I love adding the forward slash. It's necessary that we add the forward slash. I think it's going to try an error if we don't add it. No need, it's not going to try an error, but then I love it. I love everything checked. So let's add it. Update profile, right? And then we are using string literal already. This automatically mean we can now bring in JavaScript, right? So we can now bring in, I'm bringing TypeScript into this. It's not TypeScript though, but permit me to use that word. Let's cast uh, our ID value to an ID variable. It's the same thing as coming down to say const, right? It's the same thing as coming down to say const ID, ID. It's the same thing as adding our ID value to, right? Underscore ID. Am I missing it? Const ID is equals to ID, right? So it's the same thing as calling a new ID variable and then giving it this ID value, but then we just do it in a shortcut format, right? So guys, we have basically casted the value of this ID value. We've casted it to a variable called ID. So we can now come here, instead of adding the underscore, we have a more reasonable stuff. We call it ID. So our app is fine. The moment we link, anytime we hit the update profile button, you're going to see we're going to go to the update profile page. So what basically happens here is we create an update profile dynamic page. Each Anytime we hit the link, it's going to take us to the update profile page, but then the UI displays, but then we have a dynamic ID attached to the URL. So we can now get the ID and then use it to use it to fetch data inside of that page, and then we render the value. So guys, we're making good progress and I'm loving it. All right, so let's go back to our page. Right, let's refresh. Right, good, everything is working fine. So let's hit this, right? You guys can see it's taking us to the update profile page, but it's giving us a dynamic page. But then you can see React Router DOM is crying out. It's saying, I don't understand what you're saying. If we go to the update profile page, let me go back there and remove this ID. So React Router understands the update profile thing, right? I'm coming, let me go back there. Yep. So let me go back there. So let's go back to the landing page. So when I click this, it brings us here, it understands this. But React Router does not yet understand the dynamic page thing, right? So let's go back and bring back the ID. And then the moment we go back and we hit, React Router we're going to have an error, right? Crying outside of our console, because React Router does not yet understand it does not, it basically doesn't yet understand that, it doesn't understand the dynamic page concept. So we need to go and implement that dynamic page concept inside of our routing file, which is the app.jsx file, right? So guys, let's go back inside of the app.jsx file, and then we can bring on the dynamic page routing. So let's go back from Postman, the app.jsx file. So inside of the app.jsx file now, we are going to implement a dynamic routing. And that was why I created this update profile page wrapper component. So it is this component that will help us to implement a dynamic route, and then the update profile component is now going to be dynamically rendered inside of the update profile wrapper. So we just need to implement that first inside of React. It works differently in Next.js, right? So dynamic pages works different in HTML, in React, and in Next.js. So this is how we do it in React.js. So in this case, we're going to have a wrapping route. We're going to have a wrapping route, right? We're going to have a wrapping route. So we bring in route again, right? We're going to have a wrapping route. Sorry, I'm missing it. The slash should be here. So we're now going to say, when you go to the update profile, when you hit the update profile route, we're not rendering update profile again. we are going to render the update profile wrapper. So the moment you hit that route, we're going to render the update profile wrapper. But when React router now get to see there's an ID attached. So each of those individual ID is now going to have the update profile, is now going to render the update profile component. Right, guys? So we have not imported the update. I'm coming here, is supposed to update profile. We have not imported it. Let's import it first. Right, update profile wrapper. Is not here. Update profile page wrapper, right? Update profile page wrapper from where is it? I'm coming. Okay. Oh, sorry, guys. We're inside of app.js JSX, right? So home from pages / pages, right? So we're going to components. Sorry, my bad. I was kind of uh I was kind of like not very conscious. So guys, let's keep going. So we get update profile page wrapper, right? Update profile page wrapper. Okay, good. So we now have it. So over here, let's copy it. Let's not make a typo. Let's just copy it. Control C. So update. Okay, good. Control V. So we're going to have the wrapper, and then for every hit on the update profile page, we render the update profile page wrapper. And then for every of those extra dynamic routes you are adding to the end of it, right? We want those extra dynamic routes to render the update profile page. So how are we going to fix this? We go into the update profile page, right? And then this is the update profile page. Okay. So what are we going to do? We're going to cut all of these guys off, right? We're going to cut all of these guys off. So all of these guys will now be the update profile component. So let's go to the update profile component, right? This is what's going to be here. Let's copy all of this, right? I'm going to paste inside of this. So my PC seems to be tired. Okay, good. So we have it. As usual, we remove this. We don't need it, right? Then we render the whole JSX, right? We already updated it. No need for panic, right? We might need to do some cleanups though. Okay, so we already updated it. So update profile page wrapper. We're now returning this. So we're now going to cut out all of these, right? We're going to cut out all of these, and then all of these will now be the update profile component, right? So we're now going to paste them here. uh, if you paste, it's going to give us an error, right? So because we have multiple elements, so we need to use that fragment. We need to wrap them around with fragment, right? Good. So we need to just pick everything inside of here, and then we push like so. Right, so this is the content of our update profile component. Now it's basically the same thing, but we did that split so we can be able to implement the dynamism, right? All right, guys. So we have successfully separated the update profile component, the page, from this update profile page wrapper, right? We've successfully separated the two components. So now going back to our app.jsx file, right? We said when you hit the update profile link, you render this component. But when we are telling React router, when you notice it has an ID, render this update profile component for each ID. So this is basically how you do a dynamic page. You have a wrapper, and then for each of those dynamic contents, you now have the individual content. Okay, so this is how you work dynamic pages inside of React.js, right? So we're not going to call this ID. We're not going to call this ID. We're going to call it something else. We're going to call it profile ID, right? Yeah, we're going to call it profile ID. We're going to call it profile ID. Don't worry, I'm going to show you guys how the dynamic page is, how we're going to get this profile ID, how we're going to get it, and then how we're going to get the value, and finally make something out of the value. So this is how you implement dynamic pages in React.js. All right, guys, I just hope you guys understand. But we're not done yet. We go back to the update profile page, right? So we go back to the update profile page, and inside the update profile, the wrapper, right? We go back to the wrapper, and then inside of the wrapper, in the routing file, we have a content. So you need to tell React Router DOM how to render the content of this of such a component that is a parent of dynamic components. So you need to tell React Router where to place the component, how to render it. So we go back to this page here. Then you import something from React Router. From React Router DOM is called outlet, right? So you import the outlet component from React Router, right? This is it. You import it from React Router DOM. My bad, guys. From React Router DOM. Gosh, I'm missing the spelling. Right then, so you import this, and then you basically tell React Router, you tell React Router where to render that inside whatever is whatever is a child of this component inside of the routing file. That is what is contained inside of the outlet component, right? So this outlet component now, wherever we paste it, that is where anywhere that is where the content of this updates profile page wrapper route is going to stay. So meaning this content now. So wherever we paste the outlet, that is where that content is going to stay. So we come over here and then we call out the outlet component, right? We call the outlet component. So guys, we have successfully implemented our dynamic update profile page, right? So the update profile component works just fine. I just hope you guys understand the concept. So whichever component you pass in here becomes the outlet component coming from React Router DOM. Sorry guys, it becomes the outlet component coming from React Router DOM. So we have successfully implemented our dynamic page, our dynamic routing. So this is how you implement dynamic pages inside of React. It's totally different from the way we do it inside of HTML, right guys? So we now have our page rendering dynamically. So what's the next thing we are going to do? Let's go back to our profile cards page, right? I guess we are done from this profile card component. I guess we are done. Let's give it a check and see if there's anything we need to remove, right? I guess we are done. I guess we're done. Let's see. Let's see. We're doing fine. So I guess we're done. We're done with navbar. I guess we're done with profile cards as well. I think we're done with this as well, right? The profile cards wrapper. We're not done with this, but we're done with this too as well. So I guess we're done with three components, just one remaining. So we've successfully implemented our dynamic page. The next thing we want to go and do is we want to go and get this value that we passed. We want to go and get it, and then when we get it into memory, we will now be able to perform a fetch with it using the get single profile endpoint. So to do that, we go to that dynamic page component, right? We go to that dynamic component, go to our app.js, right? This dynamic component. So we go to that dynamic component, and then the use params hook. We're going to import use params from React Router DOM, right? The use params hook, it comes from React Router DOM. So we import it, right? So we import the use params hook from React Router DOM. And what does the use params hook give us? The use params hook gives us the dynamic value attached to that URL. So it gives us the dynamic value attached to that URL. So what did we call it inside of our routing file? That dynamic value, we call it dynamic value profile ID. So we go to our update profile page, and then we are able to now destructure that dynamic ID. Let's give a space here. So we call it profile ID. So over here we destructure profile ID, meaning we have profile ID as part of our use params object, right? So we destructure profile ID from our use params object, and then sorry, profile ID, right? So we don't get any errors. So we destructure profile ID from our use params object. So over here, let's come down here, and then let's inside of our use effect, right? We didn't add a dependency array to this use effect. So let's add our dependency array. And inside of our use effect, before we finally close, right? Before we finally close, let's log our, what do I call it? Let's be sure we have access to the profile ID inside of memory, right? So let's just log it. Let's ensure we have access to it inside of memory. Control Z, we don't need that. So console log profile ID. So let's ensure we're missing something. Okay, I guess it's just is a use effect crying that we have a profile ID. We're going to remove it, but I just basically want to make sure we are getting our profile ID inside of memory already. So you can see we are getting the profile ID inside of memory. Let's go back. This one said 2 to the F. Let's go back. and let's come again with another one, right? It's showing 6990. So basically the unique IDs of each of those components are coming, right guys? We're making progress. So we can now basically remove this, but then we want to perform a fetch. We want to perform a fetch. We can go and just copy the code from the landing page, right? But then I want us to write it afresh. So let's perform a fetch. Once again, const, we call it URL, right? Is equals to, let's go get the endpoint from Postman. Let's copy this ID and let's see which is this. Right, don't worry. Let's be sure of the profile we click so we can prove that it's working. So let's click on Victor's profile. So we now know this is Victor's ID, right? So let's copy it and then let's come to Postman and then let's paste, right? So let's send again and then we should get Victor's ID this time. You can see Victor Odewinde, right? So we are now sure this URL works. So we can copy this part. We're going to add the rest dynamically inside of JavaScript. So we can copy this part, right? And then we go to the update profile. So we know we're already getting profile ID, right? We're already getting it thanks to our use params hook, thanks to our dynamic routing. So now we are going to paste, we need string literals here. So we go back into JavaScript land. Remember, string literals is a JavaScript stuff. So we paste, and then over here, we are going to bring in JavaScript, and then we're going to dynamically add profile ID, right? We're going to add the profile ID value to this. So just like it was inside of the get single profile, you added the ID, but in this case, we are adding it dynamically. Guys, we're making progress, right? So we're making progress, all right? So let's save. We're getting an error here. It says property assignment expected. Let's see what's the bug. My bad, guys. My bad. We haven't entered JSX yet. We haven't entered JSX. So these are things you need to be careful about. We haven't entered JSX yet, so we didn't need this callies. We didn't need the callies because we haven't entered JavaScript land yet. So we are still basically inside of JavaScript, right? So the fact that we are inside of JavaScript means we can just directly do this without needing to bring in the callies, right? So profile ID, right, guys? So we've brought in our profile ID. Okay, so our URL should be just fine. So now we have our URL. We're now going to implement a fetch, right? So let's call the function handle get profile. Let's call it handle get profile, right? So first we start with no, we use the regular function keyword. It's going to be an async. Sorry, we have the async from the start, right? So it's going to be an async function, and then inside of our async function we have inside of our sync function, we have we're going to await our data, right? Const, we call it, no, we don't want to call it response. We want to call it profile, right? Let's just call it profile data. Profile data is equals to, yeah, we are awaiting, of course. Then we're importing Axios. We're importing Axios, so import Axios from Axios, right? So we're importing Axios, and then we are using Axios. So we say Axios dot is a get request. So we pass our URL once again. We pass our URL, right? So I guess we should have our errors silent by now. So async get handle get profile. So of course we invoke the handle get profile function, and then uh, we invoke the handle get profile. Let's go progressively. Let's go carefully. Let's log our profile data into the console, right? Let's log whatever we're getting into the console, right? So let's be sure we are getting profiles data. So let's log it into the console, and then we invoke the handle get profile function. But then we still have our use effect is crying. It says profile ID is a dependency. Let's just ignore it. It's not going to hinder our code from running. So basically, let's refresh. We're going to fetch our data. We're going to get the single profile. You can see it. Update profile is coming from here, profile data. So we are successfully implementing a fetch, and we're successfully getting our profile. So similarly, like I said, you need to think in React. So in thinking in React, we are going to do the same thing. We're going to import use state hook, and then we're going to set our data. So use state, and then over here, we're going to say const, right? We bring our array, then we say profile data, and then set profile data, right, is equals to use state is equally going to be null at first. I don't really like the naming here. I don't like the way we named it. All right, guys. So let's just call this I think we're going to have conflict with the naming. So let's make it unique. Let's call it developer profile data, right? Sorry, developer profile data. So set developer here, we need to add developer profile data. So developer profile data and set developer profile data. So over here, we can call this profile data now, right? All right, guys. So in this session, I want to show you guys how to set up your forms and work with forms in React. Okay. So for this developer profiles data, we set the initial value to null, right? So use state use state in React is not just for null values or just empty strings. We could have equally set this value to an empty array or an empty object as the case might demand, right? But then we initially set it to null. That's okay. So I want us to now initiate this developer profile data, and then I want us to initiate the developer profile data to an object. Okay, so this is basically going to be the content of our form stacked into one single object, right, guys? So to give the form an initial value, we are going to say the full name value of the form. We're going to initialize all the content, all the values to empty strings, right? So we have the full name, we have the email. We're going to initialize everything to empty strings. We have the website, right? We have the website, and then we equally have the about. We equally have the about, right, guys? So we initialize everything to empty object. So this is basically going to be the initial value of our form once the page loads rather. So thank God for my spelling checker. I was able to discover I had a typo there. So that extension makes a lot of sense, right? It makes a lot of sense. So now I've initialized the value of the form to this object containing the full name, the email, all initialized to empty strings. So now I want us to go to the form so I can show you guys how I can be able to connect this object that I just created to now become the values of the form, right? So let's go to the form. Coming to this full name section, we have ID, full name, label. This is not going to work. We didn't do it rightly. It should be like this, right? So that means we had a typo inside of our HTML build. Should we go correct it? Let's go correct it, right? Yeah, let's go correct it. So we had a typo inside of our HTML build. The HTML4 should be the same thing as your ID, right? So HTML, let's go to add profile. We are on inside of updates profile, right? So let's go to the form. I think we shouldn't bother about this. Probably we should just proceed and then focus on our React.js build. But I'm just trying to ensure we fix the typos everywhere because the builds are related, right? So the HTML4 should be the same as the ID. So let's fix that inside of the add profile page as well, right? So the HTML4, it should be the same as the ID. In this case, it's not HTML4, it's just 4, right? So we close this and then let's get done with this, guys. We don't need them, right? So we have fixed that typo. Okay, it's not fixed here yet, right? So it's fixed inside of update profile. Let's fix it inside of add profile as well. Sorry, add profile, not update profile, not home. So we come over here. Let's close this, guys, and then HTML4. Okay, so ID, yeah, it should rhyme with the ID. It should rhyme with the ID. So this is it, guys. We have implemented the fix. Let's go back to our update profile, which is the page we're currently working on. Now let's proceed so I can show you guys how we can bring in that object into our form. To bring in the object to connect to our form, we start by giving our full name a value, right? So we give it a value, and as you can see, Code Whisperer is already helping us. We give it a value, so we target the form, the object, which is developer profile data. Remember, so this is the object, and the object is this is the variable, right? Developer profile data. The initial value is this whole object, right? So we know we are now interacting with an object. So we go this way, we get the object and the full name. We get the object and the full name property of that object, right? So we have initiated the value of the form. So the moment the page loads, that automatically means our full name input will be initialized to an empty value, which is an empty string, right? So now we are done with what happens when the page loads. We're now going to implement an onChange event, right? We're going to implement an onChange event. So for this onChange event, we're going to pass an arrow function. we're going to write an arrow function, and then inside of this arrow function, we are going to target the event object, right? Because we need to get the target, meaning, okay, let me explain the event object. I explained this in the HTML build, I guess with so much detail. So the event object is an object that is available to any element that has an event, right? So if an element has an on click, has an on hover, any element at all in the DOM or the virtual DOM that has an event has access to the event object by default. All right, so we have access to the event object because this input element has an event, right? Good. So now the next thing we want to do, we want to be able to update the value of the full name input, right? So that is why we brought in the onChange event. The onChange event simply means the moment you begin to type, any typing you make, any change you make, this is the action we want to occur, right? So now let's proceed. We want to say on change. The moment you start typing, the moment you change anything inside the input, we want to set our developer profiles to an object, right? It's still going to remain an object, but then this time the object should contain every other value as default. So name, sorry, email, about, and website remains the same. So how do we do that? We use something in JavaScript called the spread operator. What the spread operator does is it basically helps us to return every other value to remain the same. So in this case, the about is going to remain the same, the website is going to remain the same, and the email will remain the same. So basically, this is the spread operator. You just bring in three dots, right? You bring in three dots, and then you call the variable, sorry, the name of the object. So you are saying spread this object for me, then you introduce a comma, and you say basically what we are saying here is every other value should remain the same, but then the full name value should become e.target.value. This is us successfully setting the value of our form to respond on change, right? So I mean, forms, working with forms in React can be kind of tricky to get your head around, but then with practice, with consistency, you're going to get it. So guys, basically what I've done here is I've explained the event object earlier, right? So on change, meaning anytime there's a change inside of the input, I want to set the developer profile data variable. I want to update it to this spread operator. The spread operator basically returns every other value as the same, and then only the full name value will change. So that is what I just did by bringing in the spread operator. I basically said every other value of the form should remain the same, but only the full name should change to the e.target value. And e.target simply means the input itself, right? The input has access to the event object, then the target property of the event object returns the input itself. So e.target simply means the input itself, right? So on change, anytime there's a change inside of the form, we want to set the value of that developer profile object to be everything remaining the same, but then the full name value will now be the current value of the input field, right? Please, this might be hard to get your head around, but please replay the video and try to get it, guys. So that is just basically the explanation of what I did here. So if I hadn't introduced everything that I introduced here, if I stopped at this, I would be basically saying that means the event object will be unnecessary. So if I stopped at this, I'll be basically saying return everything inside of the developer profile object to remain exact, including the full name. But then because I now introduced this, I went for that to add a statement, and I said the full name property should then become the event, the target of value, which basically means anytime I change anything in the form, the full name value should be updated to the current input, to the current stuff inside of that input, right? I believe this is explanatory enough. So we've implemented this for the full name input. We can now basically copy and go and duplicate for all the others, right? So Control C, Control V, then we use multi-cursors, right? Let's use multi-cursors. Let's get this out. It's no longer going to be full name. It's now going to be email, right? This is the field for the email, right? This is it. Then we proceed as well. And we paste this. We paste, and this also is not going to be the full name. Multi-cursors again. This is going to be the website, right? And then finally we go and what's this? Okay, it's nothing. Okay, so we come over here and we finish this up by saying it shouldn't be full name either. It should be about. All right, guys. So I've basically set up our form to work just fine. All right, I've connected the object up there, which is the initial value of our form on load. I've connected it to the form. I've been able to make it to change, to get updated as we effect any change inside of any input of the form. So that's how to set up your form in React.js, guys. Okay, guys. So I've successfully showed you guys how to work with forms in React, right? So we have implemented the form. I showed you guys everything. All right. So let me just do a recap of how forms work inside of React, right? So when our page loads, right? When our page load, we want the value of our form to be, we want the content of our form so that, we will be sending out this form content, right? We'll be sending it out when we are updating the form. We'll be passing it as part of the value inside of Axios. So Axios will send it to the backend and then it will get updated, right? It will update the database, right? So we'll be sending out this content, okay, as part of our request, right? As part of our request to the server. So the fact that we'll be sending it out, we needed to keep everything in good shape. So that was the reason why we brought in this object, right? That was the reason why we brought in the object. So we brought in the object, meaning this is what we want the value of the value of our form. We want all the content to be stored into an object, and then that was why we went ahead to implement this functionality. So when the page loads, the initial value of the form becomes developer profile data, the full name. So that's the full name value, right? So developer profile data, the full name is basically this. This is developer profile data, right? It is an object. Its value is an object, right? So dot full name is simply is this empty string. So while our page is loading, sorry, the moment our page loads, the initial value of full name is going to be an empty string. Similarly for email, right? So developer profile data to email developer, same thing for all those guys, right? So now we have implemented the initial load. So we're now saying the moment we start typing inside of the form, we want you to always set the developer profile data object to the content of the form, right? So like I explained, target is the form, is this input itself, right? So we want to say the moment I begin to type anything, meaning on change, the moment I begin to type anything, I want you to set the full name content of that object to whatever is currently inside this input, right? So set it to whatever is currently inside of this input. So when the page loads, the input value is 0. So the moment I begin to type, sorry, not 0, the input value is an empty string, right? So the moment I begin to type, right, the moment I begin to type, I want the input value of this form, right, of this input. I want the value of this input element to become the full name value of that form, right? So at any point I stop typing, that means the content of the full name value of that object is the content of the input value of this form, right? Meaning this current input value. So the same thing happens for each of the input values. The moment you begin typing, as you finish typing, the content of the input values will always be the content of that object. I mean, the specific content in this case, right? So the moment you begin typing, anything that is inside of the input, which is its value, will always be the specific value of the object, right, at that moment. So by the time you are finished typing, the value of that object, the specific value, will always be the value of this input element, right? So this is basically how you implement these things dynamically inside of React. I just want you guys to wrap your head around this method. If you have very few form values, you really don't need to use this method, probably two form values. But in this case, we have four. So it makes sense that we use this method. So you guys should check out the new React docs and you guys will get to see and get to learn about forms, how forms work in depth. Okay, guys. So we initially fetched our data, right, and we logged it into our console. So anytime the update profile component renders, that automatically means we get this data inside of our console. So let's go back to our code base. Let's check our console. Let's refresh. Right. I guess these errors are just because of some noise. Right. So this is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. Right. So our form is working. Right. So why don't we mock the update profile? Let's kind of mock the function so we can be able to see the value of our form. I explained to you guys that we want it to be in an object form. So let's go back to our function here. Inside of our use effect, we have handle get profile, right? And then okay, good. We don't. That's all we'll be doing inside of our use effect. We'll be coming back to it, of course. Then outside of this place, we can now do the handle update profile function, right? We can now implement the handle update profile function. Is an async function, of course. We need the function keyword first. We need the function keyword first, right? We've got the function keyword. Then we bring in our calls. Now we can just implement something for now. Let's just implement a simple function. Let's say we want to log the value of our form data, right? Console.log developer profile data. So let's see what the data looks like the moment we hit the update profile. The moment we hit the update, we hit the handle update profile function. So this function is going to be the function that will update that profile, right? Then, as usual, we need the event object again. I just give you guys a very good explanation of the event object while working with forms. So we need the event object. So the button is going to have an event, an on-click event, right? This update profile button is going to have an on-click event. So the fact that it's going to have an on-click event simply means it has access to the event object, right? So it has access to the event object, and that automatically means it has access to a value like the target. But in this case, all we just want to do is we want to prevent default. This does not apply to the button. It applies to the form because it's not an on-click event. It's an on-submit event. So we are referring to the form, right? So for if we were referring to an element like the button, then we like a form input, for example, we can then use the event.target value, right, of the event object, and then we can then we can manipulate that input, right? Event.target simply means that input itself. So probably if we're working with an input, we can then use the event.target to then get the value of the input, right? But in this case, we are working with a form, the form itself. This is not an on-click event. This is an on-submit event, right? This is an on-submit event. So on the on-submit event object, we have access to the prevent default method, right? We have access to the prevent default method, and the prevent default method prevents that form from reloading the page afresh. So in normal HTML, whenever when we React is basically HTML under the hood, right? Yeah. So the moment you kind of submit that form, we have access to the event object because we have the onSubmit event, and then we have the prevent default method as part of the methods inside of the event object of a form. Okay, so normally a form in HTML should cause the page to reload. Right, let's go prove it. Let's go prove it. The moment you hit this, it makes the page to look this is an email type, right? So we're using HTML checks. We're using HTML required checks, right? So let's hit submit. It should work now. So you see, even though it's React, it caused the page to reload. It caused the page to reload, and then we had our data all afresh, right, guys? So this, you can see the update profile is basically the data we fetch, right? So our data fetching is just fine, right? So, but the main thing I want to show you guys here is the way the page reloaded. So that is the normal property of a form inside of HTML or wherever, right? So the prevent default method of the event object on a form prevents that form from reloading the whole page. Okay, so it prevents that form from reloading the whole page. So we now invoke the prevent default method. If you are a newbie, you need to understand the difference between properties and methods of objects, right? So when you see this, it could be it could be a property. For example, like this developer profile data object. Developer profile data, the full name is a property. It gives you this, but then you can create the method and attach to it. So you need to understand difference between properties and methods of objects, right, guys? So if you're a newbie, just study objects and you get to understand these things. A very good place to do crash study, right? To do periodic study. You don't have to settle down and go and watch a whole course, right? A very good way to do such studies periodically. You just learn new things and become better is to use W3 codes, right? W3 codes. You don't need to go look for a YouTube video, right? That search can be frustrating. You just go to W3 schools and then you check out object and you get to learn, and you get to improve. Okay, so if you do that every day, in a month, you'd have gotten so much value. Right, guys? This YouTube channel is more than just your regular YouTube channel. in here, I'm currently up to giving you guys as much value as possible. So now we have prevented that reload behavior of the form, right? So we have prevented the reload behavior. We're going to ensure the form does not reload, and then we want to log our developer profile data so we can then see the current content of our object, which is our form data, right, inside of our console. So I explained in so much detail what happens when we type, right, when we type and the unchange event is invoked. I explain what happened. So now it makes it makes the current value of the form to become the specific, it makes the current value of that input, right, whether it's the email or whatever, to become the specific value over here inside of our object. So whatever we put inside of each of the field will then be passed as the content of this object, which will be our final value that we're now going to send to the excuse me guys, that we're now going to send to the server to help us make the update. So let's go check out, let's go test it. We make different inputs and then we implement the send, which is basically just showing us what our current form value, but our current form sorry, which is just basically showing us what the current content of our form is, right? So have I saved this? I guess I've saved. Now we need to go back to the button, right? We need to close these guys, I think. Yeah, close this. Let's close this. Right, so now good, our form, our button, the type is a submit type, so it's now going to trigger the form inside of which it exists. So we're now going to add the on submit event, right? We're going to add the on submit event, and then we're going to say we're going into JavaScript land, though we are inside of inside of GSX. So good, code whisperer gave us the correct suggestion. We just invoke handle update profile, so we save. Get what's this error all about? JSX attribute. Okay, it's gone. Just basically my system lagging, right? So let's proceed and go check out what happens inside of our form. Let's refresh, right? Let's refresh. So let's just use let's say test user, test user. Good. Let's say test user test.com, and then let's just do some lorem. Okay, let's make it make sense. Let's go and get some. Oh gosh, this might take time. All right, good. Didn't. So I save this and then I paste. So now let's see the content of our form. You guys can see what we implemented. Isn't this awesome, guys? All right. So what else are we going to do? Good. We have successfully implemented our handle update profile function. We're going to come back and we're going to finish it up. But now let's go back to our use effect. So from the initial, what happens inside of use effect? What happens inside of the use effect is, first of all, we get our profiles, right? We get, have we set the title? Yeah, we've set the title, and then we want to now get the value of that particular profile that we want to update. Is a dynamic page, guys, remember? So we want to get the value of that form that we want to update. The moment we get the value, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to now set the initial content of this developer profile data to be the value coming from the profile data of that profile, right? The value we are getting from the server, right? So without us doing this setup, the initial value of our form will always be empty object, right? Let's go check it out. Let's reload. So the initial value of our form will always be empty. These are placeholders, right? Since it's empty, the placeholder will always show. So those are placeholders, right? Remember, inside of our form, those are placeholders. Whatever we added inside the placeholder uh, attribute of the various inputs is going to be what we show, because the inputs are basically empty at that moment, right? So when the inputs are empty at that moment, placeholders will show. But then we want to now, want to make it dynamic, right? Let's go back to one of our demos. Let's go back to the React build. I think it's going to be faster. Let's try the edit functionality and see. So we get the profile and then we get it updated, right? So once we get it updated, we can now add anything we want to add, and the moment we send, we can now see that that is now part of the content, right? Just remember remember how I explained in the form aspect, right? So it's just important that you guys get these things. So the moment we fetch, we get the value of that user's profile, and then we update this initial content of our form. Remember, we have set we have set the content of the form to these individual values. So we want to now be able to update that content, and then we can proceed and make our edit. So now we are able to get profile data, right? Our use effect is still crying, requesting us to add a dependency, but let's ignore that cry. Let's just proceed. All right, guys. So let's proceed. hopefully we'll get it resolved. So I don't like the way we used the regular function syntax here. So let's stick to a particular pattern, right? So as you could try to stick to these patterns, if you're to these patterns, right? So if you're working individually, have your rules. If you're working with the team, follow the rules of the team. So what we are going to do here, we're going to ensure any function that is inside of a block, we use the arrow syntax, and then if it's on its own, a block on its own, it's going to be the regular function keyword, right? So this is inside of our use effect. So I think I prefer, let's make it like this. So undo get profile is going to now be using the arrow function syntax, right? Async, bring in our arrow function, uh, permission it should be after the braces, right? So that there we get it. So undo get profile, same thing, we invoke undo get profile. So same thing is basically happening. Now we are able to get our profile data, right? We're able to get our profile data. Let's go back. No, let's go back to our demo. Let's refresh, right? So we're able to get our profile data logged into our console. The double repetition is basically, I guess it's basically of React.strict mode, right? Inside of our main.jsx, right? React.strict mode. So this strict mode causes data to kind of duplicate itself in the console. So that is, by the way, just take note of that. Remember, okay, I've explained it already. Strict mode doesn't have any effect on your production deployment. So after you've deployed to the server, strict mode doesn't have any effect. So over here, we are able to get our data. We're able to fetch our data successfully. I'm coming data. So this is it. So profiles data is what we called it. Profiles data gives us our API response. So profiles data.profile gives us access to the profile object, right? So let's go back to our update profile. Let's go to log profiles data.data, right? Profiles data.data.profile, right? Yeah, so it um gives us to the object, to the profile, to the developer profile object. So, okay, good. So now we have access directly to the developer profile object, and then we can now, remember we selected Victor's profile, right? So we can now set the content of this form to be the individual content of that profile coming in. So handle get profile, we can now go this way. We can now say set developer profile data, right? It's going to be an object, right? It remains an object. So full name becomes good. Full name becomes, is no longer going to be empty. It becomes I think we should call, let's do some destructuring here, right? There's no need to call variable. Let's just destructure. Let's destructure name, right? Let's destructure email. Let's destructure website. Let's destructure about as well. So we need the const keyword. So we destructure these things, and then we say is equal to profile data, right? Profile data dot profile, right, guys? Dot profile dot sorry, the data dot profile, right? This is just basically exactly what we logged into our console. So we are getting all of this from the profile object. So we can now close this. So we can now basically pass for we didn't take our full name here. So full name, right? I think I should remove this. Good. So full name, email, website, and about. So full name is basically, we don't need is, if we do it this way, right? If we do it this way, it works. But then inside of ES6, our full name is now going to be, our full name value here is now going to be the full name value we are getting from the profile, right? Because it's basically the same thing. So the full name property of this object becomes the full name value, right? So this is a property more like a variable name, and then this is the content coming from the API data, right? So we can do it this way, but then in ES6 we are permitted to just leave it like this. So we pass email, we pass website. It's basically saying this colon this colon this colon this, but ES6 permits us to write it in the shorthand format. So this is going to be it. Probably I should do it for you guys to understand. Let's go back and let's see. You can see it's coming in. It works. I've basically explained it, guys. No need for me to do it again, right? So you can see we are getting the content of the user profile. When we load, let me go back. When we load, it's initially empty, right, guys? When we load, it's initially empty, but you see empty, so it shows the placeholder because it's empty, and then we now get the profile content coming in, right? So guys, I love the progress we are making. Let me duplicate this so I can explain to you guys. inside of the code base. I can then say same as, right? I can comment that out. I can say same as this. We're inside of JavaScript. We haven't entered JSX, right? So there's no need for us to bring the curlies and then that kind of JSX comment, right? So same, okay, let me say above block is same as this below, right? I want you guys to get as much value as possible. We keep a space after every comment, right? So we now add the colons, right? Let's use multi-cursors like this. So we can't use multi-cursors, they are different. So we have full name, good, we have email, good, we have website, good, we have about, right? So let me comment this so we don't get an error, right? So I save, you guys are going to see exactly the same thing is going to happen. We refresh, you see same thing happens. So let's go on comment this now. I prefer this method because it's shorter. So we on comment, right? We on comment, and then you guys see the same thing is happening. So that is just what ES6 gives us the ability to do, and it's cool, right? So we have successfully now updated the content of our form once our page gets loaded. Okay guys, we're making good progress, but then our use effect is crying. All right guys, we're making progress. Let's just make our let's make our use effect stop crying. So use effect is basically saying, I taught you guys about dependency arrays, right? When something changes, it causes use effect to run again, even without a page reload. Use effect is supposed to run only on page reload, right? On page load or reload. But then we can have dependencies that can cause use effect to run again even without the page reload. So whenever that dependency change, I explained to you guys earlier, like boolean, true, false, right? Whenever true it changes to true, it causes use effect to run. Whenever it changes to false, it could be boolean, it could be whatever, right? It could be just a variable of numbers or whatever. Okay, so we have this profile ID variable which we are getting from our use params, right? Which we are using to fetch our data. So it's inside the use effect. I don't know. Let's take it out. Let's see if the use effect still cries. Let's see. Let me save. Let me save. All right. So our use effect is still crying out. Okay. So let's bring it out. Let's bring it back in. Let's bring it back in, right? So we want to make our use effect stop crying. Basically, our profile ID is never going to change, right? It's always going to remain profile ID, but use effect is saying, all right, that thing has the probability to change and trigger a a re kind of a invoking of the use effect, right? So it's basically telling us that thing can change and trigger a change of me because it is connected to me, right? So it's saying add it to the dependency array so that whenever it changes, right? Let's over. It says React hook is missing. Either include it or remove the dependency array. I think we should remove the dependency array, but it's fine. Let's just include it, right? Let's include it. Let's say profile ID. So once we include it, our use effect is satisfied. Like a little baby, it stops to cry. Okay, so now we are done with that part of the. We're absolutely done with loading our page and fetching our data. We're absolutely done. So whichever profile we click, we select that profile gets updated here. It's now absolutely a dynamic page. Let's go with Samuel Naruto. You guys will see it gets the value for Samuel Naruto. And the moment we hit, you see the content remains the current value of Samuel Naruto's profile. So let's add, let's just say updated. Let's add, okay, it's currently showing updated, right? I guess I updated it before. Let's remove the updated and then let's come over here and let's say website updated, right? So let's hit, and then now you're going to see the content of the website becomes just as exactly as we added it here. So we are done with fetching data. Any profile we select, the profile is able to come here. We're able to get the data. We're able to update it. We're able to see it. So we're now able to pass that object to our Axios request that will be sending to the server. So now let's go and knock out our update profile functionality so that we can be able to make requests to the server and update our profiles. So we have our asynchronous handle update profile function, right? So now the first thing we want to do is we want to be able to update our profile. So when we're able to update our profile and we successfully get a response, the server, whenever you update the profile, you get a response with that containing the profile, containing the value of the profile, containing the updated value of the profile, right? The update you just made the server sends you back that response telling you, okay, I've received your update. So here was the update you made. Basically, that's it. So we are going to invoke Axios. Axios will update our profile for us. So once Axios updates our profile on the server, right, it helps us update our profile on the server. Once we update the profile, then we get back the value. We now know the profile has been updated. Then we perform some checks, and with those checks, we can be able to show our modal or turn it off. Right, even before Axios performs the update, we are able to show we need to show the update process modal, right? The progress model, and then once Axios is done updating and everything is sure, we are sure the value is back exact as it should be. Then we now show the success model. We now perform the redirection to the landing page, just like we did in the HTML build, right? So guys, so much value in this build. Let's proceed. Show const, yeah, Axios, of course. We have an async, right? We're not using URL in this case. We just pass the URL directly. We want, let's say, updated profile, right? I'm coming. Let me see. Updated profile. All right, good. So guys, let's proceed. We're not going to use the URL in this case. I will just handle Axios directly. So let's say updated profile, right? Updated profile is equal to await, of course, resolve the promise. And then we do Axios.patch. So we're using patch here. The first thing we'll pass is our update profile URL. So I'm coming. This first URL was for getting data. Let's go to Postman now. Let's get our update profile URL, the API link. So this is it. Update profile. Then we pass the ID of the profile we want to update. So let's go back. So we are inside of update profile, right? I can't find my update profile. Okay, it's here. So we're inside of updates profile. So we have update profile with access or patch. Let's make our URL to be outside. Let's keep it clean. Right, this is our URL, but then we want the ID to be dynamic. So we're not going to use quotes. Control Z. We're not going to use quotes because we want to bring in JavaScript. We're not yet inside JSX, so we don't need the calls, right? So we go straight ahead and we use our string literals, we paste, and then we drag towards the edge and remove this. And since we are using string literals, we cannot dynamically bring in JavaScript, right, guys? So we pass the profile ID, correct? Okay, so we pass the profile ID. We now have a dynamic URL. So dynamic for each profile that we show. It gets it from the params, and then it gets it from the use params method, from the use params hook. It gets it. Use params hook is coming from React Router DOM, right? So you see up here, this params from React Router DOM. So it gets the profile ID right over here. Let me show you guys again. See, it gets it from React Router DOM, and then we missed the const keyword here. Let's add the const keyword. So now we have it. Then we can pass URL. So the first argument we pass, we can directly pass our URL here. It works, but then let's keep it clean. Then the next thing we are going to pass is the update we want, the way we want our new profile to be, which will certainly be this. Sorry, which will certainly be this, right? Because we should I showed you guys how whenever we made an update, we were able to get how we wanted the form content to be. We got it in an object form, which is always this, right? We logged it into the console. I showed you guys. So we're now going to pass this as our form content, as the update that we want. So it's going to be developer profile data, right? Good. So once we save, we now have update. So yeah, so we're able to make an update to the server, and then let's wait for our updated profile. So that is how Axios does it. Whenever Axios successfully perform the request, it gets back. No, that was how we configured our server. I've talked about this. We get back our updated profile, right? So we log it into the console and let's see what we have. So now we are going to be able to successfully make an update on our server. All right, where I'm coming, I think we should have made a check here. So const profile data await. We are awaiting. And then should we add if statements? We're already awaiting, so there's no way our function goes past this line, right? There's no way it goes past this line. We have to first of all wait before we render this, so it's already safe. Let's not duplicate functions needlessly. It's cool if you wish to, you can go ahead, but let's leave it like that, right? Let's not duplicate functions. Okay, so the next thing, sorry, let's not duplicate logic, right? Let's not duplicate logic. The next thing we want to do here is right, yeah, we want to perform our update. Let me refresh. So now with our current code, we should be able to update the profile and get an updated profile. So our server will always be updated. Let's make it real. Let's say Sandra Kimball. Let's make an update so we can see the changes indeed. Let's first of all go back so that you guys will not think I'm cheating. It's just Sandra Kimball, this. So we are going to add updated to both the website, to both the name, and then to the about, right? So we are going to add updated over here. We're not going to touch the email. You know, the email has email type, so it has strict checking, more like rejects inside of our server, right? So updated profile, updated. So let's hit. Good. So we got our initial value, right? Just like we logged it into the console. We didn't remove it yet. Okay, let's go to handle update profile. See it. We log the value into the console, which is what we are passing as our data, right, to Axios. And then Axios now sends, this is what we passed, right? Axios now sends it to the server, and then Axios gets us back our response telling us your server has been updated successfully. And then you can see in part of the server response is updated profile. Guys, we built all of this. We built everything. We were the ones that made everything so that the response can come like this. We build the API ourselves. I mean, check out the description of this video. You see the full series link. Go check it out and come on, learn all the stuff. And you're going to be, you're going to be full stack. You're going to be amazing by the end of the whole of this series. So let's go back, guys. Let's go back, and you're going to see now we have all our updates. You see, updated. This is coming from the database. You remember we already performed that fetch. So this is live data. The database is updated live. Everything is working fine. So we are successfully now able to implement our profile update, right? So let's update Samuel Naruto as well. We are going to clean them back, right? We're going to clean them back. Let's say updated. These are not real names, right? I don't know if your name, if I Paraventure. Okay, it was initially updated. Let me say updated again. So Paraventure, this is your name, right? Sorry, disclaimer. Right, guys, let's shoot. We get our updated profile again, right? So let's go back. Let's go back here. Let's go back to our homepage. Samuel Naruto is going to be updated as well. Here is updated again. This is cool, guys. This is cool. Let's proceed back to our build. We have now successfully been able to implement our profile update. So now we're going to perform checks. We're going to perform checks. Let's finish the no, let's go and handle our models first, right? Yeah, let's go and handle our models. Okay, so when updating profiles, right? Yeah, let's clean up this one. When updating profile, we want, we have models inside of our HTML build, right? We have models. I'm coming back here. I think I should drag this a little. Good. So we have models inside of this page, inside of the HTML build. We had models. Come on, pop-ups right there inside of this place. So we have the progress model. The moment we click, it shows your profile is being updated, whatever, see the content it shows. And then the moment it's successful, just like in the HTML build, this shows before we get redirected to the landing page to see our profile. So now we want to implement how this guys will show, and how we want to implement the functionality so that we can be able to control when they show and when they are not going to show. So I'm going to do something very interesting. I want you guys to really learn what I'm going to do now. It's going to be helpful. It's actually super cool. It's super cool, the power of React. And this is one aspect of React I love so much, right? I love it so much because it gives you so much flexibility. So much flexibility. You can manipulate classes, right? You can manipulate your classes using variables. It's just so awesome, right? So I don't know. I've never tried this in HTML. I don't know if it's possible, but it's super cool. So how are we going to implement our pop-ups, the show and hide of our pop-ups? We're going to create another state, right? We're going to create some state variables. This is awesome. Learn to think in React, right? So we're going to create another state variable. Let's break it down here. So we're going to call it we're going to create two different variables, right? Two different variables, show loading model and then show success model, right? Two variables, show loading model and show success model. Then indeed we're going to have the set whatever, right? The set side of the variables, right? So the first thing we'll do is we go with as usual, use state. To create state, you bring your square braces, right? So we go with no, we're not checking for any error. No, thanks code whisperer. We just want to set our model, right? So we go with show loading model, right? And then set show loading model, right? Set show loading model. So show loading model set show loading model. So we use boolean in this case, use state, of course we bring our use state, and then we add the initial value. So the initial value of this show loading model is always going to be true, and then whenever we want to update that value, we can then use this variable and then make the update. That's how simple use state is. So the initial value of show loading model is true. They are showing errors because we have not used them anywhere, and ESLint said we shouldn't have unused variable seed here, no use vars, right? So sorry, I was too fast. No unused vars, right? So the initial value of our show loading model is true. The moment we perform an update, if we want to perform an update, we use this set show loading model. So we go down there. Am I too fast, guys? Right, so let's go down there. Even the prevent default, we have our URL. We are able to successfully update our profile. So before we start the update process, we want to set show loading model to true. So we want to now use that this thing, right? We want to now use that uh, set variable to make the update. So its initial value is what? Its initial value is, let's make its initial value to be false. Both of them, let's make their initial values to be false. Why don't we create the second one as well? Okay. Uh-oh. Right, let's duplicate show loading model and set show loading model. So over here, let's use multiple multi-colors. So it now becomes show success model, right? Show success model and set show success model, and both their initial values are false, false. So the moment we, let's close this function so we can get the space. So the moment we invoke the handle get, we can close our use effect now completely. So the moment we invoke our handle update profile function, we prevent our form from reloading the page. Then we set show loading model to true, right? So we want the loading model to change to true. What are these cry? Where is this baby coming from? Oh, I think we made a mistake, guys. Let's remove this. It should be declared just once. It looks different. Let's see what's happening. Dates profile. Oh, where's that error coming from, guys? Handle update profile. Let me see. We already have our get profile, so this is an error. This is not supposed to be here, right? So we fix that. Let's close our use effect. So update profile await Axios or patch URL. Good. So we are now able to get our updated profile. I showed you guys, but then we want to set our show model, our show loading. Is it progress? It's not. Yeah, show loading model. We want to be able to set it to true, so that that model can then show. So good. We are now able to set it to true, but setting it to true doesn't make any difference. We want to now go inside of CSS and manipulate its value so that it can now be able to show thanks to this variable, thanks to the show loading model, right? So how do we then do that variable manipulation? That is what I say I love about React. It's just a pattern I use, and I love it so much. So the class value is going to change now. Let's break so we can see everything I'm doing. So let's break, and then we want to go into JavaScript land. So the first thing we do, we bring in our curlies, right? Our curly braces. We bring in our curlies. We are now inside of JavaScript land. We bring in string literals, right? So we're still inside of JavaScript land. So string literals is still strings. It's the same as quotes. Just that when you're inside of JavaScript, you can use string literals to add JavaScript variable values. So you make your strings to be kind of dynamic. So we are, in the value is hidden, the value is hidden. Let me change the value from hidden. Let me make it block. Display block. Let's make it display block so you guys will see what happens. Even without all of those JavaScript stuff I just did, it's still going to show, right? It's just changing the classes. Display block. So the pop-up works just fine. It came from our HTML build, right? Check out the HTML build if you need to. So it's basically just pre-built already. We built it in the HTML version, so it was hidden, right? But now we want it to become block the moment set show model changes to true. This is awesome, guys, right? So the moment we hit this invoke functionality, our form is prevented from loading. I'm explaining again, guys. Get it, guys. Yeah, our form is prevented from loading, and then we show this guy. So how do we now make it show? So how do we now implement this? Like I said earlier, we actually don't need this. Exactly. Let me do it, guys. Let me do it. Let me do it. I don't want you guys to be confused. Okay. So let's return it to how it was exactly initially. Let me save. You guys are going to see if I change this hidden to block, it's basically the same thing, right? The JavaScript stuff doesn't make any difference. It's still going to show. I'm coming. Let me save. Let me save. Right, so it's going to show. It's just the class I changed. Right, then let's return to our JavaScript update. Right. Oh gosh. All right, good. So now let's implement our JavaScript update again. We bring your colleagues. We're entering JavaScript land, right? String literals are JavaScript stuff, right? So we're entering JavaScript land, so we bring in our colleagues. We bring in our colleagues, right? So we bring in our colleagues. So we don't have any errors. Then we can now be able to make this to be dynamic. So how do we make it dynamic? We're going to bring in our right? Just we're going to now do some JavaScript inside of here. Code Whisperer is already giving us something that is almost correct, but we're going to ignore Code Whisperer. So we're now going to say show. Don't worry, I'm going to make a video and show you guys. This week, yeah, this week I'm going to make a video before the 21st. Yeah, before the 21st. I'm currently recording this video on the 17th. So before the 21st, I'm going to make a video showing you guys how to set up Code Whisperer on your PCs. You basically use this extension and then I'll show you guys everything. So we're now going to say show loading model. If it's we use ternary operators, let's go with Code Whisperer this time. So we use ternary operator. Remember, we're going to say if this question mark is simply saying if. So if Code Whisperer is true, if it's true, meaning you guys need to understand, you need to understand the concept of truthy and falsy, right? So if a value is defined, it is truthy. If it is not defined, it is falsy, true and false, right? So but in this case, it's not a matter of defined or undefined, it is direct boolean, a matter of true or false. The initial value is false. So when the page load, it will be false, meaning it will not show, right? But when the page is now loaded and we invoke the handle of the profile, we set it to true. So it is now truthy. So we are saying if it is true, this block will show. If it is false, hidden will show. So when our page loads, it stays hidden. The moment we invoke this function, it's going to show. Down inside of this function, we are going to hide it back after we show the success model. Sorry, before we show the success model, right? So we now have access to the loading. We have implemented this for the loading model. Let's go directly and implement it for the success model as well. So let's break this similarly. I mean, this dynamic implementation is just cool. I love it. First of all, we go into JavaScript land, right? We bring in our collies, and then we bring in our backticks, right? Bring in our backticks. Guys, what's the error for? Oh gosh. All right, I guess there's no more error. So we can bring in our backtick. Then we can now come over here as well and manipulate this, making it dynamic. Right, guys? So we can now use this is show success model now, right? That was show loading model, and this is show success model. So we have successfully implemented this for both models. So now we have show loading model. We are able to update it and make it pop up. Don't worry, you guys will see how it will work, right? So once the handle of the profile is invoked, set show loading set show loading model becomes true, showing the loading model, telling us the update is in progress, right? So the moment we get our profile, we now want to hide the set show loading model and show the set success model, right? We're making good progress, guys. We're making good progress, and I love it. Good. So we're now able to get our updated profile. So we now make a check. Let's go and see the nature of our updated profile. Okay, this is our data. Let's see the nature. Okay, updated profile.data gives us our server response, and then updated profile.data dot updated profile, right? You guys should take note. We call it updated profile there. So over here, the data and the server response is also saying updated profile. It will give us access to the updated profile object. But I don't think we need that. Yeah, we don't need this. All we just need is the response message. So let's copy the response message, and so we don't make any typos. So we say if updated profile is already gotten, if it's defined, right? If updated profile, if it's defined, if it has arrived and everything is, if it's defined a successful value, good. And updated profile dot let's check what's the value. Updated profile the response message, right? And updated profile the response message. right? If updated profile and updated profile, the response message, if it is defined, what next do we do? We can now go ahead and we say set. We're going to now hide our loading model, right? And then we are going to show our success model. So let's set our loading model, set show loading model. We're going to take it back to false, so we hide it, right, guys? So and then we set, sorry guys, we set show success model, right? We set it to true. We want to show our success model. So after we do this, the next thing we want to do is we want to empty our form. Okay, guys, so we really don't need to do this. What I'm going to do now, we really don't need to do it, but let's just do it. It makes some sense. So let's just do it. So we're now going to empty our profile, our developer profile data, right? You know, the moment we make our updates, our developer profile data becomes the content of our form, right? So we are basically saying after we have submitted our form, just empty the form, right? So probably we want to permit the user to make another update, we can then implement that functionality. But we're not permitting the user to make another update because the page is going to get redirected. We are going to get redirected rather to the landing page. So we're not really permitting the user to make another update. But I think it still makes some sense for us to just empty the form. So let's set developer profile data, right? Meaning the form data now. Let's set it to an empty object, right? So let's set it to an empty. Let's just empty the form. Let's make the form to become empty. Full name. Yeah, full name is, we'll take it back to empty, its original value. Full name, and we have email. I don't like this. Email, full name, email, everything goes back to empty. Okay, let's go with code whisperer. Thanks for the help. Oh, we got an error here, so you just need to be careful. I think we got an error as well. So you just need to be, especially the symbols, the punctuations, right? The braces. You just need to be careful how you take suggestions from AI. So, like I said, I'm going to make a video on Code Whisperer. If you haven't subscribed yet, I believe you're getting a ton of value. I mean, so much value already. Hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to hit the like button, guys. All right. So we now empty our developer profile, right? We are showing our set show success model. It stays. We empty the profile. So after we empty the profile, we're now going to set timeout. Set timeout is basically JavaScript stuff, right? It helps us get a timer. It helps us get a timer. So after this time, we want this function to get invoked. So set timeout takes two properties. Number one, it takes the callback function, right? It takes the callback function. We use simple array function. So we are going to hide. So now we are basically going to now we are done with our updating. We have shown the progress model. We've shown the success model. Now let's hide the model, and then we're going to I said set timeout takes two parameters, right? The first parameter it takes is the callback function. This is the first parameter it takes. Then the second parameter it takes is the timeout. Sorry, this is not use effect. The second parameter it takes is the timeout. So we're going to make it 2000 milliseconds, which is 2 seconds. So I guess this is basically no, this is not all. But let's save now. So set show success model is going to hide the success model. We are done with showing our models. Then after 2 seconds, we want it to redirect to the landing page. So how do we perform a redirect in React.js? We get the use navigate hook. We import the use navigate hook from React Router DOM. So all right, guys. So we import the use navigate hook from React Router DOM. Then code whisperer is correct here. We call use navigate hook, we call it navigate. Then we are now able to navigate to different URLs. So let's go back here. We want to navigate back to the home page. This is internal routing, right? We're not going outside, so we just want to navigate back to the home page. Then we can then call our navigate method, and then we proceed and add wherever we want to navigate to. We want to navigate back to the landing page. We want to navigate back to the landing page, so we just add a forward slash, meaning we are going back to the landing page. We call it navigate. I'm coming, let me see. Yeah, navigate, and then we go back to the landing page. So guys, our update profile functionality is complete. The page basically is already complete. Let's go test our functionality and ensure it works perfectly. Let's go back to the landing page. Let's clean up Sandra Kimball, right? So let's clean up Sandra Kimball. We got it's working as we expect. Then over here, we clean this out as well. Over here as well, we clean this out. So we want the profile to be clean now. So let's hope everything works like we want it to. Let's go. Okay, it's not working like we want it to. I think the update actually happened, but our use profile didn't show, our modals didn't show up. We didn't have our redirection, so we are having a bug somehow. Let's go back to our homepage. You see the update happened, but our functionality didn't work like we expected it to. So let's see what the problem is all about. I think it is coming from here. This condition is met, but this condition is not met. So let's go check out what is the problem. Updated profile dot data dot response message, right? So updated profile dot data, this is where we missed it. So because that condition was not met, we're basically saying these two conditions must be met before you can do all of this. So because those conditions were not met, it didn't work as it should work. So now let's clean up Naruto this time. Let's refresh so you guys don't think I'm cheating. Let's go clean up Naruto, right? Let's go up there and then we clean up this, right? And then no need for that. This we clean up this, and then over here we clean up this. So everything should work as fine as we expected this time. Let's hope so. Oh gosh, it's still okay. It worked. All right, good. Everything else worked, but our progress model didn't work. Set, I'm coming. Set show loading model true. The success model worked, but our loading model didn't work. So if updated profile and this, okay, everything inside of here work. Set show loading model true. Did we miss something? Okay, show loading model. Yeah, correct. Show success model. Block hidden. Block hidden. Let's load again. Probably the request was too fast. Right. Let's make Victor's profile to be 30. Right. Let's go and add some stuff. Let's just update only the name and see if it works this time. Okay. Our loading model is not showing for a reason I can't relate. You see the update was successful. Let me go and let's debug that. All right, guys, I found the error. We didn't remove this hidden class. So the hidden class is always applied, whether it's, this was supposed to be the dynamism, right? High true. But because there was a sticky hidden class there, I mean, that class made it to stick. So that was the bug. So now let's go. It's just kind of hard to get things to work straight up. But then let's clean up Victor's profile again. Let's remove this and then make it as clean as it was originally. So let's hit, and then we get this, please wait, and then we get that. Our update functionality works just fine. This is dope, guys. I'm loving this. If you're loving this, please don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. So if updated profile is defined and this is correct, we invoke that, everything works just fine, guys. Everything works just fine. So I guess we're done from our update profile page, right? We're done from this page. Let me see, is there anything from the HTML that we need to clean up? Check, right? So you check, copying from the HTML to the React.js. Probably you were given a task in your theme to perform the migration, right? After you've done everything, you need to ensure you check so that there will be no typos, there will be no errors. So you guys saw the typos we had while we did the page navigation to React. You guys can go back inside of your HTML build and fix all of those typos that I didn't fix, right? They didn't actually show us that there were errors in HTML, right? But in React, things are more tighter, so we got the errors, right, guys? So I guess we're basically done inside of the handle update profile page. So we've successfully implemented our handle update profile functionality. I guess we're done from the update profile component as well. So we can close the navbar, we can close app.jsx, we can close this. I guess we're done with all of these. We can close this, get single profile. I guess we are done. Let me get single profile. Let me see. I guess we are done. So let me close this. Yes, links. Yeah, closing this. Let's go back to our file. So, profile card dropper, profile card. I guess we're done. Probably we're not. Let me close this. Let me close everything. All right, guys. So let's go back to our home.jsx. So we're making progress, guys. We're making progress. So the next thing we want to do is we want to show our overlay. We want to show our overlay, and then we want to begin to perform the dynamic process of deleting a profile, right? So, when deleting a profile, let's go back to the home page. Let me explain this. To delete a profile, you basically need to click this, right? And then we get the ID of that profile, and then we pass the ID to the overlay, okay? And then let's go to the demo and let me show you guys. Let me refresh. We have 5 profiles already. Right, good. So yeah, I want to delete. So when I hit the delete button, what happens is I get these options. So basically, if I hit no thanks, the overlay goes away. Sorry guys, the overlay goes away, right? But if I hit yet, if I sorry guys, if I hit yes delete, the overlay is deleted. Sorry, if I hit this and I hit no thanks, the overlay disappears, right? But when I hit this and I hit yes delete, then the profile gets deleted and our data is fetched again and our page is updated. So let's go. Right, this is good, disappears, good, it happens, it works just fine. So when I hit it again, same thing happens, but then the process is simple. When I hit this, we are able to pick the ID of this profile because we have the ID inside of this card. So we're able to pick the ID, we pass it to a variable, and then the variable is now inside of this overlay. So when we hit click, we are implementing a delete request to the server, passing that ID dynamically, and then the profile is deleted. And once the profile is successfully deleted, we now have a page refresh. So that's basically the logic behind the functionality. So let's go back to our build, right? So we have 4 profiles now because we deleted 1 profile from the demo build, right? All right, guys. So we have successfully implemented our delete profile, right? Sorry, our update profile, and I just explained to you guys the delete profile logic. So now we want to begin to implement the deleting of the profile. But first of all, guys, we have our modal there. Our modal is there. If you remember from the HTML build, right? But then it is hidden. It is until we click that button that it becomes block. I think flex, right? Becomes flex. The display becomes flex. So let's change the display to flex and let's go check it out. So you guys are going to see the model is here, right? It's not going to do anything because we don't have any functionality yet. Okay, so I mean, check out how clean the build is, guys. Tailwind CSS is cool, and then I mean, we are good too, right? We are cool, we are amazing too. So guys, let's go back to the build, and then we have an overlay, it's there, I've proved that it's there, so we take it back to hidden. So just like we showed and we implemented a show and hide for those pop-ups in the update profile page, we are going to implement a show and hide for our overlay, as for our model as well, our model overlay, right? So let's go back here, same way, learn to think in React, remember? So we bring in our state and then we start with set show model overlay. Let's say, let's call it modal, set show modal, let's say set show overlay. Okay, so let's go, guys. Set show overlay, and then set show overlay, and then is equals to use state, right? Use state, as good as usual, is going to be false, right? It's going to be false. Show overlay, set show overlay, it starts with false, and then the moment we trigger a change, the true false thing happen, and then the hide show functionality kicks in. So show overlay, set show, we missed the spelling here, set show overlay, right? Show overlay and then set show overlay, it starts with false, guys. So let's go down here and then let's implement the functionality, right? So we have our use effect setting our title, we have another use effect fetching and data. So you guys might be asking, can't we just pass everything into one use effect? Correct, it's possible to pass everything into one use effect. I guess we did that in the update profile page, right? Everything stayed, sorry, this is not the update profile page. Everything stayed inside of one use effect, right? Everything stayed inside of one use effect, fetching data, and then sorry, setting our title, and then getting our profiles and updating the profile from the initial, right? Updating the form rather, and then we now have the update profile function outside of the use effect. But basically, we had two logics. I mean, the second logic was massive, right? All inside of use effect. So you can add everything inside of your use effect just like this if you wish, but you need to think about the scope of your project. So now this is our title. We want the title use effect to run once the page loads. So the moment the page loads, that stops there. But this other use effect, there might be a reason for it to keep happening, right? There might be a reason for it to keep happening even when the page has not loaded. So you don't want your title to just keep getting updated. It's needless, right, guys? So we want a different use effect because this use effect might be triggered by something even when the page has not loaded. So this stays, it only happens when our page loads, and then this, we're definitely going to have something to cause it to trigger. We're going to have a dependency for it, which will cause it to get re-triggered, right? So show overlay and then set show overlay. So the show overlay and set show overlay is initially false, right? So it is false, but then we want to create a show a function, right? We want to create a function certainly outside of our use effect, right? I'm coming handle fetch data. Yeah, we want our fetch functionality to get triggered on every page load. We're going to have and we're going to have a dependency to trigger it. But for now, let's forget about that. Let's work on our handle. We need the function keyword first. Let's work on our handle show overlay, right? On our handle show overlay, and then we're now going to do the we're going to bring set show overlay, right? Set show overlay to true. We now want to trigger the set show overlay, right? We're going to write another function which handles. We're going to write another function which handles hiding our overlay, right? So correct. I guess we should go with code whisperer now. So function handle hide overlay. Good. It turns our show overlay to false, right? So we are able to show overlay and hide overlay, true and false, just the toggle. Then what else do we do? I think we should go and add the functions now. So let's implement our check, right? Let's implement our check. So the same way we did that one, we have hidden, we want to change it to flex. So first things first, we're going to JavaScript land, right? We want to use string literals, right? We're going to JavaScript land. We're going to JavaScript land overlay fixed min H screen. All right, guys, we're making progress. So we go into JavaScript land. We have our literals already. We can delete this. Right, I hope you guys are enjoying it. We can delete this, then we can now use our ternary operator. We can say show model, show overlay, sorry, show overlay. If it's true, we set it to flex. If it's true, we set it to flex. If it's false, colon, we set it to hidden, right? So this is it. We have implemented this for our show overlay. So now let's go and add the function to the button that causes the overlay to show or causes the overlay to hide. All right, guys, good. So we now have our handle show overlay function. We have the functionality set to work, right? So, but the problem is the element that would trigger the handle show overlay function is not inside of this component. It is inside of profile card, right? So that was why I said this React.js build is going to be in two different videos. I'm going to have the main React build, which is this with prop drilling. We're going to drill our props, and then I'll show you guys how to use a better method, which is the context API method. You basically don't need to drill props that much when using the context API method. So we now need to pass this handle show overlay function to the what do you call it? We need to pass the handle show overlay function to the profile card wrapper as a prop, right? Then inside of profile card wrapper again, we drill it into the profile card component, right? So let's do that. We add another prop. We say, sorry, handle show overlay, right? Handle React is fun, guys. Handle show overlay is equal to handle show overlay. I taught you guys this, right? I don't need to go explaining again. So we just call the name and the logic stays the same. The name, this is in this case is the value, but in this case the logic, right? So the name and the logic stays the same. So we go into our profile card wrapper, right? We now know we have passed another prop, and that other prop is also inside of this my props object. So we can destructure it, right? So I've showed you guys the different methods. So what's the name? The name is handle show overlay, right? I'm coming. Did we pass it correctly like that? Okay, handle show overlay correct. Let's go back to the profile card wrapper. So handle show overlay, right? So we know it's part of this my props object. We destructure it, right? So we destructure it. We don't need it here. We need it directly inside of our profile card, right? So we go and pass it again. Handle show overlay, same thing. We pass it again. Handle show overlay. This is what you call prop drilling. You keep drilling props from the parent to the child component. So we can now successfully go inside of our profile card. React is fun, guys, isn't it? So in this case, we are not using this other props method, right? We are using direct destructuring. I'm just showing you guys the different ways of doing the same thing. So we have another prop coming, which is handle show overlay, right? Handle show overlay. So this handle show overlay is another prop entirely, right? So good. We now have the handle show overlay. We can now we now have access to that function in this component, right? We can now pass it to the button that invokes it. The button is the delete button. So image delete profile icon, good. We can now, we don't need this data ID, right? I think we can clean it up. This is HTML stuff, right? This was how we made our HTML page to be dynamic. This was one of the, sorry, this was how we implemented the delete functionality in our HTML page. But in this case, it's different. So we don't need that. So just bring in the on-click functionality, right? So we bring in the on-click functionality and then we simply pass handle show overlay, handle show overlay. So this is how you drill props until you get it to work inside of React. So let's go back to our home page. We have an error. What's the error? Where is it coming from? Right, good. We basically haven't used this function. That's the error. This ESLint that is crying. It's not an error, right? So I've saved. Now let's go see if our handle overlay function works. Right, our handle overlay function works. Let me refresh. It works. So it works. Any of the card you click, right, the handle overlay function works. And that's cool, guys. That's cool. We're making good progress. All right, guys. So let's go and implement the handle hide model. The handle hide model is basically going to be inside of the overlay, right? And we have the overlay here. So it's simple. We don't need to drill any prop. We just pass it to this no thanks button, right? So we have our button. Okay, we don't, ESLint is not crying that we should add type here, right? So basically you will normally add type, right? Type button. It's not compulsory though, but I think it's cool that we do it standard. And then on this button as well, we paste, then we can delete this. We don't need these IDs. These are HTML stuffs. So we have a type, and then we can basically add an on click. So whenever we hit the no thanks button, on click, the C starts with an uppercase. Whenever we hit the no thanks button, we get what do we get? Handle hide overlay, right? We want to invoke our handle hide overlay function. Good. So the error now becomes silent. So let's go back here. We hit, right? Good. It's working. I mean, this is awesome, guys. It's working. Good. It's working. All right, it's working. So we have successfully implemented our show model and handle hide model. We're making good progress, guys. All right, guys. I mean, I believe you guys are loving the progress we're making, right? So we are able to show and hide our model now. Okay, so the logic, the way we implemented the delete logic is different in the HTML. Check out the HTML build. Let me not begin to explain that and cause confusion or just waste our time. Check out the HTML build video, right? The HTML build video is two, the main build, and then I made another video where I fixed a bug, right? So when you click on this, the logic in the HTML build is different. But the way we are going to implement it is when you click on this, right, we want to create a variable. We want to create a variable that sets that is able to collect the ID of the profile you clicked on, right? So it collects that ID, it stores it, right? And then when you now come into this overlay, you have that ID stored in state somewhere. And then when you now hit this yes delete, we get that ID from the state, and then we dynamically pass it into Axios and implement a delete request to the server. So that's the logic. Let's go and get it implemented, right? So we have these two functions. Our progress is looking good. Let's go up here. So now, guys, we're going to use state to set that to handle that logic that sets the ID that I talked about, right? That I just explained. I guess I did, right? So let's go, and we are going to call it profile to delete, right? We're going to do some amazing React stuff here. So we call it profile to delete, right? Profile to delete, and then set is profile to delete. Its initial value, of course, is going to be null. So profile to delete, set profile to delete. So what we are going to do here is that we're going to write a function, right? So that whenever a particular profile is clicked, right? Whenever a particular profile, when these are demo, whenever a particular profile demo works, right? Okay, good. So whenever a particular profile is clicked, right, we are going to set its ID, right, like I said, to the state. So let's go and implement the function that does that. So we're going to say handle set profile, the function keyword first. My bad. Yeah, I noticed something I wanted to correct earlier. Let's stick to the rules we stated. So whenever a function is inside of a block, you always ensure that you use the arrow function syntax. Okay, so handle async function is equal to async, sorry, await is an async rather, async, and then this, and then we add the arrow function syntax. We add this to it, right? So handle fetch data async this, right, guys? So fetch data is this. All right, guys, we're making progress. So profile to delete, set profile to delete, it starts with null. All right, guys, before we write the handle set profile function, I want us to go and correct something that I noticed here and I wanted to correct, right? So let's stick to the same rule. Let's rewrite this function, right? So it's inside of a use effect, it's inside of a block. So we use the arrow function syntax. So is equals to async. Yep, is an async function. We don't need this, right? So we add our arrow function stuff here, right, guys? So our function has changed. It's the same thing, right? But then we just want to stick to particular rules. So prefer to delete sets, good. Then these ones are outside, they are blocks on their own, so they can be the regular function syntax. Then we can now handle set profile, right, guys? Handle set profile, right? Handle set profile. Okay, so we can, yeah, we can call it handle set profile to delete. Right, I think we should call it that, handle set profile to delete, right? It's just a function. So we are now going to pick this profile to the profile to delete, its initial value is null, right? Then the set profile to delete, we're now going to pick it, and then this handle profile to delete function, right? This handle set profile to delete function is going to take the ID of the profile, right? And then we're now going to pick the set profile to delete states from up there, right? Set profile to delete. We're now going to pick it, and then we're going to pass the ID into it, right? We're going to pass the ID into it. But one more problem, you know, the element that will invoke this function is not inside of this component. So once again, we go over here and we drill the prop. So we say handle set profile to delete. Yeah, we're passing the function. Name stays the same as logic, right? Handle set profile to delete. Handle set profile to delete again, right, guys? So we go and let's just copy this out, right? So we don't get typos inside of our profile card wrapper. So we get this, right? We just structure this again, and then we can now pass it as a prop, right? So handle, good, and then we'll pass it again, right? So we can now go to our profile card, and then in this we can now equally get the other prop, right? So handle, let's paste it, we copied it already, right? Handle set profile to delete. So good, let's now invoke the function, right? So we are invoking it on this same delete icon, right? On this same delete icon. Where is it? On this same delete icon. So this delete icon is going to have two functions, right? It's going to have another function. So we basically use our arrow functions here, right? We use our arrow function, and then we write the function on click. We're going to first of all pass the handle, I think handle, is it show overlay? Right, handle show overlay, good. So we pass the handle show overlay function, and then we now pass the handle set profile to delete, right? Pass the handle, we invoke it, right? In this case, we are passing it inside of another function, so we need to invoke both of them. Which should we invoke first? Either way works, but I think it's cool if we invoke the second one first, right? So handle set profile to delete, handle show overlay, and then handle set profile to delete. What are we? I'm coming on click, correct? Good. So undo set profile to delete. We're not passing profile. We are passing the ID, right? So we pass ID. It is the ID that we want to delete. Right, guys. So we're getting a typo somewhere. Where is our typo coming from? Gosh, we are going into JavaScript land. First of all, we need our callies, right? We need our callies. We're going into JavaScript land, right? So now our error is gone. Remember, this is a function on its own, right? But then before we can be able to pass the function into JSX, we need to first of all go into JavaScript land before we now write the function. So you can see how this function works, right? So one thing I must make very clear is, even though we don't have the handle show overlay function, even though we don't have it inside of this component, if you are writing a function, right, a function that receives an argument, if you write a function that receives an argument and you pass that function as a prop to another component, right? You passed it like the way we passed it to profile cards wrapper, and then we passed it to profile card. When you pass props like this, when you pass a prop that is a function, and the logic is that function is that it receives a parameter, right? You don't come directly. Initially what we did was we just passed the handle get profile function here, right? We just passed it and it worked, right? This is how you normally invoke a function. But whenever I'm making it clear here, even though it was only that handle set profile function we are passing, you wouldn't write it like this because it is a different kind of function. It's receiving a parameter inside of the parent before you now pass it as prop. So you first of all have to wrap it into a function like we did, right? You have to wrap it into a function first before you pass it, before you invoke it. So even if this guy wasn't here, you are not going to pass it directly like we did with the handle show overlay function. But then since we are now wrapping both of them inside functions, inside another function, we now needed to get both of them invoked. So I hope you guys got that. Please get that and ensure you don't run into errors because you forgot this that I just explained. So I hope my explanation is gotten. So now we are able to set our profile ID. We're able to set our profile ID to the ID, guys. We're able to do that. I believe that logic should work just fine. Let's go back and probably console log something. Let's go to our handle set profile ID, set profile to delete is ID. So now let's log our profile to delete and be sure that we are really no and be sure that we are really setting our profile to delete to be the ID. So good, I like this profile to delete. So the moment we invoke this with the moment we click on that delete button, we're now going to confirm if really this logic is working, if our ID is being set to the profile to delete, right? This is the logic. We want to set the ID and keep it inside of this state so that once it is now inside of the state, we can now access the state, get the ID, and pass it to our dynamic delete functionality, right, guys? We're making progress. So this is the logic. Let's go and prove that the logic is actually working. So let me save again. I guess I saved earlier. So now let's clean up our console. Let's refresh so we can have a clean console. You can equally clean up your console directly. Just hit this button, it clears. All right, let's get whatever we are looking. Right, so let's see. Okay, it didn't work. It passed null. I'm coming. All right, guys. Our logic is actually working fine. Our logic is working fine. This is something about React, right? Thank God we ran into this error. Let me explain it to you guys. So we are setting our ID here, and we immediately want to get the value we are setting. So React doesn't work this way, right? So it is after you have set the ID, you can now go into a later logic and be able to get your ID. But if you try to get it here, you just set it. So it's still going to show you the null value. All right, guys. So like I said, React doesn't work that way. That was why we were still getting the null value. Whenever you set a piece of data to state, you don't try to get that data immediately. You go somewhere else and get that data, not inside of the particular function, the particular logic that sets that data to state. So let's remove this. It's inappropriate doing this. So let's save. So the problem now is, how are we now going to be sure that we have that ID, right? I think normally, I don't know, but I can't really say, but I think this logic should work in vanilla JavaScript, but I can't really see for now. Probably we will test it out, but definitely there's no time for that. So let's handle set profile to delete. Good, the logic is working fine, I assure you. Let's just find the way to get our ID to be able to show our ID, right? To be able to show our profile to delete. How do we do that now? All right, guys. So this is how we are going to do it. So we have successfully set our profile to delete, right? What we are going to do is we are going to pick the profile to delete, which we set as the ID. We are going to pick it inside of the show overlay. So the moment we click a yes before we invoke the delete, let's be sure our ID is coming. Let's be sure our ID is coming, guys. So let's go back there and prove, right? This tutorial has got so much value, guys, just so much value. So let's write out the function that will invoke the delete, right? So handle delete profile, and then of course our braces, our curlies, right? So handle delete profile. We now, what do we do? The first thing first, let's just log. Let's be sure we are actually getting the profile, right? So profile to delete. right? Profile to delete. Okay, so now it's going to work just fine. Like I said, I assure you guys, this logic is correct. Our profile to delete is working, the ID is being set, but that is how React work. You can't set a value to state and immediately try to get that value. So you go get it somewhere else. So that is somewhere else outside of this logic, after this logic, right? So let's go and invoke the handle delete profile functionality. It's not complete yet, so let's just invoke it, right? And click, and then handle delete profile, right? Handle delete profile. Okay, so now we are able to log it into the console. So let's go, let's refresh our page. Forget about those plenty logs in our console. We'll shut them down before we push to, or we push we deploy our code, right? So I hit this, then when I hit yes delete, it should show us the ID, right? So how are we sure it is the ID of that particular profile we are getting? Let's prove it. No need to, I'm not cheating. Let me prove it to you guys. So let's go and do handle get all profiles. Sorry, get all profiles. Let's hit the get all profiles endpoint. Right, so let's hit the request so we can see all the profiles. Let's toggle the response bar. Let's take it to the side, right? So we can be able to see all our response. So Sandra Kimball, her ID is worth 64DF, 64D2DF, right? Let's go over there and let's hit Sandra Kimball, right? So let's say yes, delete. You can see 64D2DF. Let's go over there and check for one more. Let's check Victor's ID. Victor is 64D C7F, right? So let's say no thanks. Let's go to Victor and then 640C7F. So guys, our logic is absolutely correct. So now we are able to get, we can close this up. We are able to get we're able to set our profile to delete, right? So now let's go and complete. We can close this, right? Okay, guys. So let's go and complete our handle delete profile functionality. So first thing first, we log our profile to delete. That is the profile with this ID is the profile we want to delete, right? So we log it into the console, and then when we delete the profile, right? When we delete the profile, whether we hit yes or no, we need to close the modal, right? So the first thing after this, we're going to invoke the handle hide overlay function as well, right? So that whether we delete or we don't, whether we delete or we hit no thanks, we are simply going to close the modal. But the difference is going to be that when we hit yes delete, we are going to implement a functionality. So the next thing, we now delete our profile. So we call it deleted profile, right? Deleted profile is equals to Axios, of course. Axios.delete, right? And then Axios.delete. We're not passing any second argument here. It's just okay. Code Whisperer seems to know our URL, but no way. We won't go with Code Whisperer. Let's avoid bugs. Let's be extra careful. AI can hallucinate, right? It's not Code Whisperer specific. AI can hallucinate. They can give you wrong suggestions. So let's go with them. Handle, this is create profile, get all profiles, get single profile. Okay, update profile, delete profile. We want delete profile. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video on this, right? So you guys should anticipate. Don't forget, don't miss those videos. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel so you can see the videos when I release them, right? So I'm gonna make a video on Postman. I'm gonna show you guys Postman, how to install the extension and other stuff. So developer profiles project YouTube live. This is the delete URL, right? The delete endpoint. Sorry, the delete API link, right? I explained what the base of the API is and what the endpoint is. So this is the delete API link, and then should I call it API route? Okay, this permit me to call it that way. This is the delete API link, right? So we have the base of the link, and then we have the endpoint of the link. So we just copy this out, and then we go here. Sorry, I'm used to switching tabs, right? So we come over here, delete profile, we'll pass it. It's going to be dynamic, so we are inside JavaScript, so we haven't gone into JSX. No need for callies, right? We just pass it directly into our string literals, and then this is now going to be dynamic, right? This is going to be dynamic. You guys might not really understand what we did, but what we did, guys, here is really massive, right? What we did is massive. I'm not going to pass it yet. Let me explain what we did to you guys before I pass it, right? This tutorial has got so much value, so much teaching you so much about React. So profile to delete, the we don't have the profile ID inside of this component, right? We have the profile ID inside of the card component, but we have access to that card component or on this page. We have access to it on this page because it is rendered inside of this home component, right? Because it is rendered inside of this home component. So the profile card wrapper is rendered here. The profile card is also rendered here, right? So we basically have access to that profile card component, which is inside the profile card wrapper, right inside of this home component, right? So there's basically a wrapping state around the profile card wrapper, meaning there's a wrapping state. The home component is wrapping the profile card wrapper. So any variable that is inside the home component, the profile card wrapper has access to it. So the profile card wrapper can be able to pass data to that variable, and then we can be able to retrieve data from that variable inside of any other component that is also inside of this home component. And we know that the model overlay is inside of this home component, so we can basically pass data from the card component to the global state, which is inside of the home component, and from the model overlay, which is also inside of the home component, we can receive that data which we passed. So that is the logic we implemented. We passed this profile to delete this ID, right? We passed the logic right inside the card, inside the profile card component, and inside that profile card component, we implemented the logic setting the ID, and then now we are going to receive the ID into our model overlay. I mean, guys, this is massive. This is awesome, guys. All right, so we're doing a great job. So let's now call profile to delete. So we have the ID. So we can now save. So we can now implement our logic, right? So we can now implement our logic, guys. I think we should be able. Let's delete one profile. Let's confirm if our logic is working before we proceed. Console.log. Let's deleted profile, right? Let's log deleted profile into the console before we proceed with the logic. So let's refresh. And then now let's hit to delete the profile, right? It's going to bring our pop-up. We click no thanks, it goes. And then when we click this, it should hide and both implement the delete. Then we get delete here. So let's do this. Okay, good. It showed the profile, right, and then it hit the overlay, correct, but then it returned the promise. The reason is simply because we didn't await, right? We didn't await. So we have, this should be an async function, right? It should be an asynchronous function because Axios returns a promise. Then over here we can wait, right? So the delete, I guess the delete functionality will work when we refresh. One profile is gone, right? Because the delete functionality worked, but just that we couldn't get our response because we weren't awaiting, so we could resolve the response. So let's delete Sandra Kimball, right? Let's take off Simon Naruto. We hit no thanks, it works fine. Then we hit yes delete. You guys are going to see what will happen now. So good. We get back the ID which we are logging, and then we get back our data. So when we refresh, you're going to see Samuel Naruto is equally gone. We're left with Sandra Kimball and Victor Odewinde. So our delete functionality works, guys. This is cool. This is awesome, right? So delete profile, await Axios dot delete. So our delete functionality is working. Now we want to go and check out our delete. Oh gosh, I refreshed the page, right? I want to get the response. Let's go to Axios and see if, sorry, let's go back to, I want to see the response message so I can then be able, okay, we can get it. So let's go and just delete another profile. Let's delete Victor. Okay, let's delete Sandra Kimball. Right, so we delete Sandra Kimball, we get our response, right? So but we call it deleted profile, right? So everything here is deleted profile dot data, right? Dot deleted profile again. So we don't need to go in there, we just want the response message which is outside. So deleted profile dot data, the response message, profile deleted successfully, right? So we go back to our logic. So if you reload now, you're going to see Sandra Kimball is also gone. So we are not implementing the refresh yet, the page reload after delete, but we are going to implement it. I'm coming. What's happening? Good. Then we have a bug. We have a bug with the logic we implemented for our UI. Let's go fix the bug. We have a bug implemented for our UI, guys. Let's go to the home. Okay, so I think it should be inside card wrapper, right? So let's go to profile card wrapper. There's a bug. It's showing we have a one profile, but the profile is not showing. So let's go fix that bug. Yeah, I think it should be the conditions we stated, right? So we said if this is greater than one. Oh, sorry, meaning it has to be greater than one. So even if it is one, it's not going to show. So it's greater than zero. So if we have at least one profile, right? So that was the error. Now we should have it come, right? So let's refresh. It should work just fine. Let me go add one profile and delete it so you guys can see now that it's going to work just fine, right? Just some dummy profile, right? Some dummy profile, and then I'll go and delete it, and you guys will see that our bug has indeed been. Oh gosh, our add profile logic is not working yet. Sorry, guys. Let's go to the demo and let's refresh. You guys will see we have only one profile here, right? There's only one profile, so let's add a profile from the demo, and then let's just add, right? The demo will help us add the profile, right? So let's add the profile. Good. This is how it should work. Don't worry, we're going to implement this. Okay. So we have two profiles now. Let's go back to our demo. Let's go back to our home page. I just want to prove to you guys that the demo works just fine now. So let's refresh. All right. So you have Victor Odewindi, right? And then you have this. So let's delete this guy. So you guys will see that Victor Odewindi will show, unlike before that we had one profile and it wasn't showing. Right, guys, so that bug is fixed, right? That bug is fixed. So the next thing we are going to do is I'm coming, let me see. The next thing we're going to do, right? We have fixed that bug. We're up to something. I'm coming. Okay, we're done from here. So we were working on the delete profile, right? So I'm coming, let me see. We already copied our, I guess we copied it. So now we have our deleted profile, right? We have our deleted profile. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to perform checks, right? We're going to say if deleted profile, right? Just like we did in the, I think that should be in the update functionality, right? If deleted profile is defined, I'm coming in the update profile. Was it updated profile? We called it, sorry. Update profile page, handle update profile. I want to see what we called it. Okay, good, correct. Updated profile. So basically, we want to perform a check like this. So we go back to the home page. Sorry, are we on the home page doing that? Yeah, we're doing it on the home page. So if deleted profile, right? If this is defined, if it's available, if it successfully has been deleted, the next thing we're going to do is to check to perform the second check and deleted profile, right? Deleted profile dot data dot response status. Response, is it response status or what do we call it? Uh response, I think is okay, response message. So response message, right? If it's equal to, if it's strictly equal to, good, we had it copied. If this is the case, then if we get that logic done, we can now create a new variable, right, guys? We can now create a new variable, and this is interesting. I love this, guys. So we're going to create a new variable. What? Okay, I'm coming. If deleted profile and this is, we're now, let's just console log, right? Let's just console log profile deleted, right? Console log, it has to be a string. Let's say profile deleted successfully, right? Profile deleted successfully. We didn't implement any prompt for this landing page, but you can go ahead and extend your demo, implement a pop-up that tells the user the profile has been deleted successfully. It would be nice to do that, guys, but we don't have that in this demo. So you can extend that inside of your own build, right? So I think we have a spelling typo here. Oh gosh, I don't know. Yeah, okay, it's correct now. So let's go back to displays. Let's create another profile. I don't want that. Okay, let's go ahead and delete all the profiles. We can always create another one. So Victor is a real profile. I don't want it to delete. He's one of my mentees that added his profile. So I think, don't worry, his profile website has an error. Let's leave it. Let's leave that to him to update himself. So for now, let's just go ahead. We can't create a new profile from here. Let's go to over here, and we when we refresh, we see it's only one profile, right? This is a demo build. Okay, but then let's create another profile, just demo dummy profile, right? And then, oh gosh, it's not going to work because we need an email, right? We have that check. Okay, let's go with this, right? Good. The email has to be unique. You can't create two developer profiles with the same email, right? So let's go back to our demo. Let's go back to our landing page. Good. So we can now delete and We get to see that inside of our console, right? We get to see the message logged into our console. Good. Profile deleted successfully. So we refresh and then we get to see that guy is gone, right? So what I want us to do now is I want us to implement a logic that will trigger a fetching of data again. So how do we do that? Okay, so let me explain how we're going to do it. This use effect that fetches data inside of the HTML build, we basically invoked the data fetching function again, right? That is basically what we did. We invoked the data fetching function again, but we can do it in a very simple way, in a very simple way. So basically thinking in terms of React, we can pass a dependency to this use effect and make that dependency a boolean, right? So the moment we delete the profile, we set that dependency to, we're going to call it set, we're going to call it is profile deleted, right? We're now going to, let's create it. So let's create it so we can be practical. You bring your squares. So is profile deleted, is profile deleted, and set is profile deleted, right? So its state is going to be false, right? Its state is going to be false. So the moment we delete the profile, we toggle its state to true. And remember, use effect, and when you pass a dependency to use effect and that dependency changes, use effect is invoked automatically. So that's just the simple stuff we're going to do here. So we're going to pass this is profile deleted variable. We're going to pass it to our use effect. So now the moment we successfully delete the profile, instead of using this console log, we are then going to set is profile deleted to true, right? We're going to set is profile deleted to true. So that change in is profile deleted will trigger a refetch of data. And then you're going to see our data will automatically get updated for us without us refreshing the page. Isn't that cool, guys? This is cool, and this is how easy it is when you understand React. So let's go and let's create when the page reloads, you're going to see it's just a single profile there, right? It's a single profile there. Let's use this email, just some dummy stuff, right? So we create it. We'll have two profiles, right? Let's add one more so we can see the logic play out very well, right? So we can see the logic play out very well, right? This is cool, guys. We're making good progress and I'm loving it. So we now have two new profiles, right? So what I want to do now, I want to delete the profile and then show you guys how it's going to get updated automatically, unlike before that we needed to refresh. So let's perform a delete. Good. You see, the moment we deleted, it got updated by itself, right? Oh gosh, I'm not inside of our demo yet. Oh, I almost cheated, right? Thank God I thank God I spotted myself, guys. So let's create it. Let's go and prove that our logic works inside of our demo. All right, we already have this email there. Let's use another email, right? Good, profile created. So now let's go back inside of our demo. Let's refresh. We should see three profiles, right? You should see three profiles. So these are three profiles inside of this place. Now we can then implement the delete, and you're going to see no thanks. It works. I didn't have to click that though. Just showing you guys, right? So automatically our profile got updated. This is our demo seat here, localhost 517. Let's do it again, and let me show you guys. I'm not cheating. It automatically will get updated. Oh gosh, it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work the second time. That was correct, right? It was supposed to work only once. Why? Because we haven't finished our logic, right? So set is profile deleted becomes true. We return it back to true. So performing another delete without turning it back to false means there is no change. So use effect is not going to detect a change and it's not going to run. I hope you guys get this. We needed to complete our logic. So let me go back here. We deleted the first profile, right? You guys saw how it happened. We deleted the first profile. It's don't worry, let's go and do it again. I like making it plain so you guys can see everything. It's fine. This should work. Right, let's add one more so I can show you guys everything. This email is there already. Mm, So you can't create multi profiles with the same email. So let's go back to our demo. Let's refresh with see three profiles now. And then, so when we delete this, it's going to work just like we want, right? Because at initial load, our variable is false, right? When we delete, our variable changes to true. So the moment it changes to true, if we implement another delete, it is already set to true. And the page did not reload afresh. We just implemented a refetch. So it is still set to true. So we now need to find a way to set it back to false for use effect to now get triggered again when we implement another delete. So how are we going to do that? Good. So guys, we're going to use the cleanup function inside of use effect. So what is the cleanup function inside of use effect? So I told you guys earlier, use effect takes two parameters, right? I guess I did that. It takes the callback function and the dependency array. There is a return that you can possibly have inside of the callback function, and that is what we call the cleanup function. So if you want to perform a cleanup after your use effect runs, you use the cleanup function. So the cleanup function is you basically returning a function inside of your use effect callback function, right? So what do we want to do inside of the cleanup function? We want to set profile deleted back to false. So anytime we fetch data, our profile is deleted, is set back to false, right? So when we delete the profile, it is changed to true. When we delete the profile, is set to true. After the profile is successfully deleted, we implemented a refetch, right? Thanks to this dependency, we implemented a refetch. So when that refetch runs, our data is fetched, and then our set is profile deleted is set back to true. So when it's set back to false rather, so when it's set back to false, we can now comfortably go through the process again, right? We can now delete our his profile deleted will be changed to true, and when the delete is successfully implemented, we have a refetch, and after that refetch is done, we set our his profile deleted back to false. Guys, React is awesome, and we are awesome as well, right? We're awesome. So we're making good progress. Let's go prove it works. Let's go get one more variable. Let's get one more variable. So we profile logic is working well just now. This is our Vercel page. So add profile. Uh, good. Just a dummy profile, right? Right, just some dummy stuff, and then we get three new profiles, right? So 1, 2, 3. Let's go back to our demo. This is our demo localhost this, so we can now successfully delete as many profiles as we want, and our logic stays fine. So yes, delete. Good, it goes, and then we can delete another one again, and everything is gonna work just fine. Guys, we're killing this, right? Guys, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for watching up to this point. All right. Okay. What next? Oh, we're moving on, making progress, right? Code is fun. Code is fun. Okay. So we've successfully implemented our handle delete functionality. Our handle, I guess we are done from the landing page. I don't think there's anything left for us to implement. We have our overlay. Okay. No thanks. The next thing first, we have our update functionality already, right? Okay. So let's play around with it again. Updated. Okay. Good, it's updated successfully. Good, you can see where is it updated. So let's go clean it up, right? We just take this out. So this is awesome, guys. Our app is just super smooth. Okay, awesome user experience. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is to finish this up. Let's finish up the build by creating the ad, by setting up the ad profile functionality, so we can update, we can delete. We are fetching data in the landing page, we are fetching data in the update profile page. Now let's implement our ad developer profile functionality. So I think we're done from the landing page. Let's close up all of these, and let's check up our HTML for any cleanups we need to do. Right, so we take out any HTML specific stuff. I guess we're good, right? So you guys can go through your code extra, you do extra checks. If there's anything, you take it off so your build can be super clean. So let's go to the ad profile page. It's basically a standalone page, right? All right, guys. So we are back to the ad profile page. We have this use effect implementing our title, right, guys? So the next thing we are going to do is just like in the update profile page, we implement the form functionality, right? We implement the form functionality, and we basically just need to go over there and copy some code, right, guys? We basically need to go to the update profile page and copy some code. We need to be very careful, okay? So let's go. Yeah, I think we're good with this. We are going to be, first of all, we're going to be performing the navigation. So we're going to have state. We're going to be performing the navigation after the profile has been added. So we need to get this too. Let's go to the add profile page. So we basically need use state as well. we need use state, then we need use params, right? Sorry, we need the navigate, right? Use navigate, we need use navigate from React Router DOM. So over here, use navigate, right, from React Router DOM. So then what else do we need? Yeah, we need Axios, right? We need Axios. Good. We import Axios from Axios. Good. So I think we can save this. Let's go back there as well. So we don't need use params. It's not a dynamic page. So I guess we can basically copy all of this because we are going to have a very similar form, right? So if the form will be different, then you implement the different logic. But we are going to have a very similar form. So we can copy it from here, right? You can copy from here. And then if you need to change the variable names, you can just go ahead and change it, right? So let's paste these here. Good. Show navigate. Good. Developer profile data. Good. Show loading. Okay. So I think first of all, let's get done with our show loading model and show success model. Let's go copy the functionality. But guys, this is us duplicating. This is us repeating yourself. So as an assignment, you want to implement the logic in such a way that is going to be shared. So probably you want to create the success model as a component and the loading model as a component. So you render those single components inside of create profile and update profile, right? Inside of add profile and update profile. So instead of you repeating this pop-up, instead of you repeating them inside of each of the components, you can have them outside in one place. And then when you are implementing an adding of a creating of the profile, you can render that component and then make it dynamic with prop drilling and what have you, right? So that would be a very good challenge for you to implement. I'm leaving that to you. But for this tutorial, I've passed you guys through a lot of technicalities. Let me not pass you guys through anymore. This is very easy. With all considering all we've done, this is easy stuff. I've basically showed you guys all you need to implement this yourself. So pick that as a challenge, proceed and implement this yourself, right, guys? So we are going to leave the logic repeated, right? So first thing first, how do we implement this? We are going to start by writing out our handle add profile function, right? First of all, we need the function keyword, right? We need the function keyword handle add profile, right? Handle add profile, and then it's going to be an asynchronous function. Of course, we're using Axios inside of it. So handle add profile, and then first thing first, yes, it's a form related function. So we come over here and we prevent the default behavior. We miss this event dot prevent default, right? So we prevent that default form behavior that reloads our page. Then let's log our form data, right? Let's log our form data into the console, which is developer. We already did this inside of the update profile, right? So there's no point actually repeating ourselves. Okay, so let's basically go down to our form and implement the same form logic, the logic I taught you guys about forms, how forms work. Let's go and implement the same thing inside of this, guys, just like we did inside of the update profile page, right? So like I said, if you have plenty forms, you can just use a form library like Formic or React Hook Form. So those are two amazing libraries you can just use, and then life will be easy for you. So I'm going to make a video on that. Some amazing React libraries you should be using. I'm going to make a video on that. So the next thing we want to do is let's just go over here and copy those logic from the form area. Let's close some of these guys so we have a smooth scroll. Let's close this. So we have an easy scroll, right? Okay. So we close this header as well, and then we have the form. So we basically copy from this too, right? This is basically the same logic. So class name required this, we paste, right, guys? So let's go as well and do for the rest, same thing for the rest. So from the value we copy up to this part. Once you understand the logic there, there's nothing here. I'm just doing a copy pasting. If you need to change the logic, you simply change it, right? So there's no point for us repeating ourselves when I've already explained stuff in so much detail. So let's get this copied out. Or maybe I should fast forward the video. No, let's copy it all out. Right, so sorry, inside of add profile. I hope I copied the right guy, right? Good. Website, correct. Then finally, we copy for about. This is about. I'll copy from here, right? So we come over here and then about, right? Right, guys. So we have successfully implemented our form logic. It should be working fine now. So let's go and be sure we're actually getting that inside of our console whenever we click the form. So I'm coming and refresh. All right, no errors. Let's just fake it, right? Let's right. So let's pass it. Oh, there's a page reload. There's a page reload. Okay, we haven't passed it, right? So we go to the button. Let me close. Let me close this. No, let me close this, this, and this. So we go to the button. Type is submit. Correct. So we come over to our form, and then we add the on submit event, right? On submit event. Okay. So handle add profile. Good. So we save. The next time we try this out, we should get the profile inside of our console, and then should get a piece of data, right? So we're successfully getting profile form data inside of the console. So our form is working just fine, guys. Let's now proceed. We have done this, right? So we have this going fine. Now let's implement our logic. So let's create new profiles, right? So uh, right, guys. So the next thing, let's also implement the toggle functionality. Let's implement the toggle functionality for these guys, right? So let's do it. Let's do it. It's the same thing, right? The same thing. So no need to stretch. We just basically close this and go copy the same component, right? So we are repeating ourselves, and we shouldn't do that. That is the essence of React, right? That is the essence of React. It gives you components, so you don't need to repeat yourself. So guys, I've given you guys, yeah, I'm giving it to you guys officially as an assignment. So go and implement the logic so you don't have to repeat yourself. Make this a component, then make this content to be dynamic. When you are inside of the add profile page, the data should be for the add profile component. When you are inside of the when you are in the data should be that for the add profile process. So like when you are creating a profile, it should show developer profile is being created. Please wait. When you are updating the profile, it should show developer profile is being updated, right? So it should just show the different piece of data for each of the instances. That's what I'm saying. So since we are inside of the add profile component, we can basically say created here, and then we can now change this one as well, right? To created, right? So we can change this one to created successfully. So basically everything is perfect, I guess. So now we have that on and off hide and show logic inside or happening on our model now, right? So after we prevent the fault, the first thing we're going to do, which we did inside of our I guess that was what we did inside of the deep file, is to show our loading model. After showing our loading model, no try catch, thank you code whisperer, we then we implement our adding of profile. So we call it new profile. It's going to be asynchronous, of course. So asynchronous, then it's going to be am I getting it correctly? Yeah, Axios dot Axios dot um Axios dot we are creating, right? Post is a post request. So Axios dot post is a post request. We have two parameters, right? The first parameter is the URL. So let's come over here and let's create a URL. We need the const keyword first of all, right? We need the const keyword. Let's go to postman, right? Let's go to postman. Oh, let's go to postman and we get that then create profile. We get the URL, right? It's here. Good. So create profile. So create profile. Yeah, we copy it. We come to our code page. Yeah, gosh, I'm used to switching windows. So const new profile async. We pass the URL. It's not dynamic, so we can use string literals if we wish, but it does make sense, right? Since we are just passing since it's just a regular string. So we pass URL, and the second argument is now our developer profile data, which is this object, right? Which is the content of our form. Whatever the current content of the form inputs are, that is what we pass, right? So Axios the post unexpected token coming async. Gosh, my bad guys, is await. We as we set the function to asynchronous here. The next thing is Axios.post, right? So we now implement our post URL. We send the data we want to send. Then let's be sure we are getting our new profile, right? So let's save this and then let's go and test it out again. So our functionality should work just now. Our add profile functionality. So let's create back this Sandra Kimball profile. Scheme.com, okay, sandraK.com. Let's go get some reasonable dummy data. Uh, oh gosh, we don't have. All right, let's go and get some lorem text from. Let's not waste our time. Right, let's say I am Sandra Kimball. Right, right. So let's add the profile. Good. This shows, and then we're not getting it inside of our console. So probably our profile is not being added. Let's go. Let's go back to our home page and see if our profile was added. Let's go back to our home page. If the logic works, if the logic worked, then we know our profile was added. Let's refresh. Oh, what's happening? Okay, our profile was not added. Let's refresh again. Our profile was not added. Let's check our code. Probably there's a bug somewhere. Right, so async is a function, right? We prevent the default behavior. We set show loading modal to true, and then we have our URL. Developer profiles project YouTube live API slash version 1, right? Slash create profile rather. So new profile is equals to await axios dot post, right? Okay, guys, let's forget about the error. Let's go and implement our logic completely. I think it makes sense for us to go slowly, right? That's the right way to code, guys. Let's go the right way. So I'm coming. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's just paste some dummy stuff. Right, good. It worked. It worked. So we have the profile. It is created, and then we have it inside of data. Right. So let's go back to the home page. You should see the Sandra Kimball has been successfully created. We already have our edit functionality working. We can edit it. But let's go finish up our code. So let's go back first of all. Oh gosh, we can't go back any longer. Okay, it's here, right? I think it's here. Profile created successfully. Goodness, thank God. Profile created successfully. So we can copy that code, that response message, and then we can basically comment this out, and then we can perform a check just like inside of the update profile page. So if new profile, right? If new profile and new profile dot data, right? Dot data dot response message is equal to this, right? Then what do? We implement the remaining logic. So what's the first thing we are implementing? We're going to hide our loading model. So set show loading model, we hide it, and then we set success model, right? We set success model to true, we show it. Then after showing our success model, we empty our form, right? Set profile data, we empty our form, right? We empty if. So our full name is empty, right guys? Full name is empty, email is empty, right guys? Website as well is empty. Code whisperer seems not to be coming into our rescue here. And then about as well is empty. So guys, there we have it. So we empty our form. After emptying up our form, what do we then do next? Then we set our timeout, right? I'm coming. If we set this, then I'm coming guys. Right, no, it should be inside of our if block, right? Should be inside of our if block. Should it be in there? Yeah, let's put it inside of our if block. Yeah, so it should be inside of our if block. So if this is successfully accomplished, that is when that happens. So we bring in our set timeout function, our set timeout function, right? So inside of our set timeout function, you guys know it takes two parameters. The first parameter it takes is the callback function. Right, guys, it takes the callback function, and the first thing we want to do inside of the callback function is to hide the success model. Right, we hide the success model, and then the next thing we do here, um, after hiding the success model, we then implement our navigation. We navigate to our home page, right, guys? So we navigate back to our home page. I guess we are done setting this up, right? It takes it, then the next thing we need to pass the timeout 2000 milliseconds, which is 2 seconds. So we want all of this to basically happen after 2 seconds. So after everything has happened, this is cleared, we wait for 2 seconds, and then we hide the success model, and then we navigate to the landing page. So guys, I guess our logic is now successfully implemented. Okay, so let's get some lorem text so we can keep our profiles looking nice. Let's come over here. I'm coming. Let's get some lorem text down here. You just hit lorem and then you hit your tab key, and then it gives you those dummy text, right? So basically, I just want to generate this. Okay, so we go back to, oh gosh, I just created an error here, right? Thank God I noticed, guys. Right, so let's go back to over here, and then let's start by updating Sandra Kimball's profile. Let's confirm that we're basically done, guys. We're basically done, right? We're basically done. I don't understand why is this like this. Let's send. So it gets redirected. We get this, right? I don't know why is it displaying like this. Probably because of the way I copied it, right? I'm coming, let me copy it well. Let me hit like this. I guess that's why. Okay, so let's just copy up to this part. Right, so you can delete this, guys. Right, guys, so let's go back here. Oh gosh, I still have the space I don't want. Right, so let's send. Let's add the period here. Let's send. And then you're going to see Sandra Kimball's profile is going to get updated, right? It's going to get updated. So let's create a new profile. First of all, let's get this dummy text here. So we go over here. Let's add some Naruto back. Sna, right? And then sna.com, and then we paste this, right? So let's just make it longer. So we copy this, right? We add to this. So let's add profile. Right, guys, so this is just awesome. Good, guys, this is just awesome. So let's edit our website. You know, this website will give us typos. When we hit, basically our link isn't going to recognize them, right? It's going to try to open them on our local host. I don't know if this will work the same way on a live server. I don't know, but I don't think it's going to work that way. Let's check out the demo and see if it works that way. This is a live project, so let's see. Right, so it's kind of not getting it. I don't know why. I don't know why, right? Probably because we're not using HTTP, but when we add HTTP to the URLs, it works just fine. So let's go and edit. Let's edit all the profiles and make them HTTP ready. So HTTPS, sorry, right? So in your own build, you can implement a check to ensure the websites are well added. I guess I've talked about this earlier. So maybe you implement a check when you get the website, you slice the strings, attach HTTP to it, and ensure everything is fine. So one way or the other, generate the logic and ensure your app is not breaking when users click to go to the developer's website. So let's hit update. So now it should work just fine. Let's get directed to the landing page. Now when we hit this, it should go to Victor's GitHub profile, right? Gosh, we had a typo again. Okay, I think there was a period after the double collies. This is awesome, guys. Come on, isn't this cool? See how smooth our app is, guys. This is cool. This is awesome. So we should now get the redirect. We should now go to his GitHub profile. So Victor is a real person. He's one of my mentees, right? So this is his profile. It works now. So let's go and edit all of those links and get all our profiles up and ready. So equally, we add Sandra K is nobody. Sandra K is just a dummy profile. So let's not stress about that. Right. So you can add your profile and then ensure you attach HTTPS to it. Let's go ahead and attach it so our app doesn't keep breaking, right? So even though it's not a real website, I don't know if there's a real website like that, right? We just ensure it goes out of our page We can even add a target value, target underscore blank. You can do that yourself. Target underscore blank. Don't worry, do your research if you don't know about that. Search for the target attribute. Search Google or ask ChatGPT. Yeah, ChatGPT can help. Search what is target in links, right? So what does the target attribute do in links? Ask ChatGPT. It's going to tell you the target attribute basically causes a link to open inside of another window. So the window remains and then another window is opened with that new link. So you get to help users to stay on your website. You know, when users leave your website, they can easily get distracted. This is business advice, right? Already. Come on, we're learning React. Let's leave business out of this. So we have Sandra K. The moment you click, it's going to go to a Sandra K website that may not exist. Gosh, there's a real Sandra K. This is dope, guys. There's a real Sandra K. All right, Sandra K. Disclaimer: this is just us building a project and then we stumped coincidentally on your website. So disclaimer, guys, right? So that's somebody's real website, but we are basically using it as our for our demo, guys. So let's edit it, should we? Let's just leave it, guys. So now we have Samuel Naruto. Let's edit this as well. Probably there'll be this website as well existing, right? So we basically building a website. We're giving them free traffic, isn't ain't we? Yeah, we're giving them free traffic. So update profile. So the moment you now click on those links, your app no longer breaks, right? You actually get led. Okay, the email link is working. All the email links should be working. Let's hit this and see if we get to another real website. All right, there's basically no real website, but what matters is we got the link to work. So guys, our app build is complete. Isn't this awesome? Let's try this out again. Let's create another profile. Let me add my profile now. Right, good, good. And then let's paste I'm coming. Let me get some longer piece of data. Let's go to our demos. Our demos should also have everything as it is over here. So we copy this out and we come over here and then Control A, Control V, and then we paste, guys. This is amazing. Oh, we have a bug inside of here. Our profile has been created. I'm coming. Let's refresh this page. All right, so you guys can see how important it is to test your app. So you guys are going to see the profile was created, right? But then there was a bug with our create profile functionality. I don't know if it's a bug, but over here as well, let's fix this, right? So let's get that fixed. The update profile functionality works just fine. Let's go check our update profile, our create profile logic. Probably we had a similar typo. So new profile.data, the response message, right? We didn't have the redirect, so our conditions were not met. So I'm coming. This is the new profile I created, right? Oh gosh, where's the profile I created? Oh, is it an update? No, is it create profile? Let's create a new profile. Let's say this user. Let's create a real user we can leave. Same at the back star. This is just some dummy people I don't know, right? Just some dummy piece of content, right? So we add the HTTPS to it to ensure it works as a link. Right, we paste this and then we add profile. So our creating, okay, works well now. Probably our page needed a reload, right? Probably our page just needed a reload. Let's go ahead and try it again. Let's some old man. This guy made ChatGPT. He's an awesome developer. I don't know, but I think so. Okay, so just a crazy email that I believe doesn't exist, right? So then we paste this as well, and then good, 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 guys. Good. So our creating profile functionality works. Our editing profile functionality as well should work. Let's edit these two websites. Okay, good. Oh, Matabackstar was fine. Right. So whenever you create a website, whenever you create a project, whether a website or an app or whatever, you ensure you get it stretched, right? You ensure you get it stretched. So you are sure that your app isn't breaking. Okay. You can even perform a beta testing uh kind of a boot, right? Make it open for people to use. You can even pay users to help you test it. So it's basically part of the software development life cycle. So let's go back and let's just ensure everything is looking good. Homepage, done, guys. Update profile, done, guys. Add profile, all done. So, guys, this is React.js. I believe you've gained so much inside of this build. I mean, I don't know if there's a React.js tutorial that really taught React.js like I just did. I gave you guys so much detail. I took my time, right? So, guys, this is React.js. Thank you guys for sticking around for watching up to now. I love you guys. In the next video, we used prop drilling, so we're just drilling our props and drilling our props. In the next video, I'm going to show you guys how to not drill your props and keep stressing so much. I'm going to show you guys how to use a better approach called context API. There are different ways of passing props. You can use context API. You can also use a state management library like Redux Toolkit, just stand. Yeah, you can use those stuff to manage your state, but those are for really bigger projects. You will hardly, from your junior level to intermediate level, especially, yeah, from a junior level to intermediate level, except if you're working on large projects, you will hardly need a state management library. Okay, so in the next build, I'm going to show you guys how to use context API. So basically, this same project, I'm going to refactor it, removing the prop drilling, and I'm going to show you guys how to use context API. So see you guys in the next video. Remember to hit the like button. Remember to subscribe, and then finally check the video description. You'll find the link to the complete series. You just don't want to miss all the value that the series has got to offer. See you guys in the next video. Bye bye. Love you guys.